What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Pro Talks, and this time joining us it is Killer from Team Seal Esports. Killer, how are you doing? You have had a successful week 1 in this Season 4.
Надаар бол одоо тэмцээний бэлтээд хвчсэн bootcamp дээр багийнхантай хамт байгаа. Тэгээд нэгэн өндөр амжилт үзүүлсэн манай багийн хувьд бидний он дээр ингээд Binata бэлтээд ихэнх турших төлөвтэй энэ season дээр туршиж байгаа.
That is definitely a version to have preparing for the finals right now. But I want to know, I mean, this I believe is a question that is in the back of the minds of a lot of fans, because from South Asia there are a lot of people supporting you, and all of that started in Season 3's week 1, previous season. What went wrong in Season 3? That is my first question.
Yeah. Багасаа season 3-ийн үеэс би гарсан байгаа. За тэгээд хэсэг хугацаанд хичээл намд анхаарч яваад season 4 үед иргээд орж ирсэн. Тэгээд одоо бидэд буцаад тэр амжилтаа ийгэж авах гэдэг итгэлтэй байгаа.
Okay, so I mean that makes sense. You had your studies and now you're back, and the impact that this team has showcased, it is impressive. You're in the top 5 in the first Super Weekend. It is looking really good. But what do you think are the steps that you need to take to make sure that it is not just the top 5, but you're sitting on the very first position of the leaderboard?
За манай хотод хэвчээ эхний тоглолтууд дээр зон ингэж унших, зондоо бүрэн байх тоглолтуудыг хийсэн боловч бүртгэгдсэн. Яг өндөө энэ season 4-ийн зон бол үнэхээр бүр ингээд ийдтэй хамаагүй татчих байгаа. Тэгээ одоо бидэд ажиллаж байгаа зүйл гэвэл kill хийж оноогоо цогцолох дээр ажиллаж байгаа.
I mean, that is definitely showing in the leaderboard as well. You guys are doing really well. And the next question that I have is, which team do you think can put up a really tough competition and can be your rivals in this South Asia Season 4?
Тэч яг өрсөлдөгч баг гэж байхгүй. Яагаад гэвэл season 3 дээр бүх багуудын оноо нэлээ ингээд эхний топ 5 тасарч үлдсэн багуудын оноо нэлээ доогоор байсан бол season 4 дээр бүх багуудын оноо нэлээ ойролцоо байгаа. Энэ нэг л багтыг гэдэг нэгдүгээр байрыг эзлэх боломжтой байгаа болохоор бид тэдгээр өрсөлдөх баг нэлээ байхгүй.
Exactly. I mean, this tournament has been so exciting to watch. You guys have been really exciting to watch. But again, the theme of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 is break your limits. So I want to know from you, Killer, what do you feel has been a limitation for Seal Esport and how are you guys going to break it?
Зөөстэй хязгаарыг даавна гэдэг бол манай Seal Esports баг маань хвчлэн Place Point-ын дээр анхаад тоглодог, GP гэдэгтээ тоглодог баг байсан. Тэр хязгаарыг даавна гэдэг үг маань болохоор бид Place Point-нд биш, илүү их kill түүж, олон багтаа дан хийж, GP гэдэгтээ анхаарах байгаа.
Well, I mean, it is very exciting to watch your fights, and we would like to see more of that action in the upcoming Super Weekends and the matches that you're going to play. Good luck for your matches, Killer. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Баярлалаа. Надад ч асуулт асууж ингэж ярилцсанд орсон. Баярлалаа. Таны амжилт хүсье.
This is me, Aladdin. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. हमारे पास टीम 8 के 2 प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं जिनसे हम बहुत ही इंटरटेनिंग सवाल पूछने वाले हैं. सो वेलकम करेंगे बातिश का और उसामा का. वेलकम बोथ ऑफ यू. सवाल जवाब के सिलसिले की तरफ जाते हैं और पहला सवाल आपसे पूछते हैं बातिश के. आपकी टीम में मेजर चेंजेस हुए हैं. हम देख सकते हैं कि आपकी टीम में वायरस जो है वो नहीं खेल पाएंगे और इसके साथ साथ जो है वो एक और प्लेयर आपकी टीम को जो वो छोड़कर जाएंगे जो कि एडगर हैं. सो किस तरह से इस चेंज को आप आगे लेकर चलने वाले हैं?
बेशक वायरस और एडगर हमारी टीम में अब तक नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोगों ने न्यू रिक्रूटमेंट्स किए हैं, तो हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उनके साथ कंटिन्यू करें और परफॉर्म करें PMPL में.
आई होप आपकी परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो निकल कर आए और आप जो है वो PMPL साउथ एशिया सीजन 4 में परफॉर्मेंस दिखाकर जाएं. लेकिन अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं और ये सवाल मेरा उसामा आपसे रहेगा कि आपका ड्रॉप स्पॉट सैनोक के मैप पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग था. तो अब अभी जो है वो किस तरह से आप इस ड्रॉप स्पॉट को लेकर जाएंगे और क्या स्ट्रैटेजी जो है वो आपकी चेंज होने वाली है इस सारे मैप में?
इस सीज़न में भी वो पुरानी ड्रॉप होगी हमारी और वो सेम स्ट्रेटजी हाथिन के ब्रिज वाले कंपाउंड्स होंगे हमारे सेम स्ट्रेटजी.
सेम स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ आप जाएंगे, कोई भी चेंज जो है वो देखने को नहीं मिलेगा. तो देखते हैं दोस्तों ये चेंज जो है वो किस तरह से, चेंज ना करना किस तरह से इनके हक में जो है वो आता हुआ नजर आता है. लेकिन इसी के साथ हम जाएंगे तीसरे सवाल की तरफ और ये सवाल आपसे पूछा जाएगा बातिश के ये सीज़न PMPL साउथ एशिया का किस तरह से डिफरेंट होने वाला है. एक बार फिर से आपकी टीम जो है वो इस सीज़न में आई है. हम इससे पहले भी 2 बार इस टीम को देख चुके हैं. तो किस तरह से ये सीज़न डिफरेंट होगा?
This season will be completely different from the other seasons because हमारे 3 एडिशंस है टीम में. मैक्सी जिसका क्लोज रेंज इज फिनोमिनल, हसन who is a very well-rounded player, and of course Adil, he can filter और बहुत अच्छी एडिशन है हमारी टीम में.
लेट्स होप कि आप लोग अच्छा परफॉर्म करें. लेट्स होप कि टीम 8 थोड़ी जो अच्छा परफॉर्म करती हुई जाए दोस्तों. लेकिन इसी के साथ हम जाएंगे एक और सवाल की तरफ और बातिश आपसे ये सवाल पूछा जाएगा कि पहला मेजर है मैक्सी का. एक अंडरडॉग प्लेयर तो है, चले मान लेते हैं क्लोज रेंज बहुत अच्छी है उसकी, लेकिन प्रेशर उतना ही होगा उसके ऊपर. सो किस तरह से आप उस चीज़ को मैनेज करने वाले हैं?
Maxi is a very confident player, just like Hassan. Even though उसका पहला एक्सपीरियंस है, लेकिन he will give out his best for himself, for the team.
लेट्स होप कि ये प्लेयर जो है वो अपना 100% अपना बेस्ट जो है देकर जाए दोस्तों. ये थे कुछ सवाल जो हमने टीम 8 के प्लेयर्स से पूछे. मजीद सवाल और मजीद प्लेयर्स के साथ आपकी खिदमत में आते रहेंगे. तब तक के लिए एक्शन को एंजॉय करते हैं.
हेलो एभ्रीबडी, अनि फेरि पनि स्वागत छ. PMPL सिजन 4 मा नेपालको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी छ. त्यो मध्येमा आज हामीसँग रहनेवाला छन् नेपालको सबसे सफल PUBG मोबाइल टिम्स DRS गेमिङबाट.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अजित श्रेष्ठ हो. मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ DRS एजे हो अनि मेरो रोल चाहिँ टिममा एज अ सपोर्टर र असल्टर हो. मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ मलाई मायाले बड्डो भनेर भन्नुहुन्छ.
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, म चाहिँ उगेन छोपेल लामा र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ DRS माफिया निन्जा र म चाहिँ DRS गेमिङको लिडर हुनु.
परिचय सँगसँगै हामी एक्ज्याक्ट इन्टरभ्यूतिर चाहिँ लाग्नेवाला छौँ। मेरो पहिलो क्वेसन माफिया निन्जाको लागि अभियसली रहनेवाला छ। सिजन 3 तपाईँले जित्नु भएको थियो, अब टाइटल डिफेन्ड गर्ने कुरा आउनेवाला छ सिजन 4 मा। यसको लागि कस्तो प्रिपरेसन चल्दैछ या टिम कतिको कन्फिडेन्ट छ?
सिजन 3 त हामीले जित्यौँ, सो सिजन 4 मा चाहिँ अझै राम्ररी डोमिनेट गरेर जित्ने प्लान छ। सो यसको लागि चाहिँ हामी कन्फिडेन्ट नै छौँ भनौँ न, रिसेन्ट फर्म हेरेर चाहिँ। सो खासै कन्फिडेन्स चाहिँ हाम्रो यसपालि चाहिँ चिकन डिनर दिन सुपरभिजनमा सकेसम्म धेरै पैसा कमाउँ, त्यही हो।
ओके, प्राइज पुल कहीँ न कहीँ त आउनेवाला छ। प्राइज पुल सँगसँगै त्यति इजी कम्पिटिसन त पक्कै पनि रहनेवाला छैन। सो कम्पिटिसन यदि कम्पेयर गर्नु पऱ्यो भने सिजन 3 एन्ड 4 तपाईँको के भनाइरहन सक्छ यो चाहिँ?
PMPL सिजन 3 त हामीले जितेकै हो होइन, अनि अब PMPL सिजन 4 मा नि हाम्रो टार्गेट त त्यही नै हो होइन, गोल एउटै हो अनि जित्ने हो।
बट मेरो एउटा कन्सर्न रहेको थियो डिआरएसको पर्फर्मेन्सको लागि लिएर। सायद बिग इस्यु त थिएन, स्टिल साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपमा राम्रै ऱ्याङ्कमा फिनिस गरेको थियो डिआरएसले, बट सायद PMPL जितेको मोमेन्टम लान सकेन कि साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपमा, त्यसको लागि केही इस्यु थियो र?
साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप एउटा त्यो इभेन्ट नै एउटा सरप्राइजिङ थियो, त्यसमाथि हुन्छ नि नयाँ टिम्सहरूको इन्ट्री भयो, जुन कुराले गर्दाखेरि हामीलाई अलि ZEUS सरप्राइजिङ भयो भनौँ न। फर्स्ट दिन चाहिँ हामीले डोमिनेटै गरे हो र सेकेन्ड दिनबाट चाहिँ ZEUS नेपालमा इस्यु थियो इन्टरनेटको, त्यही कारणले गर्दा नि पछि खस्किँदै गएको हो गेम।
सो समहाउ केही हुँदै पनि टप 3 फिनिस गरिएको थियो। सो बट अल्टिमेट गोल त पक्कै पनि GC रहनेवाला छ एन्ड यो PMPLबाट GC गइन्छ, अभियसली थाहा भएको कुरा भयो। सो GCको लागि PMPL सँगसँगै थट प्रोसेस चाहिँ के रहेको छ डिआरएसको?
यसपालि PMPLमा नै राम्रो गर्ने हाम्रो कन्फिडेन्स छ। सो त्यही PMPL राम्रो गरेर अब GC जाउँ होइन। GCमा नि पहिला पालि चाहिँ हल्का गेम बिग्रिएको थियो भनौँ न, सो यसपालि चाहिँ GCमा नि लाइक राम्ररी खेल्ने कन्फिडेन्स छ।
ओके, GCमा राम्रो भयो भने अभियसली पुरै नेपाल नै गर्व गर्नेवाला छ डिआरएसमाथि। बट मेरो एउटा थोरै ट्रिकी क्वेसन रहन गयो, सायद हामीले पहिला पनि यो कुरामा चाहिँ सुनिएको छ, बट लङ्गर फर्मेट रहेको हुँदा डिआरएसको साइडबाट एक्सपेरिमेन्ट एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ रोस्टर वाइज?
पहिला पनि हामीले लिगमा त एक्सपेरिमेन्टै गरेका थियौँ, बोरोलाई चान्स दिएको थियौँ, निमा बेन्चमा थियो। सो यसपालि नि अब त्यस्तै केही हुनसक्छ, तपाईँहरू हेर्नु न PMPLमा।
ओके, आफ्नो एक्चुअली स्टार्ट चाहिँ थोरै लुकाउँदैछ डिआरएसले भन्न सकिन्छ। बट मेरो एउटा मेन क्वेसन सायद बोथ अफ द प्लेयरले आन्सर गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। साउथ एसियामा त अलिकति डिफेन्सिभ छ या चौथो सर्कलसम्म टिमहरू फाइट नै लिख्दैन, यो कुरालाई कसरी हेर्छ? म एक एक गरेर चाहिँ आन्सर सुन्न चाहेँ।
पहिलाको र अहिलेको हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अहिले हामीले के एक्सपिरियन्स गरिरहेको छौँ भन्दाखेरि टिमहरूबाट अहिले एकदम प्लेयर्स टिम्सहरू चाहिँ एकदमै एग्रेसिभ खेल्ने भएको छन् होइन। अब त्यो चाहिँ अब नि हुन्छ नि टुर्नामेन्टमा चाहिँ देख्न पाउँछ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ।
सबै टिम्सले सँगै सिकेर हो। सो पहिला चाहिँ डिफेन्सिभ प्ले स्टाइल देखिन्थ्यो भने अहिले चाहिँ अब सबै टिमहरू आफ्नो साइडबाट हल्का एग्रेसिभ हुँदै गइरहेको छन् स्क्रिम्समा। सो जुन कुरा चाहिँ मैले यो PMPL सिजन 4 मा नै देख्न सक्छौँ जस्तो लागिरहेको छ।
अभियसली त्यो कुरा इम्प्लिमेन्ट होला नहोला हामीले एक्सन त पाउनेवाला छौँ, बट डिआरएसले आफ्नो पर्फर्मेन्सले नेपालीहरूको एन्ड देन फ्यान्सहरूको चाहिँ मन छोएको छ। सो म चाहन्छु कि बोथ अफ दि प्लेयर्सले चाहिँ के फ्यान मेसेज दियोस् अडियन्सको लागि। सो एजी सुरु गरौँ।
पहिलाको सिजनमा चाहिँ अब हाम्रो फ्यान्सहरूले धेरै माया सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको थियो र अब आउने सिजनमा हामी पार्टिसिपेट छौँ, तपाईँहरू आएर हेरिदिनु होला र धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला।
निन्जा के याद गर्ने?
सिजन 3 मा हजुरहरूले हामीलाई धेरै सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको थियो, जसले गर्दा हामीलाई जित्नमा पनि हेल्प भएको थियो भनौँ न। सो यसपालि नै हजुरहरूको सपोर्ट त्यति नै चाहिन्छ हामीलाई, किनकि यसपालि नै हामीलाई जित्नु छ र हजुरहरूको सपोर्ट भयो भने त त्यो पोसिबल हुनेछ।
उनी थिए डिआरएसका प्लेयर्सहरू माफिया निन्जा अनि एजे। टिमको माइन्डसेट अनि प्रिपरेसनको बारेमा बताउँदै यस्तै कुराकानी हामी अरू टिमसँग पनि पक्कै गर्नेवाला छौँ। आस यु गाइज सुन।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here. What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Welcome to the virtual awesome world of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We're going to be stepping into the finals itself. We've had 3 wonderful weeks throughout, but now is the time that all these teams were waiting for. The top 16 teams have arrived in the finals, and it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. I'm going to be your host, Prado. Joining us, of course, are these 2 incredible analysts, and of course, it is going to be Ocean Sharma and Isaac Johnny. How you guys doing?
Well, pretty good, and just like you said, right, the virtual awesomeness where we are on to the final 3 days for this one, and these are obviously the finals, but the competition, oh my god, starting up from those 20 teams with each and every, league play and super weekend, well, here we are.
The pressure, Warren.
Exactly, I mean, the pressure is going to be there on these lads, because now there is no money for every single chicken dinner. Right now, you have to fight the longer battle. You will have to fight all 3 days, and at the end of the Thursday, we're going to find out what the split of that prize money is going to look like. Along with that, who is going to be wearing the crown and calling themselves the champion of PMPL South Asia Season 4.
Well, as you talk about the prize, as you talk about the money, let's of course bring up the point distribution, or rather the prize distribution, my apologies, where you are looking at $150,000. $150,000 on the line, and again, going back to, of course, as Ocean was mentioning, those super weekends. I mean, these certain few teams have already made so much money in those super weekends, Ocean.
Yeah. I mean, previously, those $1,000 for each and every chicken they were being given, and well, teams have made it for themselves like a big chunk. But well, now it's all about this. It's all about getting that first position, second position, third position. Well, it's going to be an important one.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, when it comes down to these 16 teams, each and every team is certainly going to be wanting to be in that top position, because you get $10,000 for being on top of that, storyboard, as I like to call it. But moving on forth from this, let's also move on along. Varun, we had discussed this earlier during week number 1, I believe. When it comes down to the top 6 teams, throughout the top 16 on Sunday, let's talk about where they are headed.
Exactly, it is going to be to the MENA and SA Championship. And it's going to be super exciting because, yes, as you said, we did see a glimpse of this in the first week, but now we do get to see the full picture, the whole picture in front of us right now. So the winner of the South Asia Championship that took place a little while ago, that is Stalwart Esports right now. They're going to be moving forward, and along with them, the top 6 teams from this PMPL South Asia Season 4 final. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what those names are going to be, and well, it's going to be exciting to see what is going to happen once they actually get to the MENA and the SC Championship, because we will have the teams from HDM, we will have 6 teams from PMPL Arabia as well, and the 1 team from PMCO Africa.
Absolutely, and that is where stakes couldn't have gotten any higher. But in all of this, we've spoken about the prize, we've spoken about what is on the line, but along with all of that, this is where the crux is going to be based on their gameplay, because you need to be getting these points, Ocean. I mean, we've spoken about this. You created some awesome rhymes as well when it comes down to the point structure, and that is so very crucial, eh?
I mean, I used to, but well, with this one, it's not about just creating rhymes. It's about the seriousness. So yeah, first position, getting 15 points, you get those, you get that big chunk of number for yourself. 1 kill, 1 point. I mean, we have seen a lot of teams just going more and more for the kill points for themselves, just like I8 and all, because those teams they love those numbers for themselves. They love to establish the dominance with the kill department.
Most certainly they do. And talking about teams, let's get introduced to the top 16 teams that are going to be playing the 3-day affair. 18 games in total are going to be played, and these are the teams that are going to be participating. Along with that, as you move on, flip the first page, Wizzes with Vibes. What a perfect PMPL Season 4 X-Factor team is what I would call this team.
Exactly. I mean, you could say this is their perfect debut for this name, Wizzes with Vibes, because this is the first time we are seeing this banner. The lads, although have a little bit of experience under their belt, but still an incredible performance overall, finishing on third in the league stages. It was an incredible run, but I believe somewhere Ocean is going to agree with me that we're going to see the clash of the titans over here again. DRS going up against T2K.
That's true. DRS T2K, that's going to be, to be honest, really brilliant. But moving up forward, you know, if you just talk about the other team, Stalwart Esports, well, ZEUS Esports, I8 and Seal. Now, here we see one Pakistani team alongside the Mongolian teams that love to dominate these sort of formats, right? You know, 3-day formats, because they love to have such a good lead for themselves in the first day that they don't even have to worry about the other 2 days coming up for themselves.
Absolutely, and along with that, as we move on forth to page number 3, we are going to be introduced to the next 8 set of teams, where starting right off the bat, it's Future Station, a team that from the first week, from the first league play itself, created a perfect start for themselves, and that was to be able to survive. No matter what map, no matter what game. Well, I mean, they did kind of stand out on Erangel, but overall, I mean, this team has been beautiful in terms of their performance.
Exactly. I mean, Future Station, their survival instincts are incredible. Although we have to talk about Deadeyes guys as well. They had an incredible start to the league stages the first week, and the second week they did really well for themselves. But we move on to the third Super Weekend, and they weren't even there.
Ouch. But here they are. You know, here they are in the top 16. They're participating in the finals. They made it, and that is all that counts. Ocean.
That's true. But you know, talking about 4 more teams, A1 Esports, High Voltage, 7C, R3D. A few of these teams had their own hiccups, just like, you know, Johnny were talking about, right? Missing out on a few super weekends here and there. But well, again, whenever they were there, they created their impact. I mean, a lot of these teams did have a few chicken dinners for themselves as well, just, you know, trying to assert the dominance, trying to establish themselves. But now this is where it kind of matters more. So,
it certainly does, mate. But along with that, I mean, yes, we've moved into the finals itself. But before this, we've had 3 awesome weeks of league plays as well as super weekends. Let's reminiscent of those super weekends, week 1, 2, and 3, and have a look at the teams that were just completely obliterating their competition. Warren.
Oh, well, it was a wonderful start to the league stages as T2K. We saw them take multiple chicken dinners for themselves in week 1. An incredible performance. 4 chicken dinners in total in the first week, and 167 points accumulated by them. But the second week is where DRS, they started to come into their own play style, and we saw them recover from what was sort of like a very slow start, because in week 1 we were left wondering already what happened with DRS, but they showed up quite nicely in the second week. And the third week, it was Seal Esports with a very nice return to the competition that they have had. 185 points was what they were able to secure for themselves, and now all we are left to see is what exactly is going to happen in the finals, because we were having this conversation, me and Ocean had a really wonderful fact to point out about the teams specifically that play in the finals.
Exactly, and talking about the teams that are going to be playing in the finals, and talking about the rivalry that you guys were talking about as we got introduced to these 16 teams, well, we have to talk about T2K and the Real Soldiers. Oh, Warren.
Well, I mean, it is going to be a clash of the titans, as we did see, and both these teams, they were fighting neck to neck at every single point in this tournament, but the slight slip up in the last few matches, and that is how DRS was able to secure the first position.
Yeah, I mean, 4 points. That's the entire difference between DRS and T2K. If you just look forward to this one, even for DRS, you know, one last player surviving in the last game when each and every other player was being attacked and being dominated on. Well, he had to move forward. He had to move inside the next circle. He took the vehicle, and the adjustment, that was the right call. 19.5 minutes of survival time coming down for DRS. And if you look at the clips in which DRS and T2K, well, they were against each other, most of these clips, it just shows that, you know, both of them just wanted one thing, and that is obviously have their own players survive and just try and take down the other team. I mean, obviously it's important because if you look at the previous record of Super Weekends, every win, every chicken dinner was definitely just, you know, getting you $1,000 as well.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot on the line for these teams, and for that we saw them take some amazing fights, some amazing finishes, in those matches. But DRS, I believe, were the ones who were able to sort of capitalize on that $1,000 for a chicken dinner situation and walk away with a lot of cash in their pockets.
Indeed, I mean, they had, what, 5 chicken dinners? $5,000 in the bank. On the other front, talk about T2K as well. This team was also not shying away from those chicken dinners. But in overall, the rivalry that they've created, I certainly am wanting to keep my fingers crossed that this does move on forth into the finals. Ocean.
That's true, that's true. But if you just talk about the performance of what these two teams have done for themselves as of now in the entirety of the Super Weekends, just look at the way DRS started. I mean, I get it. T2K, they are just a bit higher when it comes to the start because they were having those chicken dinners in the early game. So you see the early climb from the sides of from the sidelines of T2K. But then, as soon as DRS starts picking up the pace, I'm talking about post-15th match when DRS, slowly and steadily they were having those back and forth chicken dinners for themselves, the hat trick as well, and at the end they just slightly have their marker just slightly above T2K. Well, that's where 4 points are. The 4-point difference.
It's so close that the points were overlapping at a certain point. I mean, the plot points on the graph just completely submerging each other. Quite an incredible run from these teams, and I believe if the performance is going to look like this in the final, it's going to be really exciting.
It is certainly going to be quite an exhilarating ride when it comes down to these 18 games that are going to be played in the next 3 days. But moving on forth, let's take the conversation to another set of teams. That's going to be I8, a team that has been so very consistent in terms of those skill points going up against Wives Ocean.
I8 and Vibes. Now look at this. Right off the bat, if you look at 1 point, and that is the average survival, Vibes has a higher number of average survival, given the fact that in the first few weeks, Super Weekends, if you just talk about it, I8 was doing really good. The last Super Weekend is where Vibes just, had the amazing gameplay. They had their amazing impact overall, because if you look at the damage dealt, well, Vibes does not have a higher damage as compared to I8. If you look at the damage received, well, obviously that's a lower one, so that's good. But average survival is where Vibes picked up the pace, and that's where they picked up the points. That shows that their placement point marker is something that they improved, especially in the last Super Weekend for themselves.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Ocean says, and I think the survival factor for Vibes comes from the fact that they're very picky about the fights that they take. They're not going to run into uncomfortable situations just willy-nilly and just gamble it all away. On the other side, I8, they like those gambles. They like taking a lot of risk with the level of aggression this team brings into the game, and that is what makes it really exciting to watch what they're going to do next, which fight they're going to pick up next. And that a collision between these teams is going to be very interesting, because you have Vibes who will try to get into positions and try and see if they will have alternate options of engagement before engaging into a fight, whereas I8, they see someone, they're going to charge forward without even second guessing themselves. They're going to run towards that kill, and they're going to make sure they get that point.
Yeah, but that is the difference, right? Because of which the survival time has gone on. Because if you're charging in, that's kind of a gamble. Look at this.
Exactly.
Look at where Vibes is after their 30th match. Let's just call it 30th match, because that's where the second Super Weekend ended, and that's where the third one started. So from 31st match, Vibes has picked up the pace so much, all thanks to the way they have just accumulated their performance for themselves. And that's where, if you look at I8, you'll see kind of a straight curve from post 38 match. That shows that they had a few bad games in which they lost a big chunk of numbers which they could have gained. That's where Vibes just have a good speed breaker in their format, in which they're just getting up higher and higher.
So true. I mean, Vibes, they were certainly able to capitalize on that third Super Weekend, and they were looking pretty good and in style as they did so. On the other front, as Varun did mention, I8, well, we will see if that sort of a dominating streak is going to be able to continue and help them out in the finals. But with that, as we talk about these teams, let's move on forward to another set of teams wherein we have the Mongolian domination coming in the name of ZEUS and Stalwart Esports.
Oh, well. I mean...
Well.
Yeah. Ocean, do you want to take this? Because, I mean, I'm still trying to answer the question as to what happened with ZEUS.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the only question that, everyone is just still having to process for themselves. Because this team, we know it. We're in the last Super Weekend, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, in the last Super Weekend is where we see Godless just, coming in the top 10 kill leaderboards, right? Before that, we don't see any play from ZEUS' side. I get it. Stalwart, we had Action, we had Top. And Stalwart was delivering results. We've seen, 1v4s from Action as well. We've seen Action on top, even if those two players are fine, they love to go aggressive. We've seen them gathering those multiple chicken dinners for themselves. But ZEUS, they're missing on their element. First things first, ZEUS, they were not aware of the surroundings most of the time. You saw that happening, right? They're just running in, maybe having a vehicle for themselves. This, I get it. This is a daring ZEUS, but this is a ZEUS that was losing a lot of fights as well.
Exactly, and I mean, we were talking about this quite a lot, and majority of the times what it came down to was the commitment shown towards those fights. In the middle, they would just start second-guessing themselves, trying to see if there was another option available, if they could try and get a flank towards the team that they were charging towards, instead of just directly charging head-on, which was what they used to do before. But talking about Stalwart Esports, yes, as you mentioned, I mean, Action and Top, these two players were incredible during the league stages. I mean, sitting on the top of the kill fraggers list and doing an incredible job, just making sure, as you said, Stalwart Esports was delivering the results that were expected.
Definitely, but have a look at the way ZEUS has played for them. There are so many straight lines parallel to X-axis. I would say X-axis, ladies and gentlemen, once again is match, and Y-axis you see are the overall points that the team is accumulating. Look at the way ZEUS have had their games start from post 28 game till the end, I would say, because from 28 to 38 they have so many kind of, you would say, blank games for themselves. And then if you look at the marker around 40, they have a lot more blank games. Well, Stalwart, they do have it, but they have it in the final moment for themselves. That's where, before that, they have done the entirety of the job for themselves, so it doesn't matter. But ZEUS, well, so many blank games. It has taken down their average as well, overall down. Like, we know averages are important nowadays.
Well, we shall see if that sort of a curve that has been created in favor of ZEUS in that third week will move on into the finals. I certainly do hope so, but again, Stalwart is not going to be far away from that action. But moving on all the way into the action itself, it is time to chime in with our viewers, because now it is time to talk about the rewards, the giveaways. We've got a perfect looking white rabbit skin set up on the org for you guys to be able to capitalize upon. All you need to do is go on to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel and follow the stream on that page. Go and check what page are you viewing the stream on. Check that you are on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Do subscribe, and that is where the codes are going to be shared for this perfect, awesome looking white rabbit skin for the org. But moving on forth from this, we also do have celebration rewards that are going to be coming out post 24th October. Once again, this is going to be on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. I could not stress this more. PUBG Mobile South Asia page is where you need to tune in to all of this action to be able to participate in all of these lovely looking rewards. But now it is time to get our finals week started. Now is what these teams had been fighting and rooting for, but here they are. And as you're doing all of this and getting busy in the chat, do not forget to, of course, spam the hearts and let your teams know, the team that you're following, what team are you rooting for and which team do you think or predict will be at the top of the leaderboard by the end of the day. There are 6 games that are going to be played today, and that, of course, gives a lot of opportunity to all of these teams. With that, like I said, let's get the show started off. Let's move on to our schedule, where we are going to be faced with what the map is going to be. Well, we start off on Erangel, move on to Miramar for game number 2, and then to Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. So 6 games in total that are going to be played. And well, the good thing in here is, of course, the fact that the Erangel opportunity will be there. The base ground for all of these teams will always be there for the comfort.
True.
Yeah.
That's true. Plus, everyone starting up from 0 points. That's also, kind of makes everything at the even grounds once again. So these are the kind of formats, where we firstly recognize ZEUS. I mean, if you guys remember Johnny and Plotter, obviously against the likes of big teams like Nova XQ, if we talk about it, 4 AM, BTR, they were in top 3. When we talk about PMTC, right, the first times. So I believe they would want to do something out of the box today. But then again, DRS-T2K, well, they'll be ready with the answers.
They always are. That's what they've been showcasing since week number 1 itself. I mean, talk about DRS during those league plays in week 1, moving on to the Super Weekend, T2K taking off by a storm. But what a play that was. But all of that is past history. That's all taken care of now, is something that we cannot predict. But I do have to ask you for your prediction, though. What team are you guys rooting for this first game?
Vibes.
Vibes. All right. All right. Varun, what do you think?
I'll go with I8.
I8.
Nice one.
That's a good pick. That definitely is a good pick. I think I want to go with that team as well. I'm going to be choosing I8, but along with that, it is enough banter coming in from the analyst desk. It is time to move on into the game, and to take us through the game itself, it is going to be none other than XP and Blay to take you through the first game.
Well, thank you for that, XP. Well, here we are. It is going to be the South Asia Finals, and I'm raring to go. I'm raring to go. Everything on the line. We're done with the group stage, the league stage. We know who our finalists are. 16 teams and everything to fight.
I mean, it is, of course, a lot on the line, but I gotta say, Blay, you are dressed today. This is the most dressed up I've ever seen you. A jacket and all today, huh? It is a big day after all.
It's a leather jacket. It's not that formal yet.
I mean, it's something other than a normal t-shirt that I normally see you in. But all jokes aside, it is the finals, and whoa, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys, we are going to be underway with match one. And I'm not going to put you on the spot, Blay, because, we don't do that to each other. We're not going to be talking about predictions. But who do you think is going to win the first game?
Well, I mean, we did have, I think it was an I8 pick coming out. Very brave, considering I8 have traditionally struggled in getting the chicken dinners. They're really good at getting the kills. It's just when it comes to getting the chicken dinners, they seem to fall short. But then again, they did manage to nab at least one during the Super Weekend. So I hope they can recreate that. Obviously, 6 slots available here, and then of course we gotta keep an eye on the Astro Academy squad. XP, they did win the previous iteration, the previous season, so obviously they have qualified for the next stage, but then still a lot to play for. You want to make a statement, you want to bag that big purse as well, get the majority of the prize pool for yourselves, and also XP winning 2 seasons back to back, it has to be something special. So they are definitely going to be gunning for the #1 position.
Oh, they absolutely are. And, right off the bat, I do see a couple of teams have kind of switched things around this time because, again, every single team does their homework. We know where everyone loves dropping, but have a look at BABLU, right off the bat. Now, time in and time out, you would expect them to land somewhere around Primorsk, somewhere around the quarry. Now, I do give credit to the plane path, right? It is a bit towards the east, and where they have it, the circle is going to be to the southeast as well. So, of course, they did get off early, making sure they don't have any squabbles for vehicles. But again, down south, some things are going to be still the same, as we have I8 touching down on the Sosnovka military base with Stalwart Esports, the team we just were talking about, are going to be calling Novoripnoy their home. So now, I like the fact that we do have a few switcheroos, but everything else is pretty much the same. But have a look at the circle play. We have a lot of teams already inside, and dare I say, a lot of towns and cities this time are being contested, especially have a look down south at Milton. Now, we do see ZEUS, head towards Shelter, but this time they are extending just a bit further south, and looks like action might break out early in these finals because Future Station find themselves in a similar predicament again. They are going to be going up against R3D.
Yeah, considering the circle has basically landed right on top of the plane path, as you pointed out, it is going to be a little clustered, right? You're going to be very fast looting coming up from a majority, from at least a few of these teams. And as you pointed out, early skirmish could be on the radar here. Future Station, though, they are cognizant of the fact that there is a team nearby. Or are they? Oh, Clutch Baba, he's going to be spotted, and he will be knocked down immediately and finished off very, very quickly. XP, a player who is notorious for staying alive till the final circle, will be the first one to fall in the finals of South Asia.
Well, if we know anything about Future Station, it doesn't really matter who makes it till the end. Chances are one of their boys is going to make it to the top 5, whether it's by his lonesome or whether he's going to be lucky enough to be blessed with a teammate. But again, yes, Future Station is going to be the first ones to lose a man, and it is going to be the Baba himself as he goes down. Again, lovely restraint coming in on Joker's spot over there, because he could have taken the shots early on, but he realized, hey, wait a second, they're just trying to round up a few vehicles for later on. So as soon as he gets on that bike, it was bye-bye birdie. That is all she wrote, and like you mentioned, of course, a quick finish to follow up as well. So action does break out early, but now is when we might have a little bit of a lull. However, for Future Station, if we quickly have a look at what R3D is doing, I mean, they are going to be extending a bit to the west, possibly hit a few compounds near Primorsk, but they also have the opportunity, Blade, to kind of, corner their enemy in. Now, if Future Station are kind of, pushed towards the beachfront, the beachhead of Ferry Pair, then they can kind of find themselves surrounded sooner or later. But again, all of this is going to be speculation right now. My eyes are directly just going to be hovering over Rozhok because, well, the Dead Eyes guys are finally back in the finals, and we know this is the city they love calling home. And I think the last Super Weekend play, it pretty much went uncontested, and we didn't really see a lot of action in the city. But right now, with the fact that we have high voltage, taking up the school and the apartments to the southeast of Razak and Vibes really close by as well, we just might see some action break out to the Northern Hemisphere soon enough.
We indeed could. The question is, when is that going to be happening, right? We, however, do spot Sandesh. T2K, definitely a team you want to keep an eye out for. It's kind of crazy that they didn't play the third Super Weekend, right? Or no, it was Deadeye's guys.
It was Deadeye's guys,
yeah. But definitely T2K, they were looking fantastic. Speaking of the Mongolians, though, XP, now that we do have a bit of a quiet time where we can just ruminate over the past 3 weeks, what are your thoughts? Like, I mean, obviously, Astro Academy, aka Stalwart Esports, as they're known now, they would be one of the big favorites, right? They are the champions. They still put up a very good showing so far during the league stage as well, the Super Weekends. ZEUS, though, it's not like they've been terrible, right? There was never a point in time where we were like, are they going to qualify? It was a guarantee that they were going to be qualifying, but they just haven't been able to hit the highs that we've seen from them in not just previous season, but in previous events as well. So for them having a very middling performance in the Super Weekends, is that going to continue to haunt them? Or are they going to just elevate themselves to a whole different level altogether?
It's basically, it's a question of great expectations. Now, the issue with ZEUS Esports is, Blade, that last season, they kind of set the bar up a bit too high. And, if they don't reach that the same heights again, of course, the naysayers are going to be out in full force. So again, the thing about ZEUS Esports is, yeah, they are going to qualify. Suppose this had been their first season in the PMPL. Everyone would have been kind of shell-shocked that, all right, there's this team, brand new to the scene, doing well, mid-table, whatever, but still getting the job done, won a few chicken dinners, and, we wouldn't have thought twice about it. But because they set the bar so high last time, and because we know that they are a team that, well, excels in chaos, as I like saying it, it's just kind of not upsetting, it's kind of different. It's a different kind of feeling when they don't do what you expect them to do. But again, I'm still going to hold on to that thought that I've had from the beginning. They were holding back. They were trying new things out. And, well, this is the finals now, Blaze. So I guess they have to basically be firing on all cylinders right from the get-go. So I kind of expect ZEUS to be a bit more what we're used to, a bit more like Season 3.
A bit more like Season 3. All right, let's see if that does pan out here. I would love to see that, though. Like, looking at the way DRS are playing right now, looking at the way T2K are, and a lot of these teams, Deadeye's guys as well, despite the fact they didn't manage to play the third Super Weekend. And then you look at even A1 Esports, I8, Stalwart Esports, everyone's really firing on all cylinders. And then if ZEUS are able to get back to their old form, it's gonna be spicy. Let me tell you that. As A1 Sinister, a player who has been on the lips multiple times throughout the Super Weekends and the league stage, he spotted out T2K. However, he's going to exercise a little bit of restraint. Looking at the zone right now, A1 are in a pretty good spot, XP. If the circle does shift up north, like it's going to remain towards the main island, they can play the cliffs and they can move on in slowly. And if it is going to be a sudden shift towards a military island, they can easily drop down from the cliffs. And it's a very short distance for them to just swim across. And they might reach there before anyone else does. So I feel like they don't really want to make too much noise right now.
I guess you're right, because again, that particular compound, the double barn houses, it does provide a good amount of cover. But yeah, I guess again, the next circle is going to dictate, as to where the teams are going to be moving around. Because when you were talking, a thought just kind of occurred to me. So back in the day, it was just one team, maybe two teams. But nowadays, it kind of seems like, Blair, all teams haven't seen sunlight in a long time. Just looking at their skill level, because everyone's pretty much playing on a level playing field, which again makes the game more exciting for us viewers. But you got to keep in mind, it's going to be nerve-wracking for the players themselves, because they got to realize, hey, if I can shoot, the other person can shoot as well. And that is what we love about Battle Royales. Anything can happen. As you have a look over here, Sinister does know where the enemy is. He did lay down a few shots, but of course, smoke grenades were deployed, and Legend is going to make the right call to fall back to his teammate. So again, in a few seconds, this is where all our questions, Play, are going to be answered, because if the circle has a drastic shift, there you have it. It is going to be shifting up north, which now means we are going to have a little bit of a mad dash for the center. Have a look at BABLU. They are rolling in hot on DRS's position.
But DRS, though, they've, as usual, they have managed to I do really like how DRS have managed to mix things up so far this season, right? It's no longer playing the periphery of the circle, playing the periphery of the zone. They're like, oh, all right, that's center of the circle, and if it's going to be a comparatively threat-free path, we're going to take it. And look at them, smack center very early on, and now XP. I feel this is when we might be seeing a few bullets starting to fly. ZEUS Esports has spotted out T2K. And remember, T2K is also their position is also aware when it comes to A1 Esports. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm not able to frame the sentence right. What I'm trying to say here is A1 Esports know where T2K are. So T2K are in a bit of a sandwich, but they are unaware of that very fact.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Again, they did let loose a few shots, and Legend did kind of, rearrange his position. I love the fact you and I are in the same boat right now. My brain is kind of trying to keep up with all the action right now. But, it's all about warming up, mate. What we should have done early was just get on a phone call and just yap away for about an hour. And our problems would have been solved. But right now...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
it is.
Unless I'm not... listen, I don't really go out much. I'm not much of a social butterfly. And considering... And along with the COVID thing happening at the same time, right? So apart from casting... I don't really talk much, so sometimes I go a couple of days without even making a single sound. And then you suddenly get into casting and you're like, wait, is that how my voice sounds?
I kind of like my life, but the way you just put it out right now, yeah, kind of sounds sad. But anyway, enough about us, because it does look like we are going to have some action. Now, let me just paint a picture. ZEUS are going to be in a good position. They do have hills all around, but they don't have to worry about it just yet, because have a look at Godless. Now, Godless is going to be keeping an eye out for anything, well, towards the bottom of your screens right now, whereas Zeol and Icy are going to be keeping a check on T2K. But have a look at what T2K are doing. Look at that positioning. They went all the way around, and now Legend from somewhere finds a little bit of an opening and puts a few shots down range, and Ably, of course, is going to get it elsewhere. It does look like DRS is going to be at the receiving end of things. That too by a bolt action by RAW. There you have it. Galzin lying blooded on his knees, while Sada and Bishol have control of the building.
Well, it's not going to be confirmed kill. And Mafia Ninja out in the open, which is an interesting ploy. There is no one nearby. Everyone has kind of found themselves a bit of shelter for the time being, XP. They have some compounds, some houses, some huts to work with. So considering the zone is still on them, they don't really have to make a move. And that's... Oh, there we go. That's clean. Oh, that is so clean from Bishol. Unfortunately, not able to confirm the kill, but at least DRS... they need to be a bit wary. They're like, oh, crap, we have a team around there. RAW, look, they're not usually on the tip of our tongues when it comes to like being a high fragging, top scoring team, but they are very deadly, and if you're not careful, you can easily be punished by them.
Oh yeah, when the Warriors, they unleash their ruthless aggressiveness, you better watch out, because when they pop off, they pop off. It's as simple as that. Now, again, everybody is going to be comfortable in their various compounds. They are going to be fortifying their positions, because in a few minutes, well, not a few minutes, a few seconds rather, the circle is going to change. Again, it is going to get smaller, but it's nothing too drastic. Nothing that, the teams are going to be suddenly scurrying for cover for, because if you have a look at it, the majority of teams are going to be in the circle, and not just in the circle, they are going to have some compound or the other to work with. But I like what Stalwart did. Although they did have a compound, they are going to be moving further up on top of a hill, because they, of course, want that 360 vigil. Now, R3D, again, love the fact that they have this compound all to themselves towards the edge of the circle, and it's kind of unidirectional right now. They only need to basically concentrate their fire at one end in the form of A1 Esports, unless of course I8 or T2K decide, what, maybe the beachhead, maybe down south, it's going to be a lot clearer. Because what's going to happen now is, Blame, teams are going to be rolling in their vehicles, and it's going to be a guessing game. Where do you think we're going to find a compound that is not going to be occupied at this time? So, they're going to be driving around, and chances are, because the southern part of the map was, relatively far away from the circle, teams might try to rotate. Have a look at Future Station. They are pretty much going to be hitting it right under I8's position, might even head towards R3D, so we might see some sudden skirmishes break out right about now.
Well. Everyone slowly gravitating towards the safety afforded by the zone. We did lose Clutch Baba early on from Future Station, but they have managed to keep the remaining members hale and hearty.
Oh, they're hitting R3D's position, Blay.
That's going to be interesting. I want to see how this one's going to play out. Meanwhile, Seal We haven't really seen them much so far. They've been kind of quiet, right, towards the eastern side, near Shelter, near Milta, looting up to the Hearts Content, and now moving on in where they have been uncontested so far. And I believe they're just going to be playing the edge of the circle. Just makes so much more sense. There you go. You have Seal on the eastern side, RAW on towards the Shelter. And up north, BABLU's in a very good position, actually, considering they did go for a big detour towards North Georgie, right? And then they saw the zone. They're like, oh, crap, we need to head on back. But because of how far they were from the zone, they have found a free entry in. However, RAW are not going to have a free time. It's going to be an early knock. That was some Stalwart Esports, mind you. But I do believe that it hasn't been a confirmed kill. So still 63 players alive. But Stalwart Esports, defending champions, XP. I mean, even though they're guaranteed to the MENA finals, they want that win. They want the top spot. So they are a team everyone needs to be worried about.
Oh yeah, at the end of the day, Blade, it's all about asserting your dominance, right? I mean, you don't want a free pass and just be, at the finals. You want to earn your way. It just makes it a lot better for yourself as well, as, of course, we are going to have a little exchange of fire over here, and Pika finally does connect with that Mini 14. Icy just being brushed by a bullet. It is going to hurt a lot more than it actually seems, but the circle is going to shift a bit further to the north, as Future Station are going to be trying to regroup and get in the circle as well. Now, if you quickly have a look at the circle on the bottom left of your screens, you would have noticed one thing. Not a lot of teams are in the circle. Now, 7C, they have a good advantage. They still have control of Potato Hill, so that is where they are going to be staying put. But by the look of Deadeye's guys, they are, again, I love this zone play. I love the fact we are going to be basically fighting on a giant mountain with, rolling hills and a few flat tops and barely any cover. Now, as far as cover go, Deadeye's guys and Vibes are going to have basically the only few shacks on top of that hill. But of course, let's have a look at this replay coming in. Joker, again, through the grass, is going to be spotted out. Now, that's all about your positional accuracy. If you know where it is, doesn't matter if a blade of grass is blocking your path, you are still going to get your kill, as Joker has a nice right pull up for his little Uber into the zone play.
An Uber, all right.
I mean, it is a Tesla. It's going to be pretty cheap. Economical as well.
Do you really think a cab driver, an Uber, or whatever app you use in a Tesla is going to be cheap?
I would do it. I would do that.
You would probably. The rule says, however, oh my
goodness, devastation! What? He has broken all the rules, Play.
Wait, what the hell just happened? Okay, we need. We need a replay. We need a replay. I have no idea what happened. That was a disaster. That was an absolute disaster. I need to know what happened. That was a vehicle blowing up, XP, but all 4 members just going up and getting blown up in a span of what, 2 seconds? Oh, that's a rough start, especially Wizzes with Vibes. I would say one of the favorites to potentially make the top 6, XP.
Oh, they've been making amazing plays, absolutely. Now, I'm pretty sure what must have happened was, they were coming under fire, and rules must have alighted from the vehicle, let a few shots loose. The vehicle could have just rolled in front of him. It's happened to me in the past, and, people weren't really happy, and, well, the entire team went boom. But again, we're going to find that sooner or later, because Cry right now for Stalwart Esports is trying to hold on to his position. Mind you, he is just outside the circle, which is kind of exciting, because if any team stops to, take him on, it's going to be problematic. But right now, what's problematic is ZEUS Esports. They have, I think, lost Godless. Godless has been given up for good, and Icy was almost following suit as well, but lucky for him, that smoke popped off in the nick of time. But elsewhere, Scry with that DP28 is going to be unleashing hell on Seal, who were kind of quiet moments ago, but right now they are going to come under heavy fire, and those are some good grenades coming in from Pika. Gets the job done as Baron goes down, which means Seal Esports now have only 2 members alive. Make that 1.
Well, once the bodies hit the ground, XP, it looks like there's no stopping. Seal, as pointed out, getting basically annihilated. And RAW as well coming in heavy fire. It's going to be BABLU going up against him, and Pika's got a great position there. That rock. Now, if he remains hunkered down here, he could easily be naded to oblivion. So he needs to ensure that Bishal and Joker don't find themselves in a comfortable position. The zone moving in, though, that means BABLU, they need to make a move. They're just 2 players. I think the res has taken place. Not too sure. The nade is somehow not going to find Pika. So lucky. And look at his teammates pushing on in. A lovely word from Zibian, just pushing up towards the next rock, allowing a little bit of space for Pika, but he will be spotted and finished off very quickly. But still, Wolf and Zibian alive, and they're going up against Joker and Bishal. Nades are getting lobbed in the direction of Wolf, who is barely alive. on 20 points of health, and the second one will find him, and the nade reply from Zibian, a 1v1, and never mind, Zibian wipes them out. A perfect nade to clutch out the 1 versus 2, and that is going to be it for them. Team BABLU to survive a very, very deadly fight, but they do, however, keep 2 players in contention.
They do, and I do believe they are going to come under fire from DRS elsewhere because they were lurking behind, and their days might just be numbered to play. But right now, Dante is spotted out, and of course, it's going to be Top, who is going to be laying down the hurt with his Mini 14. Now, if you quickly have a look, Stalwart Esports, they do have the hill, and I like how Scry is going to be moving away while his teammates are still outside the circle, keeping sure that, you know, the flank is still secure. Now, from this high spot, action can actually be a man of action, can rain down death on the enemy, but he's got to be careful because if he extends on one target for a bit too long, all that firing is going to give its position away, and well, like a silhouette against the sky, he could be spotted out, but with accuracy such as that, it is not going to be an issue. But the question is, can he follow it up with a grenade? I think that is going to be beautiful. Any second now, it's going to go boom, which it does, but again, play just inches short from its target.
That one a little too deep as well, but XP, Stalwart Esports, they look like they're in championship form. I know it's only been 4 kills, but there we go, the second one. Oh, that is just perfection. Suyog, Jane, can he survive somehow? Action, he's still looking for it, but that is Action getting maybe a little too over-eager, and he will be knocked by Sandesh. But T2K, they are down to 1 member. Never mind, they are out of the server with 2 kills to their name. And look at I8 XP, they're barely alive. They're trying to crawl on in. Blade, you need to run, buddy, and he's going to be a little too late, XP. And the zone and the bullets from Vibes are going to make very, very quick work of I8, and Vibes with an easy wipe, and BABLU as well hitting the ground. XP, the teams are falling even faster than I can speak.
I mean, absolutely. Falling than dominoes right now. That is what's happening over here. And it looks like IA, the last member, has been found out. Reviews is going to be basically ganged up upon by Vibes. And Vibes again, 4 members alive, 7 kills to their names. Quite a contrast to their wizard friends. But right now, A1 Esports are still going up against 2-man ZEUS. As ZEUS is going to be laying down a few shots. Now, this is kind of problematic for me because they've given their position away. And that grenade is going to make it out. However, both of them inside is kind of scaring me because we've seen some epic grenades in the past. And well, that much might be good. Just a little extended, but it does do the job as Sinister goes down. Dante goes down. 6ix9ine boy is going to be spotted out. Where was he looking? Because Icy got his first shot in his back, but of course Dante is going to be quicker to react. Gets out of harm's way while Icy is going to pay the price and fall down to his knees.
Oh, he got so tunnel vision to XP, and now it's all on Zio. There's no way he can go for the res here. He can see all these players, but that hut could be his tomb, XP. One well-placed nade, alley-oop, and Zio somehow survives. I don't know how he's alive still. Second nade's going to be tossed on in. That vehicle is taking a lot of the brunt of the damage, and amongst all this chaos, as ZEUS are getting wiped out by Vibes XP, A1 Esports, everyone's been res. So now they're back to being a 4-man squad, and they're like, well, thank you, Vibes, and now time for us to wipe you out.
Well, let's see who's going to be wiped out because Vibes are definitely going to be hitting them hard right now. They do have the advantage because A1 Esports just have that little bit of cover to work with, while Vibes do have a lot more surface area. Now, Assassin is going to be repositioning his vehicle. You got to make sure that these mobile makeshift fortifications do survive till the end. Now, under cover of a tree, Vibes are giving up ground, which is not the right call over here, but 6ix9ine's memo, 9boy, I beg your pardon, is going to be caught out. I think the play zone might bring him down. No, it's Assassin DP that does the job. Now, A1 Esports, they are still scrambling play. They need to get in the vehicles, cut their losses, and move out of there before they are snuffed out, as Dante and 6ix9ine boy, unfortunately, are going to be left to their own demise. Now, Vibes are going to be coming in hot as well, as all teams are just crisscrossing one another, trying to find a suitable patch of grass or a big sturdy tree to hide behind.
A sturdy tree, yeah, but you know, trees can't really protect you from every angle. The bullets somehow. Meanwhile, 7C, I haven't even seen them so far, but they've been eliminated. Deadeye's guys, they're in such a good position, XP, but 3 members seem to be knocked down, 2 members actually. And this is just a battle of attrition between multiple teams. DRS, though, XP, there have been a couple of players knocked down, but I believe the reses have taken place. Stalwart, meanwhile, 2 players knocked, just 1 man remaining, and Rated Sir is going to be found by A1 Esports. A1 Esports, they've been fighting the way all the way from outside the zone, and Sinister has got a lot of work to do. If he drives on through Deadeye's guys, he could potentially get so many more kills. He knows they're in the smoke, but he needs to win the duel. He spots a player out outside. He needs to find on top here, and in the smoke, he's gonna find on top.
Oh my
goodness!
goodness!
Crashes it out, And Deadeyes, guys, they still stay alive, but look at how low they are, XP. 1 HP, one stray bullet from anyone, from Aussie especially, could seal the deal here for Deadeyes, guys. But a priority right now for Aussie is get the res for his teammate. That is extreme, because right now, they're just 2 men standing. But XP, look at the players left alive. Stalwart's been wiped out as well. And DRS, 7 kills, 4 alive in a 4 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2.
Well, if you all have done your maths in school or you at least paid attention, you know the numbers are definitely going to be playing an advantage. But have a look at how they are spread out now. Nima, all the way towards the north by his lonesome, is going to be an instrumental weapon basically to hunt them down. But now it's down to the final 3 teams as High Voltage have been caught out as, well, they are going to be biting the bullet. Now, Wides, they were looking in a good position. However, all that smoke is going to be giving the position away just a little bit. And all Gulzen has to do is lay down some lead and hope to get a hit marker, but it looks like it's going to be Nima from distance, from afar, from the other side of the circle that is doing all the damage. And with that, Wives are going to be reduced to a 1-man squad in the name of Prabeen. Now, during this time play, Deadeyes, guys, they have been quiet. They have to circle, but again, they have a monumental task ahead of them because, well, after Prabeen goes down, it is going to be a 2 versus 4 affair.
They need to strike now. They need to strike now while DRS are focused on Praveen. And Praveen, oh, never mind. DRS is so aware. XP Praveen is going to be taken out. The nade is going to find him. And it's a 1 versus 4 Shifu. They know exactly where he is, XP at DRS. They're moving in for the kill. It's going to be an 11-kill chicken dinner to kick off the South Asia Season 4 finals for DRS, who will be the champions of the first game. Get the chicken dinner, and they looked so bloody clinical.
I mean, are you surprised? Because I'm not.
I'm not.
These guys, the real soldiers. We saw them do this on every single day one, pretty much, that I've actually witnessed them or, you know, had the chance to host them. Whoa, wow. I mean, these guys take a bow because they did it in style. They kept their calm. They kept their composure. They kept their heads down. They got that chicken dinner. And boy, oh boy, you were right. They knew each and every person's position right at the end there. And, well, walking away winners in first game is definitely going to be a major boost to them overall.
Oh, absolutely. But, I mean, here's a really cool thing, though. All the usual suspects, apart from Wizzes with Vibes, I still want to see that replay. Maybe production can show us later on. Yeah. Apart from Wizzes with Vibes, I feel like everyone kind of delivered, right? We saw Stalwart Esports have a pretty good run. Unfortunately, they got wiped at the very end. They got like 7 or 8 kills. I think 7 kills in total. We saw I8 step up, High Voltage. We saw a lot of usual suspects really put into work. But at the end, yeah, DRS were a little too hot to handle, keeping all 4 alive as well. And XP, this wasn't them coming in from the edges of the circle. This was them standing in the middle saying, come at the king, and they managed to rule.
Also, not just the middle of the circle. It's the zone was kind of against them, you know, fighting down slope, shooting up. I mean,
yeah.
tremendous effort over there. But with that, of course, it is going to be the end of game 1, and well, the real soldiers are walking away with the first chicken dinner. But we still have 5 more games in store for you, which are going to be on the other side of this break.
Welcome to the finals of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are in the finals. Day number 1 of the finals. Just got done by the first game. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. But boy, oh boy, the real soldiers are back in the arena. And what a clinical finish. As Blaze said, it was. Ocean, what?
I mean, DRS loves these kind of gameplays for themselves, right? They had all the players surviving. They had Nima on the backlines giving out all the information to the players. And well, against them, it was DE. I'm really happy to see DE in action once again. And, well, they did it good for themselves.
Absolutely. As you move on to the most valuable player, it is going to be Mafia Ninja from the side of course, the real soldiers with 4 kills, 588 damage along with that 1 assist. So again, I mean, as you so perfectly mentioned, Ocean, right? I mean, they played a consistent game, a synergistic game is what was showcased from the DRS.
Yeah, true. I mean, they did not have like a lot of kills. We talk about 15 plus kills or something. They had 11 kills for themselves, which is decent, which is really good for the starters. And it has been a thing in the books of history, and that is, you know, if you have like first day as a really good day for yourself, you obviously tend to win these kind of tournaments. So right now they are having a really good morale for themselves. Nima with 3 kills as well for the team, 24 and a half minutes survival time for that. DE on top, sir. 5 kills, 452 damage, and then from Stalwarts it's Top again, just getting those numbers for himself. And from Vibes, well, this team also did really good in the top 5 is where this team was.
Indeed. Warren, what would you like to add, mate?
I mean, it was an incredible run from DRS, and yes, as Ocean said, we have noticed this with the history of every single major tournament we have been a part of, that the first day, if you manage to get an advantage for yourself, you can transition it to the final day and to the final match and walk away with the trophy. And if DRS are able to accomplish this right now in today's matches, it is going to be really fun to watch, to see what the rest of the teams are going to be able to do. Also, it was the one fight that they won that basically gave them the match, this victory, this chicken dinner in this game, and that was the fight against Stalwart Esports. Because Stalwart was going to, well, we're going to notice this when we actually talk about the teams and the rotations that they made. It was an incredible run though from DRS, and as Ocean said, it's good to see that they are back.
Oh yes, finally in the finals, exactly when you need to perform, DE is doing absolutely showcasing it to perfection. With that, as we move on to the match summary, we do have Real Soldiers definitely taking on a streak of these stats.
Alright, well, if we talk about the highest skills, obviously we see that from on top coming down to the numbers. Longest distance skill coming down 290, just coming down from Mr. Smokey V2. Nima, AJ, Gyalzen, again just making their markers out here. Well, Gyalzen, he had popped off in the league stage previously as well, so it's no surprise. This time it's for heals though, but I'm pretty sure he has an impact in the fragging department as well.
Most certainly. With that, as we move on to the match rank, and we do know who got the chicken dinner. It was a 26-point chicken dinner for the side of the DRS, but very close to them with 23 points is going to be Dead Eyes Guys. Following them is going to be Vibe Esports with 21. So a good game coming in for these teams.
Exactly, a wonderful game for these squads. And look at that, the top 3 teams, all of them have 11 kills each, so half of the lobby being taken care of right then and there. But apart from that, I have to say Stalwart Esports, as we did talk about their fight against DRS, it was super important for DRS to actually come out on top from that fight without losing any bodies, because Stalwart, they came in from the flank, they came in from the rear, tried to surprise DRS, where majority of the teams were fighting towards the southern portions of the map, the southern and the western parts of the circle right there. And had DRS lost even one player, then the final fight would have become a challenge for them. Also, I think Ocean would like to take this over, because ZEUS Esports, when the game started, they had a wonderful position for themselves, but then all of a sudden they found themselves in the center of everything.
I mean, ZEUS, they dropped down to the areas around shelter and they immediately moved towards the farm area. They were at a really good house, at a really good compound in the farm area. But again, if you're trying to get the prime location, everyone's going to keep an eye on you. And that's something that just, got them.
Dudes, I do want to bring this up. I mean, normally we talk about casters, because this time I believe it was the desk curse that resulted in Feature Station right there on the 15th position. I mean, no placement point, no kills, nothing. And this is something that in the green room, Ocean, you were mentioning as well.
So this is where, I'll just take this conversation. I get it, things went bad for them, but again, it was a new start. Everyone was ready for them.
True. Exactly. Perhaps as the day progresses on along, it'll be a different play altogether being showcased from that side. But we do have to talk about the rotation being made from the side of the Real Soldiers and the entirety of the team. Thus, Ocean, take us through their performance.
Talking about this one, right, as we are just talking about the way DRS just likes to play for themselves, we'll see that. Obviously, around the areas of Yasna and Poliana is where they mostly start up for themselves. And look at this. Everyone drops down. This actually shows one thing. First thing, one player just goes to find up a vehicle, gets a vehicle and brings this for his teammate. They find another vehicle here. That's really good for their rotations. Now they know that they're at the edge of the circle, right, for themselves. So they'll have to move somewhere. And that's where their movement starts up, just in the first circle as the first circle is progressing. And right now they feel it's kind of a central zone. But as soon as the circle chips, I mean, Johnny, this
Yeah.
was the most crucial rotation because this is where they were gathering a huge chunk of information for themselves.
Exactly. And this is where one more challenge came into place, where we saw DRS sort of, well, they basically threaded the needle between BABLU Clarity and Stalwart Esports again. It was a tough rotation, but this team, they managed to find their way to where they want to be exactly. And it was a wonderful way they were moving around the map. Because I remember me and Ocean were watching this game and we were having this conversation. We were like, all right, DRS, it doesn't look like they're going to make it on the other side, but they did.
This is a 3-1 split in which the one lone player is Nima, giving out all the information, and 3 players on a different side for themselves, trying to gather the maximum amount of area inside the circle, trying to gather the most utilization of the zone for themselves. So you see Nima just a bit away, whilst every other player is just not trying to actually maintain that area for themselves in the circle. And as soon as the circle shifts, well, obviously was one player from Vibes remaining, one player from DE remaining. So everyone, in fact Nima as well, everyone just charges in and well, they get the game.
They certainly do. And they do it in style, of course. But this is just game number 1 taken care of. We still have 5 more games remaining for the day. And talking about the games itself, well, it was an exciting, exhilarating ride because right off the bat, as soon as the players launched themselves into the battleground, we had these fights taken on and FS were sadly at the receiving end.
Exactly. R3D, they started it off and they were, well, it looked like they were going to end it as well because they were behind Future Station for quite a while over there.
True.
And we were talking about the team that won the game. Well, Raw was giving them a lot of trouble, but then all of a sudden we saw Raw vanish from the map.
For Raw, always there has been just one thing. We were discussing about it.
Yeah.
They like to engage the fights, but they don't have the correct positioning in the fights. Hence, a fight that they feel is a good fight immediately just changes its own pace against them. So you look at this, right? They were looking really good, but well, they were at the edge of the circle. And once you're at the edge of the circle, well, you'll have to just maintain yourself. For T2K, the only bad thing was, again, being at the edge of the, well, blue zone this time, and it's the 5th circle, it's giving you a lot of damage. Vibes, i8 was trying to charge on them, but Vibes played brilliantly, just, dishing out damage on each and every individual player of i8 and then, shutting them down.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, we were seeing a lot of teams make a lot of desperate moves, just going for those open pushes, trying to find a way inside the circle, trying to see if they can survive a fight. Because again, this open area, it's going to make sure that you're going to be vulnerable and getting shot at from multiple different directions. It's going to be very tricky to survive. And DRS, again, as you notice, all the fights, majority of the fights are happening towards the southern edge of the circle, while DRS are up on the northeastern side and have taken control of that northern position. And, well, they did that till the end of the game, basically.
So there was that one player, IC, as well. I guess you remember, right? His 4-time spray. It was just not looking like IC trying to go for that spray. I mean, you remember how unstable his weapon was at that moment. That just changed everything against ZEUS. And, well, if you look at this, 440, well, it looks like they've had a voltage shock for themselves because, again, they are not getting those skill points.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet is where I'll draw the line for the side of ZEUS Esports, because again, when it comes to their performance, you can definitely expect a rise from their style of play on the other front. Talking about the teams that were on the front itself, I mean, they have had a really good start of the game. Talk about all the way till Stalwart. 1800, 1000, 1300, 1600, perfect play being showcased from these sides.
Top 5.
Exactly. And Ocean, by the way, if you add the kills of High Voltage and Stalwart, it's 11 again.
Yeah, I did do that on my mind, so I get that. But again, just think about it. We were talking how DRS and T2K, they are kind of getting up their rivalry for themselves. Right now, one team is just pushing up ahead with the chicken dinner. The other team, well, they just have 1 point for themselves, from the kill department, as we just saw right now. And then DE, whatever they lost, obviously just not playing the 3rd Super Weekend. Now, as the scores were at the base ground at 0, they are trying to gain it back again, which is good.
Oh yes, they definitely are. I mean, only a 3 point shy from that first position. They're looking pretty comfortable as of now, and it's only the first game taken care of. So let's move on with the show. Let's move on, have a look at the schedule, where the first game was certainly on Erangel, but now as this show progresses on, we are going to be jumping into the hot map of Miramar, and this is where a different playstyle can be anticipated. Because again, I mean, I just don't like the fact that, on the desk we spoke about these two teams incredibly. Future Station and Wizzes with Vibes. So Future Station came 15th, Wizzes with Vibes came 16th in this first game. So now as we move on to Miramar, what team should we talk about that's probably not going to be able to perform?
No.
It's like a dark
No.
conversation that resulted from that first prediction.
Ocean is like, we're not gonna talk about it.
From the desk. No, that's not right.
No. But if we just talk about a team that might perform really good, I would say Stalwart is a team that will perform really good. See, previously we talked about Wives, right? I picked that team, and well, that team was in top 3 again. Super proud of that. But this time we talk about Stalwart, right? Because it's kind of their map. We see those bolt actions coming in. We see those mini tabs coming in. We see how pick a top. These players like to have a high ground for themselves in most of the fights. That's a good thing. And for ZEUS, well, this time, maybe let's not bifurcate from your own teammates when it's those fighting moments, because we've seen in Super Weekends as Zeol just gets to a high ground and is just away from his teammates and gets taken down. Maybe let's not do that.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for the side of these Mongolian teams. On the other front, Warren, what region, what team do you want to predict?
I would say this time I'm feeling a little bit of an vibe coming from T2K, not vibe this time.
Right.
I mean, T2K have had a pretty wonderful run on Miramar, and they have always managed to find those points for themselves. So I believe if they want to cut the difference between them and DRS, they're going to want to do it right now in this game.
Hey, enough banter from our side. Our predictions are set in stone. Now it's time to get jumping into the second game of the day. It is time for us to throw it all the way to the other side to XP and play.
Always forget to unmute myself, actually. Always forget to unmute myself. But thank you again for that, Blotter. So, Ocean said no. But he did go with Stalwart at the end of the day. So, I guess it's a viable pick.
I guess it is because, they did make it out towards the end, so he is going to pick the stronger ones. But of course, all jokes aside, game number 2 is going to be underway on our screens just about now. And of course, we are going to be flying over the deserts of Miramar. And if we have a look at the flight path play, we are going to be flying pretty much towards the northwest this time, all the way from Minas Del Valle. We're going to be flying over the dreaded city of Los Leones, the one city that you hate the most on this map. And of course, we're going to be ending things at El Azahar, Tierra Blanca, all the way towards the northwest. Now, again, I want to see something different. I am going to assume that, a couple of teams are going to be changing their drop spots just to be a bit more, aggressive and a bit more versatile in this game, something that we can possibly see sooner or later. But right now, we're going to focus on Mafia Ninja as he soars through the air, hitting terminal velocity, dropping to the ground like a rock. He better pull that chute, Blake.
I do want to go skydiving.
Right?
Yeah. I feel like I'm afraid of the deep. I love water, but I'm afraid of the deep, so I don't think deep sea diving is going to be my thing. Or even
you haven't
snorkeling.
even been to the deep end of the pool, Blake. You only just wander around.
I can't
in the
swim,
shallow.
all right? I like my land. Like, stop bullying me. But I would very well love to go skydiving. You know what? We should do a skydiving thing someday soon. Hopefully, if we
hit me up.
If we have a lad or something, we meet up. We definitely go for it. We drag Ocean as well. And let's see if he says no to that. But let's jump on in to what the zone is gonna be.
Okay.
I like that. Ooh, I like that. Firstly, Los Leones ain't in it. Secondly, a lot of these teams have to make a bit of a hasty run very early.
Let's be real here, Blay. I know it. Everyone in the chat knows it. The only reason is because Los Leones is not in the circle. We are going to have, those crazy migrations sooner or later. But I guess Blay is going to be a happy man. I wonder, however, if the action kind of, tinkers down on El Pozo. Let's see how happy you are. But as of now, we are going to have some massive hills. We are going to have some craters. We're going to have some barren landscape for you guys. And, for all the players to fight in. Now, quickly, just off the bat, if I have a look at the drop spots, a few changes coming around this time. I like how ZEUS have kind of headed off towards El Azahar. Again, if you keep one thing in mind, Blame, no one's really gone out of their way as of now, judging by the playing path, of course. But teams like Clarity BABLU, teams like DRS, High Voltage, they all can make a mad dash for all that open real estate towards the west. I mean, cities like El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, they are completely unoccupied as of right now. And sooner or later, I'm pretty sure teams are going to anticipate that, the north side of the map just might be empty. So expect teams to start moving around as soon as they have basic kit on themselves. Elsewhere, as far as action goes, nothing out of the ordinary, but have a look at how Future Station are spread out really thin.
They are spread a little thin, and that is something I would say worries me. Obviously, you know, they know what they're doing much better than all of us would. But yeah, looking at the playing path, they should be wary of a member getting picked off. Speaking of members getting picked off, we saw it was Clutch Baba, the first casualty of the first game, just about half an hour ago. So that's something that would definitely be on the back of their minds. BABLU's going to be happy, right, XP? They're going to be making the way all the way, maybe perhaps Trailer Park. They could head towards Ruins as well, loot up there, and then move on in very late, maybe once the second circle takes place. El Pozo's there for the picking. But I am a little surprised, I won't lie, that we haven't seen much of a mad dash from the teams who have dropped on the southeastern side. Because I8, A1, 7C, DRS, they look at a zone, and they would know that when it comes to like in the area around Picado and Power Grid, there's going to be a lot of teams over there. So if they take this sweet time moving on in, it could be just very high risk. Or are they? Are they assuming that the teams who are already in a circle are going to be moving in further towards Northwest XP? I think that's what they're relying on right now.
The point you made, the second point is definitely going to hold a lot more weight in court. I mean, definitely they are going to be biding their time. They're going to wait for everyone to move in. But also, since, they are not in the position as, say, High Voltage or Clarity are, right? What they need to do is get a minimal amount of kit and start moving north. What teams like 7C and I8 need to do is make sure you have plenty of utilities. And I'm talking about meds, you have your vehicles, you have a little bit of firepower, and you have at least level 2 gear on you, because you are going to be making that mad dash through the desert. It is going to be pretty much Fury Road in a few moments time, so they got to be prepared for that. So it is even if they take the same path, the preparation is going to be a lot different, because they are anticipating that they're going to have to roll through heavy gunfire. And also we've kind of seen this in the past play. The first ones usually to move to the new circle are the ones that are caught out on rotation, because, again, you see the first block of cars heading towards you, you're going to shoot at them. So, once a couple of teams get caught up in the firefight, that is when teams like 7C, I8, they can kind of sneak their way in. But also, you got to keep in mind, they got to have utilities.
You got to have utility. That is something which is going to be very, very paramount on the map of Miramar, considering how the lay of the land is. You sometimes might find yourself with no cover whatsoever, apart from your vehicle or maybe a couple of scattered rocks.
Blay, just like how I eat my chicken, these guys are going to leave those cities bone dry. That's what's going to happen. They need to make sure they loot everything. Is towards the north, these hills, man, they really love rolling in and out. You have some amazing hills and you have some amazing valleys. Well, unless they become death valleys when you're caught out from all sides. But again, everyone is going to be pretty happy with their position. We might see a little exchange of fire, especially on moving vehicles. But as far as all-out action is concerned, nothing yet unless someone hits up the other's compound.
Yeah, true. So it could be a bit of a slower start. Let's see how it does play out here. It's one of those maps, it's one of those games, XP, where, you look at a circle shift and you kind of get lulled into a false sense of belief that it is going to be early fights breaking out because of the crazy rotations. But if you actually pay attention to the zone, you're like, no, not really. No one really has to run across each other. and that is indeed going to be the way this one plays out. BABLU have made their way towards the trailer park XP. I think they're going to be heading further towards La Cobreria, which is interesting for me. Right now, trailer park is empty. They could potentially just make their foothold over there, but the closer they head towards La Cobreria or maybe towards the Crater Fields, what do you think about that?
It's also the terrain. So La Cobreria has those high walls you can actually take cover from. You do not have to be fighting fights on all fronts. I think in Trailer Park you're going to be a lot more exposed. And again, it's closer to the periphery, as you did mention. You want to be a little closer to the center. But right now, this is going to be exciting because PKP does have that Car 98 on his back, and it was kind of trained on Deadeye's guys' position. Question is, are Deadeye's guys aware that, they can be potential prey because someone is looking at them through their crosshair? Now this is the moment. This circle shift is going to put everyone in a bit of a mad panic, but
not really.
You know what? Actually, everyone's going to be comfortable.
Yeah, and BABLU's actually going to be moving in further.
Have a look at 7C Blay.
Are you kidding me?
Talk about taking the time.
Yeah, they are taking a sweet time. Now, they could actually, if they have the first aid kits and their adrenaline shots and everything going for them, they could potentially catch a lot of teams by surprise coming in very, very late XP. But then you got to remember, in the past couple of seasons, there's been a big shift, right? So you see the teams who get the most number of kills are also the teams who get the chicken dinners, who get the top 3 placings. So just placement points aren't going to be enough. And look at look at the path they're taking. They're not even cutting across Los Leones XP. They are being extremely paranoid, and considering it's a third circle and the Blues going to start dealing quite a bit of damage, I do worry for them, but I see an immediate detour towards Minas del Valle. So I guess they're going to be coming through Chumacera and coming in straight from down south, but you can see how much the Blues taking away. They're going to be taking individual vehicles, but it's just chipping away at them, and that makes me a bit nervous, especially for Fear and Smokey.
It is because, have a look at the utilities. 4 bandages and a first aid kit is not going to be enough, especially if you're going to be playing bumper cars while making it safety, because, every second does count. But on the other hand, there you have it. We are going to be dropping off a few first aid kits. So they are, decently kitted out as far as, utilities and health items are concerned. And, let's see if they make it without cutting a sweat. Elsewhere, it does look like ZEUS Esports are going to come under fire. And, Zibian almost getting a knock on Zake. I mean, he's still trying to ascertain the position as to where this fire is coming from, so Wally can do something, but it kind of looks like they are going to back out because T2K could be pushing in on BABLU's location. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of this in this game. A lot of fights around the craters.
I love this. I love ridge-based battles. I feel it leads to some cleaner fights, so to speak. And look, I have nothing against urban warfare. I feel like when you have buildings in these fights, it makes for more interesting. I wouldn't say interesting, but I feel like more hectic duels coming out, right? But I feel like when it comes to these sort of like open ridges and whatnot, it's usually the superior team when it comes to the sheer firepower and good teamwork tends to come out on top. But when you have like urban warfare, I feel it does kind of slightly favor, I wouldn't say favor, but gives the underdogs a little bit more of a chance because, it can be chaotic. You can somehow sneak away from a fight. But if you look at, let's say, an open ridge battle against someone like Stalwart DRS, you're kind of done for unless you hit some nutty shots.
Also, you got to keep a 360 vigil, because you got to make sure everything is going to be secure around you. As Godless does realize there are some vehicles driving past, and he is going to unleash with that M4 now. C-Wine is going to have to alight from his vehicle, of course. Not the favorite vehicle for rocky terrain because it does bounce and it doesn't really have enough torque to get up a few of those, itchy positions. But right now, C-Wine does have the fact that he has that little Rewind for cover, which is going to be coming in handy, while his teammates are going to try and make some sense of the situation. Now, ZEUS, of course, do have a proper cemented, fortified position from where they just need to dish out damage, while Feed Station could be caught out in the open. And as the circle shifts, both teams are going to have to move. Now, ZEUS have their work cut out. Do they move quickly and assert their dominance over the compound in the zone before somebody else does, or do they want to actually take the fight to the enemy? Because it looks like Stalwart Esports are going to be getting ready for a little bit of an onslaught. Wizzes with Vibes are in the circle and could potentially gatekeep them, but again, it does look like they might have an option to move further down south, just south of Hacienda. You know, you do have San Martin. If they can sneak their way in a few buildings, they are still safe. But it looks like 7 Seablay are finally out of the blue. But again, they have a lot of work cut out for them. They still have to make it to the circle. But if you have a look at them, nothing really seems to be in their way.
Nothing in their way, you say, XP, but you never know. You never know. Wizzes with Vibes have found someone in their way, and unfortunately, it's Stalwart. And that is going to be first blood, XP. We finally have a casualty after the 13-minute mark. So yes, it has been a quiet start so far, but a body will finally be put 6 feet under, courtesy of Stalwart Esports. But unfortunately for Wizzes with Vibes, it's going to be one of theirs. They had a rough start in the first game, XP. They would definitely be looking to kind of reverse their fortunes here on map number 2.
I don't know if you'd call that a rough start or just pure bad luck. I mean, I don't know what that was. But right now, A1 Esports are going to be rolling on in Raw's position. Asada is going to get first blood. He gets jacked. But Sinister is going to be quick on the trigger and takes him down instead. Now, Joker moving in. Can he do anything for his team here, Blade? He does.
Oh, that is just unfortunate. And where are the rest of his teammates coming in? They're so late. This is a staggered approach. We're not expecting the Joker to be putting in so much good work. And it's going to finish off Sinister. They've lost 2 members already here, have A1 Esports. And Joker is trapped on top. And his teammates are far away. We can see them on the vehicles. If you look at their minimap, they are slowly making the way towards Joker's position. But High Voltage, they've heard all the commotion. They're joining the fray as well. And that means 9boy, he could be in a rough spot here. He's kind of far away out in the open. Bishal getting tagged a couple of times, but it's going to be BABLU, in fact, going up against High Voltage. So a 3-way battle breaking out here. 9boy, however, will be finished off by BABLU. I thought it was going to be High Voltage to do the job, and Dante is going to be taken down. That nade was cooked to perfection.
Again, I love the fact that, you know, they had kind of just pincered him off. He had nowhere to escape, and lovely cover coming in from BABLU, who was, again, I'd say about 200 meters away from his teammates. So precision strikes from him. It makes sure that his team is going to live to fight another day. Now, High Voltage is trying to get the most of this commotion. They know, they kind of feel that, you know what, the enemy could be a bit depleted, but right now we are going to switch to Pika. As he does see the enemy go twice, switches to his M4, and the blink of an eye, Wizzes with Vibes are going to be down 1 man.
Yeah, that was a replay of how they lost a man early on. So we have a bit of he not only finished off the knockdown player, but also got the knock as well and finish in the end. DRS XP, they are in a bit of a spot here. Unfortunately, I mean, well, fortunately everyone's still alive, but they're being gate kept pretty magnificently. As I say that, a knock onto a member of High Voltage, but a reply comes in. Now, Gyalzen, the smoke has been deployed, so even though he's at the edge of the blue, he could potentially be res, but look at Aussie coming in from uphill XP. If he's got a right angle, he could finish off 2 members of DRS, and that means Mafia Ninja has a lot of work to do. He's going to try and protect his teammates, because Gyalzen is still in the blue, and he is getting, well, just chipped away, and I believe he will be finished off. A second knock takes place as well. Mafia Ninja down, XP, and High Voltage are doing a great job keeping DRS at bay. Extreme, though, gets spotted out. Nima, he needs to win this duel, and he won't.
My goodness!
That is an atrocious attempt from Nima. He should have had that in the bag, XP, but he will be found out, and that is going to be DRS down to a 1-man squad.
A couple of hiccups coming in for DRS over here. Nima should have collected that mark. He should have got those dog tags off Extreme. It looks like it's going to be the other way around as AJ is spotted out in the distance. That means DRS now down to a 1-man squad. And boy, oh boy, Extreme should not have been moving around right now. But again, a few mistakes were made and, well, the price has been paid. Moving on, we are going to have a few teams topple over. And DRS could be joining the fray sooner or later. As again, they only have 1 man keeping their hopes alive. As well, Extreme is going to crush the skull of Nima with the back wheel of his vehicle. Ouch, that is going to hurt. Elsewhere, AJ, he knows he's the last man standing, but not one to put up a fight or miss the opportunity as he spots Fair in the distance. Now, the distance is quite a bit, but it looks like his optimistic is as ever reaching. I mean, he's going for that blade.
He is going for that. He's being very optimistic. Amongst all the commotion, though, XP, Wizzes with Vibes. Last, again. It's been,
wait, what?
Yeah, they got wiped out, XP. It just a while ago. but I think it was BABLU who got a kill on them, and then I think it was R3D who unloaded on them as well. So just a rough end. AJ, is that Spider Truck? What the hell is that? Spider Van, rather. Literally driving down vertically on that cliff wall, and he's still going around in the party van. The guy has... listen, I don't know how that van is able to carry him with testicles that big.
Right?
But
He's
right,
in a good mood.
he's finally alighted. He's repositioned himself, and he's alive. Great job from him, and he somehow snuck himself. He's kind of somehow managed to sneak himself between 3 members of Vibes, and they have no idea.
Again, he is on the other side of this cliff, and Vibes really can't do anything about it because it's going to be problematic if they go for the kill. If they get knocked out, that is going to be the end of their current game. So again, AJ is on survival mode play. He's going to make sure he doesn't budge because Killer could be the first one who gets a glimpse of him. And well, if he lives up to his name, he might just put a bullet between his eyes. But Jiggle, oh boy, Jiggle's getting a bit frantic. He knows the enemy is right next to him. He's trying to look for a little bit of an opening. But again, he's just going to be content with 7C in the distance now. 7C are going to be making a move. Smokey could be spotted out, but he does get on the other side of the hill in the nick of time, whereas the circle is going to be shifting any second, and this could be problematic. I like how dead in the center, lovely circle, because dead in the center, we have the only few compounds left in the zone now, and we have potentially 3 teams in close proximity to one another. Now, Deadeye's guys, if they hold on to their position, they are going to have to fend off ZEUS. They are going to have to fend off another couple of teams coming in, Future Station, Stalwart Esports. Oh, Blade, this is exciting. It is going to be a bloodbath, and in a matter of moments, teams are going to be toppling over one another like dominoes. And let's try and keep track, eh?
I'm going to try. But you know what impresses me the most? 7C are in the circle.
Hey, man.
They were
Doesn't matter how you make it, as long as you make it.
Yeah, as long as you make it, but it's kind of nutty, and they only lost a member. Oh, I say that, Fear will be knocked down by high voltage, but this particular battle, oh no, Vibes, they've been sticking around the blue for far too long, and because of that, a man will be knocked down by the zone. Still. Oh, that's brave from Assassin. Those are some crushed ankles. But he will manage to get the roll. That's painful. Very risky. The play zone. Oh no, Assassin! The blue finds him. XP, this has all gone wrong. Vibes. Assassin, what was he thinking? I felt like, I guess he thought he's got like robot legs or cyborg legs. He falls down. He's not able to heal himself in time. The blue finds him, and it's going to be an easy free kill for I8 as Waru from the distance spotted out by the sole surviving member of DRS. And AJ, it's only 1 kill, XP, but it's some sweet vengeance on high voltage.
Oh, it is sweet vengeance, but right now that 1 kill could be extended to 2, maybe even 3, because Vibes is going to be hitting the palm trees. That is not what you're supposed to do, and sooner or later, AJ might just line up a shot. I'm expecting some bullets to come in from the back, but it looks like Vibes are going to make it a safety. However, Smokey is going to be lying in wait for them, and they have been caught by the vehicles. Jiggle is going to get caught out. He goes down. Praveen does fire. He does manage to save the day, but from distance, it is going to be blah, blah, blah from RAW that comes in and makes sure Praveen is last man standing for his team.
That was some really cool parking from Praveen, by the way. Oh no, Praveen! Points for the parking skill. That was spectacular. I love the drift, but he will drift off to, well, La La Land. He's done for. That's going to be Vibes out, XP, but that was cool. That was really cool to watch. Deadeye's guys, 7 kills.
Not from Jiggle's point of view, though.
Not from Jiggle's point of view.
Wait a second, where did this car come from?
Well, right now, where are R2D coming from? They're taking a fight to Stalwart Esports. So down to a 2-man squad, just 1 kill to the name, XP. And amongst all the commotion, mind you, ZEUS as well got wiped out, but we even failed to notice that because of how hectic it's been. But what a spray from Frack Boy! That's a laser beam. Bullets just perforating the members of Stalwart Esports, who I do believe are down to a 1-man squad. They need to get the res. Pika needs to pick up his teammate. They're right at the edge of the circle as high voltage now having to go up against the Pakistani side of I8. Reviews, he spots him out. He's kind of the recon guy and is going to fall on back. He's conveyed exactly where his opponents are, grouping up with his teammates, and they're all going to start bombarding high voltage with the nades that they should definitely have in their backpacks.
They definitely should. Now, High Voltage actually do have a little bit of an upper hand unless IA decides to push up on their position. And talking about IA, they are going to be seeing Seal in the distance. A few shots have been let loose, but Uzum is going to come under fire. Oh, and he takes cover behind that trunk in the nick of time. Now, Seal Esports, they do have the high ground, but sooner or later, they are going to have to come down. So what they need to do right now is make sure the boosters are on a high as Crypto. I mean, that is just problematic. I do believe he was the distraction, but he is going to pay a heavy price as Havoc goes down. Now, Aussie and Extreme are going to come under fire. Extreme could be the wild card over here, as all attention is going to be on Aussie. That vehicle is going to go boom, and with it, Aussie goes down as well.
The blue's moving in. The blue is moving in, and it's behind IA. So even though there's one member alive for High Voltage, he could do a lot of good work, but he will be found out and finished off real quickly there. And IA lose the man, but they're able to wipe out High Voltage from the server. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that is perfection. That is beautiful from RAW. The last man standing for RAW and blah, 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 blah. He finishes off the entirety of the squad. Brilliant stuff. Goodbye, Deadeyes, guys. However, XP now is alone. And Future Station, they're moving in and they have all 4 players alive and kicking. But first, they're going to be taking a few shots in the direction of Trained to Kill.
Now, Train to Kill are in a good spot. They do have the high ground. However, I like the fact this is beautiful. Jane is going to be completely aware that they need to deal with the enemy to their right. But looks like Clutch Baba is going to spot Legend in the distance. He's going to take him down. Sandesh is going to come down as well, courtesy of Magnet. And in the blink of an eye, T2K, the boys who are trained to kill, work hard out. Looks like Future Station were definitely looking in the future. They knew exactly the paths they were going to take. And, well, they delivered. Now, we've seen these boys play do miraculous things when only one of them is surviving. But right now, Future Station 1952 have all 4 members alive and kicking. And I really can't say the same for Wall-E because he is taking damage from the blue. He can't really do anything. And this is going to come down to a 4-on-1 situation. I think Raw just might make it to number 2 because I8, although they're just outside the circle, oh boy, they know exactly that they are pinned down. They are going to have to make a dash for it today, but it looks like Red Fuse is caught out. I would have expected some smokes to be popped down and a little mad dash in the vehicle, but again, maybe the utilities ran out, and with that, down to the final 3 teams.
I love how blah, blah, blah was the one to get the kill, right? And now Future Station like, wait, what's happening over there? Who's this one guy hiding amongst all these little huts? And they're going to be moving in for the hunt. That is an opportunity for Wally to head on down. Instead, he's going to try and heal himself. He's got a lot of first aid kits to work with and blah, blah, blah. He is going to try and dodge these players as he spotted out. It looks like he has made are going to be sailing over his head. He will finally meet his maker, and that is going to be it. 12 kills for RAW. Wally trying to delay the inevitable for as long as humanly possible. But ladies and gentlemen, Future Station XP for a change. It's not one member alive in the final circle, the full squad, and that is going to be it. And they will get a chicken dinner. Only 5 kills, but doesn't matter when you get those 15 placement points.
There you have it, Clutch Baba elated, looks at the camera, grabs it, and is going to be happy, as of course are all the other members as well. Now, I'm telling you one thing, they did get the win, but I love the fact they're not letting it get to the head. Especially on the bottom right over there, he still kept his face as calm as he could. You know, you got to have that poker face play. You can't let your emotions go out, but of course, Future Station, winner, chicken dinner, 5 kills, but the story is all 4 members alive. This is like a first for them, isn't it?
I think it's a first for them, and I'm very happy for them. We've been casting these guys for a while. 1952 Future Station, and to get a chicken dinner in the second game of the finals, the South Asia Season 4 finals, is definitely something very, very impressive. We have 18 maps, XP, 18 games to be played over this weekend. We're done with 2. Of course, we still have quite a number of games to be played, but Future Station making a statement like here, maybe a top 6, you never know.
You never know, and again, a lot of firsts coming in. We saw action break out a little unevenly this time around, and a lot of predictions were coming right, which again, kind of scares me. But anyway, Future Station, man, all 4 members alive, getting the job done, winning the chicken dinner in Miramar, which means now the analyst desk is going to come and do their little magic on our screens, which is going to be on the other side of this break.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby.
Welcome to the finals week of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We just got done with the second game of the day. Day number 1 of the finals, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. But boy, oh boy, what a game this was. I mean, first game, FS not being able to perform, but this time around, it seems like it worked out perfectly for them.
Exactly. I mean, the first game we saw a few mistakes being made, but this time they just get up, shake it off, and walk away with a chicken dinner. And a very nice one as well, but also we were expecting a lot from Deadeye's guys based on where they were inside the circle.
That is correct. That is correct. But you know, talking about this lad, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the domination. 6 kills, 1,077 damage, 23 plus minutes of survival time with 3 assists. Oh, the amount of kills that Ruthless Aggressive Warriors have accumulated. I guess it was 12. And 90% of the contribution coming down from this one lad. Well, the old blah 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 vibes are just coming back again.
Exactly. I mean, as we talked about DE, this was the man responsible for destroying them with a nade of his. Incredible performance from him.
Absolutely. As we move on to the top players coming in from this game, we of course do have blah 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 right there up top, along with his teammate Joker chiming in with 5 kills, 616 damage to start.
I love it. I love it. Just this thing about, right? 11 kills are just here for Ruthless Aggressive Warriors in these 2 lads. Then we have Jane from T2K, Shifu from Deadeye's guys. Shifu, he survived previous game. If you remember, right? In the previous game, Deadeye's, they were surviving really good. And it was all thanks to this lad as well. Reviews coming in from I8. Just think about it. 2 players with high kill numbers, and then you have high damage numbers on the other players. That shows the variation of impact in the entirety of the game.
Absolutely. And as along we move, we do have, of course, Future Station and the team that was, well, trying to get that heal battle working for themselves. Certainly did work out in the favor, as they did walk away with those placement points for themselves.
I mean, Ocean called it out before it even happened when he saw what Wally was doing, that the team was going to finish second, because blah blah blah's position after he finished off the players of DE, there was just 1 point of collision, which was the entire squad of Future Station. Now, he did try to survive, but just the fact that Future Station at that point were, well, they knew exactly what the situation was. They knew they had the advantage, and they knew they had to press it then and there, just led to the finish that we saw of this game. Wally still an incredible performance, and ZEUS Esports, I mean, finishes like these are the ones that we expect from them.
I mean, definitely, but you looked at his survival time, right? Seal's survival time average, it was 20 minutes. And that shows that the players were being taken down early as well. And then there was Wally with almost double-digit heals for himself. Once we spectated, he had 7 heals, obviously 7 first aids. He was using those. So he was dishing out the time in which the fight was happening onto inside the circle. And so that's the reason that Future Station just got a chicken dinner for themselves. But Wally 918 is the most heal number. That's really good, because that got them to 12 points for themselves from Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. It's blah 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 with impact over damage, over kills, and longer distance kill, which is a speciality of Miramar.
Absolutely. What a play. What a phenomenal play coming in from these 2 teams. But as we move on forth, let's have a look at the match ranking, where we do have Raw's aggressive playstyle working in their favor with the 12 kills. The only team in that 2-digit marker in this game of Miramar with 22 points is what they're able to accumulate.
Yeah. Quite a nice finish from the side of Raw, but also DRS is missing from the top 8. So that means this is going to be the opportunity for teams like Raw, ZEUS Esports, and I8, the teams that were missing from the first half of the standings, to catch up.
Deadeye's guys, they will be at the first position if I'm not wrong, right?
Exactly.
They have 10 points. They have the numbers for themselves. No chicken dinner, but the consistency. I mean, they're at 5th. I get it. Previous game they were at 2nd, but still they have those points just to justify their gameplay.
Exactly. It's going to keep them in the fight.
But one thing to actually bring up, as Ocean was mentioning, that this is just the match ranking, right? The overall storyboard will still be certainly favoring, as the consistency in the kill department for DE is definitely going to be keeping them in that top.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like they'll be at the top position for sure. But ZEUS, previous game, what was it? 1 point? This game, nada.
And it's, well, it's not just them.
Wizzes went out.
Exactly. It's not just them.
Oh, no.
2 of the best, like, alright, Wizzes
so,
vibes,
Blotter, I wanna just steal one of your lines and just gonna go ayayo.
Indeed, dude, it is an ayayo moment coming in, especially from the side of Wizzes with vibes. You know, I mean,
I love this. I love this dialogue now.
Or rather, the other moment that I do love is going to be an ouch moment right there. But boy, oh boy, what a play this has turned out to be. What a day this is turning out to be. We still have 4 more games remaining, but as we just did see a comeback coming in from Future Station, let's have a look at their stats as to what they showcased in this game.
I would say so. Look at the stats of entry. Look at the stats of entry right now. If you do, just tell me the damage number. So you know, I don't know. Yeah. All right, yeah, that justifies everything. But you know, if you just look at where the circle was and where the players were, we were talking about it, right? The players were bifurcating away from each other when they tried to just enter inside the circle. Look at this. Look at the way these lads did rotate. I mean, this takes a lot of just time if we just talk about it, because the players did come out here and then they had a good impact on the second to third circle rotation. But as soon as they knew that the circle might just, just be on their sidelines, they slowly and steadily, look at this. Again, just one player on the back lines of water treatment, whilst the other one is trying to get inside the circle. And now is when they realize it's time to stick together.
Yeah.
And well, they had a good impact, because, I mean, Johnny, this is where entirety of the fights and entirety of the circle was just,
exactly
having its impact.
And I mean, it was all about the timing from this point, because the compounds that are there, the compounds in the center of the circle, well, now towards the southeastern part of the map, where we see the players in fact close in, is where the players from Deadeye's guys were. And had the players from Future Station moved in a little bit earlier, they would have been in a world of trouble. But the timing was perfect, it was quite precise, and this is like classic Future Station, right? They get the maximum points with the minimum effort. It was an incredible performance from their side. I mean, they do not necessarily take fights, but we know this team, they know how to survive.
But along with this, I do want to ask you one question, both of you actually. Had blah 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 not taken down DE right there, there could have been a different performance from the side of Future Station, maybe. The result could have been a little different. What do you think?
I mean, maybe, but by that
in a
time,
different universe.
yeah, exactly. Because by that time, Deadeye's guys, they were all huddled up together in that one compound, just trying to get the revives on, and even Future Station would have been able to take them out.
See, that's where things get interesting, because from that one performance coming in from the side of blah blah blah, the destiny was written, and for that Future Station are certainly going to be very happy with that. We did see some kills coming in around 13-14 minute marker from this game, so let's move on and have a look at all those perfect fights that took place in this map.
And then Stalwart again, just, look at this. They tried to dish out a lot of damage. They did manage to take down a few players here and there. And that's where Wizzes with Vibes just, faulted down. So, in this match specifically, we saw a lot of failed rushes happening, which is not the case with Miramar. Mostly, it, right? It's open land. So, if you want to rush in at someone, you obviously would want to take 1 or 2 casualties. But this time, those were the specific things that just took the players down, and well, raw. They won our hearts, to be honest, with an amazing gameplay this time. Look at this again. A rush is happening. The players are trying to go for it, but look at that. The players are being taken down. Failed rushes in its entirety.
I completely agree with what the Ocean is trying to say, because we saw that happen multiple times in this game, where the teams would just go for those blind pushes and end up getting completely decimated just because they did not realize they were running into an ambush. But it was quite interesting to see how the other teams were actually playing around with the circle, because we were talking about this during the game as to how important the hill that is just southeast of the Crater Fields area was going to be, and absolutely no one went for it. Everyone just tried to play as safe as possible in these early matches, and because of that we saw a lot of weird collisions and team getting stuck in awkward positions. One of those was what happened with the players of Vibe. We're going to see that shortly. They try and contest the center with a very awkward charge, and they just find themselves right next to the players of D and get taken out.
Yeah, that's true. But this is where we were talking about the way blah 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 just played. Obviously, he was on the sidelines, took down a few players, and as soon as he did take him down, look at this. This nade just changed the entire course of what we witnessed. And well, Wally was onto the outskirts. He was just trying to just survive and deny the kill as well. Well, he did that in Future Station. They had a good game. So I believe this is a start for Future Station. We might as well just witness a bit more. Better performance from
for Raw as well.
I agree. Yeah.
Indeed. That same conversation for Raw is what I was going to point out. But along with that, I've been talking about Stalwart. This was another team that we had been talking about in the pre-game segment. They were part of fights. Almost 800 damage is what they were able to be a part of. But sadly, only 1 kill point is what they walk away with.
All right,
moment right there.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So there are always these kind of teams in each and every game. You'll find a team with maybe 1 kill or 2 kill or no kills as well, and having a high amount of damage. That just showcases, and especially in the map of Miramar, and we'll be having another Miramar as well in a while. So these kind of fights just showcase one thing, and that is, all right, you were dishing out damage, but it was not at the right area or at the right time, because it might just be, through a ridge along those sides. You might just not get a chance to rush in, and if you're rushing in again, that's a failed rush. So yeah.
Well, with that, the storyboard is being drawn slowly and steadily from one game to the next. Let's move on and have a look at that storyboard. That's going to be the overall ranking, which will be dictating what team is going to be leading the chart. And as Ocean was mentioning, Deadeyes guys certainly do find themselves up on top with the 10 points that they were able to walk away with in this Miramar game.
Exactly, the consistent performance is going to keep them on the first position. But this is what I wanted to look at, where Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, where the squad of Roy is going to find themselves, and it's going to be on the third position with 26 points, jumping up 6 position. And it's not just them. Look at Future Station coming back. Look at Seal Esports coming back. So these early matches, these early 3 to 4 matches is where the teams need to solidify themselves. Otherwise, they're going to have to get those chicken dinners in order to get boosts like these.
True that. But Ruthless Aggressive Warriors with such a massive jump, it's good. And they got 12 kills in this game. Previous game, they got 4 kills, right? So they are getting those numbers, second highest number for themselves. Deadeyes guys, 14 placement points. Obviously, they are shy of a chicken dinner yet. As of now, they did not get any. DRS, they would want to get back together again for the next game for sure, because we know it. If this team feels that, their lead is being compromised, they just pull something out of a box and they have a good game. So I would love to see how DRS just what DRS's plan B is for the next game. But talking about plan Bs, ZEUS, Wizzes with vibes, it's not working.
For now, it is not. But again, I mean, this game just clearly dictates. You have that one good game. Talk about Future Station, talk about Seal Esports. They've respectively moved up 9 positions and 7 positions. So that certainly neatly put them in that top 8 category. But the journey has just started. And for that, Wizzes with vibes, you need to get that pump rolling and ball rolling for ZEUS Esports as well.
For sure.
Yeah, hopefully that works out as we change from one map to the next. Let's move on, have a look at the schedule, as we have done 2 games. We've got through Erangel, we've got through Miramar, and now it's time to jump into Sanhok. Now, for Sanhok, what is going to be your prediction, mates? What region, what teams?
I'll let Ocean go first.
So if you're asking me for a region, right? You've seen Nepal region dominate right now. We've seen Bangladesh region dominate right now.
Oh yes.
Sanhok is a good map for a lot of Pakistani teams. So
maybe
that's the region answer. If you're talking for a team, I would want to see i8 do really good. They love to go for the fights, and that's where I would say the impact of crypto might as well just come in. We saw reviews doing really good in the first game, so maybe just as well just come back again.
That is actually a very good point, because even in this Miramar match, we saw really clinical executes coming in from the side of i8. I mean, the fight against High Voltage was actually very impressive from their side. So I'm going to be rooting for i8 as well.
Alright, with that, let's move on, get this third game on our screens, and for that, it is going to be time to throw all the way to the other side of this virtual arena. But, well, we are going to have to wait before we throw that curveball, because when it comes down to the predictions, I do want to take that once again, i8, right? I mean, when it comes down to the 3 weeks that we've seen them play before we jump into the final week itself, they were working towards those kill points again and again, every single game. The kill point that made their strategy work.
Yes.
But this time around, the 2 games that they've played, they've got more placement points than the kill department itself, and that is something that maybe might change in this game.
I mean, I do agree with that, but then, there's one more conversation that's just going on in my mind. The conversation is bootcamp. We know Stalwart just likes to drop around the area. Bootcamp, they dominated. But if you guys remember, in the last Super Weekend, we saw one Sanhok rivalry just brewing up. ZEUS and A1 Esports around the areas of Paradise, right?
The
team, the team just, loves to, both the teams just love to drop to that location. And it has been numerous times that ZEUS has wiped up A1 Esports. I would love to see if A1 Esports just has an answer to that one today, because again, this is going to be the first Sanhok in the finals, obviously. So maybe, maybe not.
They say it's a result.
If they change something.
again, I mean, like I was just mentioning, right? They say it's a resort, but it certainly has
Yeah.
not been the kind of resort that Aeon Esports were hoping for, because ZEUS Esports is just right there with the arena domination in the battleground. But once again, I mean, talking about these teams themselves, when it comes down to the rotations, we have also seen a lot of water rotations being dropped on from
Yeah.
these teams. Are you
There's
guys
always a
anticipating
team.
something like that? There's always one or two, right?
I mean, as Ocean said, there's always going to be a team, and it mostly happens when we have circles shifting towards the northern parts of the map.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've also been arguing that it is kind of a very risky move, because if you are going to try and rotate from water, especially on Sanhok, there's a high probability a team is going to take you down, and you won't be able to basically even dock your ships on the land. It is very tricky to make it work, but we've seen teams do it, and usually something that has been that the teams have been trying in the recent days is they just get off in the water and just try and see if they can swim their way in the middle of the chaos, which sometimes does work out, but it's really difficult to get the entire team on the shorelines.
I want to see one fight. It's a weird thing to ask, but
Yeah.
two teams in a boat parallel to each other and taking down sprays. I want to see something like that. I want to see which driver just takes his
Talk
team
about
to a-
Raw. I think it was the map of Erangel actually, not Sanhok, but it was during the league play days themselves.
I want to see
How
it in
this will be
Sanhok
taken
though.
part.
I want to see it in Sanhok, and that happening in the middle of three islands,
Yeah.
like in those areas.
And while that
That
is
would be
happening,
neat.
I want to see a third team step in from the shoreline and just take both of them out.
That's where Godless would probably be chiming in along with this bolt action. Maybe ZEUS Esports altogether from that northern drop could very well be bringing in that sort of an X factor from the game. But then again, I mean, it is all based on speculation right now. It is all definitely based on speculation, because after all, when it comes to the game itself, all of it is going to be based on where the zone is going to be created. And that zone, now let's move on to the zone conversation. What sort of a zone are you anticipating, or not necessarily anticipating, but would want to see a bit of a change to the meta?
I want to see a ruins circle. It's been a while we've seen a circle around ruins area, or maybe Painan, like those kind of areas. Because see, Painan is a really good area. It kind of is a bridge between two different islands as per se, and then there is ruins, which has obviously one kind of a main temple-ish area in the middle, and well, it's all open around that. So if you want to just drop down or maybe prone down, it's not going to work out for you. And plus there's a bridge as well from the backline, so if a team is just guarding that bridge and if a team is trying to get inside, it gets really tricky.
Oh yes, and again, it is Sanhok, so we know for sure that there are going to be those heal battles that are going to be taking place, and for that, for all the games that we've seen, right, for all the games that we've seen, what team would you say is definitely going to be working towards that?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Well, we're talking about survival, so I think Future Station is definitely going to be in the top of the list. Because that team, I mean, they will do anything and everything to get those placement points, which actually they do really consistently, so it's very good for them. But apart from that, it all depends where the zone is going to be, because it's always the team that is furthest away from the circle and will have a troublesome time getting into those zones.
So I believe till top 5, right? Because obviously we see high voltage as well on the 5th position in top 5. So if in top 5, if a team might be having a bad game this time, they might as well just go for a heal battle, just in case to switch things up for themselves on the survival side, right? Because not every game is the same. You might just drop down, you feel you're really good at a really good spot, but your teammates might just get taken down, and you might just be the last one surviving. So in that case, maybe take up the heals, maybe just run away from the area and start just popping up those pills and taking those bandages and then first aids eventually. So I feel teams in top 5, if they feel vulnerable, they might just go for it.
Well, that certainly can be anticipated from this map, of course, because Sanhok is going to be ruthless when it comes down to those aggressive stances that are going to be made. And in the first few minutes itself is what I'm anticipating the action to be breaking down. But in all of this, talking about contestations, we spoke about Paradise Resort, where we spoke about, of course, ZEUS Esports and A1 Esports on the other front, as we move on along. What other teams can we expect that sort of a rivalry being created based on just the drop location itself?
I mean, so this is where, I actually had this conversation in my mind.
Okay.
You guys remember T2K, PN Crew, that sort of a rivalry just, building up. Obviously, PN Crew is not here, but if we just talk about that kind of a thing, not today. I don't see any rivalry building up today, but on the last day, then there might just be a few. All
right. Well, we'll find out. We'll definitely find out. But right now, it is time to jump into this map of Sanhok, and it is time once again to throw it all the way to our casters to the other side of the arena, it is XP in play.
Well, thank you for that again, Blotter. As we will be jumping into XP, I do believe this is our second Sanhok of the tournament, so I'm excited.
I mean, you know, they were talking about predictions. They were talking about who's going to win. It's going to be chaotic down there on Sanhok. It's just going to be absolutely abysmal because everyone is going to be in a free-for-all. But of course, all speculations aside, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be boarding that big, beautiful bird as we are going to be flying over the tropical island of Sanhok. Now, Blair, unfortunately, you don't have a pina colada with you as yet, but let's pretend you do have one. Where are we flying to, my dear friend?
Well, listen, if I had a pina colada, I'll tell you where I'm going to be heading towards. I'm going to be heading towards the Bantai, down south.
Oh.
It's going to be chilling there. You have the water, you have some pretty nice... And the thing is, not many people drop to us Bantai, so I might be able to dodge the bullets, which might potentially be flying past us. But let's take a look at the plane path. It's going to be bisecting the map in half, pretty much.
I mean,
almost.
does it really matter?
It doesn't really matter, does it, right? Although, and even a zone, it's always, you know, centrally located most of the times. I would love to see something a little wild. Like, imagine a zone which only encompasses the Camp Alpha Island. Right?
Oh, you read my mind.
Yeah, towards the northwest, exactly northwest, where half the circle is in the water.
Well.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, but this is why I love Sanhok. Early action as ZEUS Esports are going to be going up against A1 all the way in Paradise Resort.
Well, normally in Paradise City, the grass is green and the girls are pretty, but this is the resort where there's going to be bloodshed and everything shall be flowing red sooner or later. It is going to be ZEUS going up against A1 Esports. Now, towards the twin houses, A1 Esports definitely aware that someone could be coming right now. Icy was trying to be sneaky, but again, if you get caught out in that position, you can't really get out of harm's way. Lovely move by A1 Esports. They know they have the upper hand, but Godless, he could be in a godless position. He could be raining down death. He needs to get up. He does shoot a few bullets. That Ratata is going to go off, but looks like A1 Esports are going to survive this. Sure. The launch spot.
ZEUS are really grouped up here, and well, Godless does a good job getting at least one knock in return, but not able to quite confirm the kill. He's going to use that opportunity to potentially push. He's going to drop him off. I love that! Brilliant rotation there from the player, and now Dante having to trade. Unfortunately, two members are there, and he is going to get the
goodness.
What a play from A1 Esports.
Play.
Take a bow, ZEUS Esports. Sayonara, baby. That was a 1v2.
I mean, if I
1v3.
just look at the mistakes right now on ZEUS's
Oh my
part,
God.
I mean, no idea where the enemy is. Let me just break it down right now. Godless, yes, wonderful jump. He gets one knock. Now he gets shot in the back. That is when ZEUS and Ably should have come in at the same time. They were going for finishing their opponents. Instead, I'm speechless. This is it. Wow.
Dude, that was a 1v3, man. That was literally
Beautiful job by
1v3.
A1 Esports. I mean, no doubt about that. I mean, he kept his calm. He kept his composure. That is what you want from the best teams. And A1 Esports, have a look at this.
All right, so Icy's firstly is lying prone. All right, so they're going for the res, right? The knock takes place, and then immediately Dante gets the first. Two of them. Again, look at the spacing, XP. The spacing is terrible. They're going for 1v1 fights. Again, Ably goes out wide, and ZEUS just jumps straight into the bullets. The spacing is all over the place. They were giving Dante individual fights. It was a 1v1 on almost every one of those scenarios. Now, take nothing away from Dante. That was an incredible rifling work, but ZEUS, my God, that was rough to watch.
The moment Godless jumped off, I was looking at ZEUS's position. I was like, he's not going to make it. He's going to get shot in the back. All right, I would have kind of accepted that trade. But again, they were fixated on all the enemies being, hunkered down in the corner of those walls. That, again, positioning, there was zero communication as far as I can tell. Now, we don't know what was exactly happening, but in my point, there was a communication gap, and, well, they just got fixated on the people. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I just want to add on as well. I guess they weren't expecting the aggression from A1 Esports. And here's the thing, like,
why though?
These teams, ZEUS have been playing for 3 weeks right now. They should know that every one of these teams in the server right now, none of them are afraid of them anymore. Every team here are ready to go up against ZEUS, Stalwart, DRS, T2K, it doesn't matter. And the moment they get the knock, they should expect the fact that they were going to be pushing in to confirm the kill and to press the advantage. And the fact that they were still spread thin despite the knock taking place, it just, missed comms, but also at the same time, XP, I just feel like something is off with the team.
Oh, it is, definitely. You know, I was looking at the chat section. We're not going to bring up names right now, but again, yeah, something could be off, but also play what we discussed in game one with great expectations. I mean, we expect them to win every single game. I mean, at the end of the day, they're only human, and, you know, we only have so much fuel left in the tank. But again, ZEUS Esports are out. They are still going to be bottom of the table. That is going to be catastrophic. But again, 18 games, only 3 done so far. Let's see if they can change their fortunes around, as of course High Voltage's BABLU G is going to just make sure he doesn't make a single peak. Now, what happened over here was A1 Esports made all this commotion. It did attract a couple of teams. Now, those teams are, of course, Seal, who are going to be positioned to the northwest of Paradise Resort, and A1 Esports subsequently, and R3D Play, who are coming in from the southwest. Now, Paradise Resort is basically split up in 3 camps right now, and every single team is just holding on to the position. But right now, it looks like Danny could finally spot some movement in the distance. He knows somewhere is going to be under that bridge, a little troll maybe. But right now, Extreme is going to take fire from elsewhere. I still can't wrap my head around ZEUS.
I know, man. Well, like, you know what? Let's chill a bit. Speaking Under the Bridge, one of my favorite songs by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Under the Bridge downtown. Well, that's not on the bridge, though. It's got to be Wadu going up against BABLU here. And BABLU suddenly, Clarity Esports, BABLU, the quiet hunters, the leopards in the jungle, have been found out by High Voltage. And that means we can see them immediately grouping up together. Wadu, he's got his teammate right next to him. They're going to be pushing on a nice Molotov there to cut off an escape, but Wadu's going to come charging in through the door. He's tagged on BABLU as well, and that will, beg your pardon, he's going to be spotted out, and it's great work from High Voltage. A 2-man squad charging in, but Aussie's coming in for the rescue alongside Havoc. They're trying to get the trades, they're trying to ensure that a squad wipe won't take place, as BABLU, Zubian, very low on health. And this is not looking good at all for BABLU here. It's very confusing for me, XP. It's so back and forth, but a nice nade to knock down Aussie. But with everyone at the door, just huffing and puffing, trying to blow it down, can BABLU hold their ground? 1 member remaining, I believe, and it's gonna come...
Wait a second!
He just ran past him! He didn't spot the next what is going on! And now he's gonna finish him off? It's now a 1 versus 2 XP. He's got an M249. This is doable, man.
He should have been shot in the back. They have kind of turned the tables around for themselves, but Zubiana is going to go down.
Oh my God.
To administer that first aid. Again, that big BFG in his hands could be the game changer.
Oh boy.
Only 59 rounds left. He cannot go in for the reload, as BABLU G is going to come in, but he's going to spot him out early with some precision shots. Sliver of HP on himself, but he gets the job done. And with that, that was a good assault, but looks like they are going to be biting the dust elsewhere. A1 Esports are getting ready for a little assault on T2K's position. Now, so Yog and Legend are still in the compound. Have a look at Jane. Jane is going all the way around. Now, I'm not sure whether he's aware that they're getting pushed on. Oh, they're not. They are completely oblivious that someone is on the other side, because Jane, from that position, is not going to be able to provide any cover. However, if Legend and Seogle are caught off guard, this could be detrimental for T2K.
Yeah, this could be rough here. Let's see what they do, though, XP. Meanwhile, Clutch Baba, well, this is rough. I mean, it's in his name. He is the Clutch Maestro, and he's gonna get a knock. Sliver of HP, 1 shard, 1 piece of shrapnel, and you will be knocked down. And that is gonna be it for Future Station. The Chicken Dinner winners from map number 2 will bow out with 0 points to their name. And unfortunately for the map of Sanhok XP, there is no future. They will be put down into the ground. I8 keeping 4 members alive, as well as A1 Esports now inside of that house like 4 little piggies, surrounded by the wolves in the form of T2K.
Well, hopefully those wolves aren't going to be huffing and puffing and blowing all the houses away. It's going to be the other way around, because the wolves are coming in their tracks. So Yog does get one. 9boy goes down. That is beautiful cover from his teammates as well. Now he should not go for the finishes. In fact, he almost gets another knock, but it's not going to be enough, as Dante is going to put him down on the ground. Now Jane's position is given away. Legend's position is given away. Jack might come out of the nick of time. Does lay down some shots. In fact, they have 2 members. T2K are going to be biting into A1 Esports, and judging by what I'm seeing right now, they are being ripped apart. Forget being ripped apart. These people have been put 6 feet under. And again, a lot of questions need to be answered. But boy, oh boy, this is amazing PUBG action as now action continues on the other front. Stalwart going up against High.
Why don't you love Sanhok, people? This is what you get when you see Sanhok. It's a map, it's action back and forth. We're not even at the 10-minute mark, and look at this. Stalwart now, 2 members knocked down. It is a 2 versus 2, I do believe, for the side of High Voltage and Top. Extreme spotted by Top. He's going to get the knock. Now, what does Top do? Does he go for the res, or does he try and go for the hunt? Wadu might just be trying to go for a long flank all the way around, but Apex has arrived to the party, XP. So it's not going to be easy at all here for the final remaining member of High Voltage. Wadu is going to give away his position as well, rattling off a number of bullets, but not quite able to confirm the kill. Still a 1 versus 2. Apex Molotov out, but he could get pushed here. And the slight health advantage for the final member of High Voltage is going to go for the spray. Another knock now, and it's going to be another knock taking place, but he won't be able to get the squad wipe. A valiant attempt coming in from Wadu. But Stalwart Esports, by the skin of the teeth, they will survive. And I do believe they'll be able to get the reses on all 3 members. Oh my God. How close was that?
Now, I'm not sure who it was. Wait a second. I'm going to hold on to my thoughts right now. Have a look at Legend. Acting like a legend himself. There you go. He goes in, switches his weapon as does Jax, puts 1 bullet right between his eyes, and that is all she wrote. Good night, T2K. Now, again, over here, I wonder if you picked this up. Now, the moment Extreme was lying prone on exactly the position where Stalwart was right now, 1 bandage gave away his position. I wonder if you picked up on that. He bandaged himself suddenly. I don't know who it was from Stalwart. Realize that, oh, I heard something, goes in, guns him down, and then leaves Wadu all by his lonesome. I mean, that is what it's all about, guys. You need to have that sound sense as well. And, well, all these players at this level can definitely hear a pin drop on the other side of the room.
That's the green on this island, XP. Must, like the river, the streams running past like Painan and Camp Charlie, it must be running red with the amount of blood that's been spilled so far. And boy, oh boy. I know we love Sanhok. I know we can be like in a lot of action taking place early, but this has been, might I say, almost unprecedented.
We love our gore.
It's been a bloodbath.
It has been a bloodbath. I mean, we just love our gore. We love that teams just, go up against one another and are pretty much fighting to the death. Elsewhere, we are going to see T2K's Jane going to lay down some hurt on Seal Esports. Now, Zeke has been caught out. The revive is going to be tricky because, again, the blue is going to do... Oh, no, I beg your pardon. T2K are out in the blue. They, in fact, are going to have to find some ways to come in. Oh, did you notice one thing? Now, although Baron and Killer are going to be in the house, which, of course, they are aware of, Wally's position could be problematic. Legend coming in from behind could, however, negate that problem that could arise for T2K because it does look like the smoke grenades are going to be popped. And, he could kind of make it to the circle, but there you have it. Seyoga is going to come in, gets the better of Zeke. As Legend goes up against Wally. Wally hurt him quicker. And there you have it. The Vector doing what it does best. High rate of fire, and he's going to put him to bed. Now, T2K down to a 2-man squad up against a 3-man Seal Esports, and things aren't in their favor. Like the idea, they're getting in the vehicle, and they are going to try and skedaddle their way out to safety.
Again, the zone, right? Like, even though it takes for a while the zone to slowly make its way in, once it starts moving in because of how small the map is, it deals insane amount of damage compared to all other maps. And AWP there, actually, unfortunately, on a map like Sanhok, look, we've seen some crazy stuff come out from a few players in the past, but
it's the fair.
Yeah,
it's the sound.
I know, but it's more useful as a club. You grab it by the barrel and you just club someone over the head.
I get it. Okay, so basically in Sanhok right now, the AWM is as effective as an arrow during medieval warfare up against a knight. Now, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but it's going to put the fear of God in people. They're going to keep their head down if they hear that big boom go off in the distance. They are going to be a little wary. I think that's what it does. It's that psychological warfare play, or at least that's what I, make myself believe. But right now, it does look like T2K are going to survive to fight another day as they are heading down south at speed. They are going to make it somewhere just northwest of Lakavi. Hopefully, however, I do assume that they obviously want nobody to be in the vicinity because, again, those vehicles make a lot of sound. So expect them to ditch the vehicle just outside the circle and make it to those compounds where it does kind of look like AJ is trying to have a little bit of vision on. But elsewhere, again, you called it early bloodbath, which means we are reduced to almost half the number of players that we started out with, and things are going to get even bloodier as we move towards possibly Camp Charlie.
Vibe Smack Center, XP. They're in a good spot. DRS on the eastern side. 7C again, they somehow sneak their way inside of the zone. Haven't really had to battle anyone out. T2K though, the two members still standing out in the blue XP as we saw earlier. So Yoga and Jane, they need to make a move. Stalwart Esports, they haven't really been taking part in much of the action which has been unfolding so far. So they're going to be a four-man squad making the move in from Painan. As the zone is going to shrink in slowly, but eventually still have almost like 45 seconds remaining before the zone does make a move, giving a little bit of breathing time for R3D, who we see on our screens over here, to make a quick dash for maybe Quarry. But the problem there is I8 are lying in wait, and Deadeye's guys could potentially be on their path as well.
The only issue with Quarry is now DRS, of course, they have that one compound, towards the east of the Quarry, while I8 have the high ground, the much coveted mountainous region overlooking the Quarry. So, it does look like Deadeye's guys, in fact, are going to give them a run for their money. Now, if I was R3D, that is one place I want to avoid. I want to try and hit the compound just north of RAW, if I could, or take advantage of what's going to happen between Deadeye's guys and I8 in about a couple of minutes, and then, try and sneak my way through. Now, they do also have the other option, go all the way towards the left, towards the right, I beg your pardon, towards the east, as what Seal is going to do, and try and come somewhere lower than DRS's position. Because again, DRS play, they do have compounds, but they are on the slope of a hill. So it is possible for them to sneak their way in exactly directly east of DRS's position. But again, if you have a look at the way they're looking around, DRS are kind of ready for anything in any direction. T2K, wow, they really did go down south, didn't they?
Yeah, this is very ballsy from them. But considering, as you pointed out, we still have half the teams alive XP, but the circle is tiny, right? So I guess it is the right play. They would know that there's not going to be anyone towards the southern tip of that little mini peninsula, I might say. As I say that, Thapa is skirting it. He's keeping an eye, XP. He's keeping an eye out.
He is keeping an eye out. R3D are heading on a collision course with Seal Esports any second now. You are going to hear some gunfire as Killer is going to be the first to let loose a few bullets at the enemy, but looks like they're just going to drive past through. They have probably heard the commotion. Something is definitely happening because they have been forced out.
There we go.
The blue. Another camera is panning a bit inside, and there you have it. First blood coming in. Joker down on his knees.
Shifu immediately found and taken down super early. Deadeye's guys. Now, the blue isn't still on them XP, but they need to make a move. How are they going to push in? Look at, there's barely any cover. You go towards the right-hand side, you have a couple of trees, but Uzum's going to be lying in wait. You go to the left-hand side, it's wide open. You have a few trees, but you need to move in. And they are running out of time. I8 could potentially just knock out Deadeye's guys here before they're able to set a foot inside the safe zone. It's RAW now going up against Stalwart. Look at them. They're trying to make a move towards the right-hand side. They have the little bit of dip to work with XP, but the zone is moving in real quickly. There we go. And the moment they come on top, nades are going to be lobbed in the direction. Oh, reviews, that's not the nade you want to lob in. And they're going to be going for a long route around. This is messy XP because, yeah, sure, the bullets won't find them, but the blue is dealing a ton of damage. Stalwart Esports are going to eliminate RAW, who went up against the Mongolians, and I guess they weren't expecting them to be lying in wait. This is...
Now, Deadeye's guys...
No, never mind. Go on. This is rough.
They've got to play it smart now because I8 currently do have a little bit of focus on them. They are going to make it to the next circle 100%. But what's going to happen is I8 are suddenly going to find themselves in a predicament because DRS and I8 are going to have a little bit of a kerfuffle breaking out soon enough. Especially Nima. There you have it. The moment I say Nima, he goes down because 160, 170 meters away, you can hear vehicles. And that buggy must have been making a lot of sound. Now, Crypto is going to spot him out and is definitely going to put him in the ground. However, mind you, Deadeye's guys at this very moment are moving as well. So they can kind of creep their way in, and there you have it. They are going to make their way towards the circle. I8 have lost visual on them, which gives Deadeye's guys a little glimmer of hope.
Glimmer of hope, perhaps, as a nade is going to be lobbed in from top, and he's got they're just going to run over him. Absolute no mercy there from Stalwart and RAW. So we knew they got wiped out, XC, but not that brutally, right? Incredible replay as we head back to the action here. AJ pinned down, the nade cooked, maybe a little too overcooked, I might say, from Crypto. But AJ's pinned down for the time being. But the rest of his teammates are in the zone. And Deadeye's guys, XP, they went for the long rotation, but they will still be spotted out. And how do you come in? How are they going to come in, XP?
Well, they might have to, if you do believe in God, let loose a few prayers and just zig and zag your way in, because Crypto is going to unleash a complete magazine. Only one bullet has hit so far, so Rated is still in it again. If you are in that position,
doing it?
you do not want to get in right now. You want to keep breaking the blue, but he finally does make it. This is where the first aid needs to come in, and against all odds, Deadeye's guys are going to be right in the thick and thin of it. Now, lucky for IA, DRS, because of that first knock and finish on Nima, they were completely thwarted, Blay. So IA can literally just wreak havoc in any direction that they want, and well, AJ can join in on the fun as well.
Listen, man, Deadeye's guys have just pulled off the Great Escape. I don't know if you watched the movie, but
oh, you have to say the name.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. From the proverbial frying pan straight into the fire. That is DRS, but sorry, yeah, that is DRS, but still 2 members alive. XP Rated Sir, he's gonna bide his time. Somehow, Deadeye's guys, and on top still alive as well. He's out in the blue, but he's still just healing himself and biding his sweet time. AJ, though, for how long is he going to lie here, cowering down next to the rock and that truck? That's the question, as already been spotted out. But Mafia Ninja, on top is a hero. On top is such a buddy, such a teammate. XP. He's standing in the blue,
17
and he's ensuring that his teammate will make it through into the zone by hook or crook. What a god! And 17 first aid kits, like you said.
Deadeye's guys are making a play now. On top of this game. He is their little hope. He's a little token of luck right now, because he's going to be in the background and making sure he gets them as far as he can. Of course, Deadeye's guys Rated Sir is going to be unleashing lead all that while. But on top, oh my goodness, that was
what a hero
cover from him. He should not be moving around right now, because he is going to be spotted out, and one bullet can do the job. There you have it. All it needs to do is make sure he hugs the tree. It is hug a tree day as far as On Top is concerned. He needs to make sure he does not budge from his position.
He's just brilliant. I was wondering, actually, I'm like, On Top's still inside the blue while his teammates have crossed into the water towards Quarry. So what's he planning to do? And he's like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that if anyone shoots at my teammate, I'm going to be providing the cover fire. And he has been magnificent. And because of that, Rated Sir is still alive. But they still need to ensure that IA's still going to be sticking around here. But eventually, with the circle moving in, XP IA are going to be evacuating the premises. And that means Rated Sir needs to make a move now. He's still sticking around. And now is his time to just leg it.
Beautiful. Now, Rated Sir's got to keep one thing in mind. Now, he might go for a few shots on AJ. That is something he should avoid, because if he gives his position away that, you know, he's actually on top of the quarry, that is where I8 are going to be basically doing a little bit of a U-turn. But looks like Rated Sir's like, forget AJ. I see I8 in the distance, and he is going to pop a few shots in Blade as he gets taken down. Now, it is going to be the table's turn on I8 as they are going to be shot in the back, trying to make it to safety. But AJ does take down Rated Sir. He does go down as well, courtesy of the play zone. But now, Blay, all hopes for Deadeye's guys are going to be on Top's shoulders, who should be out there in the
I can't even see him on my map. He's so, no, that's it. He's too in deep. The entire gamble there was Rated would make his way inside the zone. The moment he got knocked down, there was no chance of a res coming in. But incredible effort from Deadeye's guys. They played that magnificently, considering what a rough spot they were in. But XP, we're down to the final 7 teams left inside of the zone. Most of them are actually not even inside of the zone, apart from 7C, and 18 players left alive. I8 in a bit of an uphill battle against Vibes, who are harassing them with nades, and I8 decide they're going to be taking a different route into the play zone. But the problem here is, XP, they are exposed. There's not much cover on that particular side of that hillock, but fortunately for them, no one's taking any shots.
Wise with the counter. They kind of anticipated this, but looks like 70's Fair is going to be a one-man army in the house, as he does take down a couple of White member, but unfortunately is going to be taken down instead from Assassin. Now, IA do kind of jump on the position, on the situation. They realize that, you know, Vibes just lost a couple of their members. Again, a little bit of a blunder, if I may say so, because, well, Vibes are only going to be survived by one man, and in the blink of an eye, oh my, how tables have turned. Now, Barrel could be in a position for a free kill, because Mr. Topper assumed that the room was his. It was all empty, but it is what it is, and Le Baron is going to come out with that kill, as 7C are going to bid us adieu right now. Vibes jiggle up against 4 members of IA. Stalwart on one side, he gets Stalwart. Now he asserts his attention to I8. Question is, can he do something? Because, well, it looks like an uphill battle.
It is, but it's Jiggle, man. I've seen this guy pull off some of the most ridiculous things in the past, so maybe we still believe in him. Stalwart seems to be done for. Wizzes with vibes in the distance, getting a shot at as well. Delta has been knocked down, and I8 are right now, XP, they're the king of the hill. They're playing capture the flag on the tippity top, and they're just mowing everyone down. Wizzes with vibes in the distance. They're having to try and run through a wall of lead in the direction as res will take place. Malik's in the blue, so he needs to heal himself. It's down to 4 teams, XP, but I8 have 4 alive. Wizzes with vibes are 3 alive and kicking. The Baron, as they like to call him, from Seal, still inside that little compound, that little house, and Pika as well from Stalwart Esports. So 2 Mongolian teams still in contention as Wizzes with vibes. Great nades and a great shot from Malik to find Blade and Crypto, and suddenly the tables have turned.
The tables have turned. Now, I8, they did have the higher ground. However, they are going to be exposed as Baron is going to probably spot Uzum out. It is going to be an exchange. Either Uzum gets Baron or Baron gets Uzum, but Uzum is going to just crawl his way out as WZ. We are making the move. The Wizzes with vibes get the higher ground now. Reaper bot is like a bot right now. He needs to get the souls for the afterlife as he is going to be pushing up on I8's position. Malik, on the other hand, is going to be lobbing a grenade on I8's position. He might just cast them off guard. In fact, force them into a little bit of a corner. But if they make it to the house, it is going to be game over for Wizzes with vibes. Stalwart Esports Pika, on the other hand, is going to scum to the blue zone or not, because the first aid does come in, but it is a 3-on-2 situation as of right now. Meanwhile, Seal Esports, again, still in the gameplay, has been very quiet.
I don't know what he's planning right now. He can still make a move for it. He can still make a run. It's very, very close by, but it looks like he's just going to try and heal himself and try and play the waiting game. Yeah, Pika's just given up, trying to take this fight as I8, even though they got the knock XP, the res will be coming on in, and Pika just going to be using all the first aid kit he's got, and this is the final one. So what's he going to do right now? Make a run for it? I don't think he's going to be able to make it, as Uzum's going to be rattling off a multitude of bullets into the direction of those 2 players. He knows where Rules is. He doesn't know exactly where he is. However, Pika, applying the bandages, trying to delay the inevitable for as long as possible, but he will fall. And Baron, I don't even know how he's doing it, but he is braving the blue for as long as he can. 2 more kits to work with, and he will fall here, XP. They're going to get a 3rd position, and who's going to get a chicken dinner? Anyone's guess. I8 Blade being very, very brave, XP, out in the open. He's being the bait for his teammate to rattle off shots from above. Ruby's been spotted out as well. He doesn't have cover, but he somehow still is going to get a knock. Blade going in for the flag, and I8's going to wipe them out. Baron is still alive in a sliver of HP, and I8 are going to get the chicken dinner. What a game. What a play. That final 3v3 fight, XP, that was a thing of beauty from the Pakistani side.
It was beautiful indeed, and I love the fact that everyone on the analyst desk did pick the team, so those boys are definitely going to be elated. But who is more elated are the 4 gentlemen on your screen right now. Take a bow, because you got it done. Again, they've come so close. If we could give away a prize for most 2nd position finishes, I8 would definitely take it. But right now, they are going to be a happy bunch with their 12 kills and that delicious, yummy chicken dinner.
Sink your teeth into that meat, I8. You deserve it. Especially how that game played out, XP. That was the real battle royale. It was hectic. It was chaotic. We saw some incredible plays. One play for me has to be, even though those final fights were incredible to watch, I have to say that 1v3 or like 1v4 wipe from A1 Esports taking on ZEUS, that has to, for me, that takes the cake.
I mean, he kept himself fully composed. He knew what he was up against. Again, now, ZEUS Esports did make the difference, like you did call it out. They went up against him 1 by 1. But again, he got all 3 and the spray transfers and everything, just getting the job done. Beautiful game right from the beginning up until the very end. But of course, there you have it. That is going to be the end of action in Sanhok, which means we hit the midway point on day 1 of the finals. Of course, 3 more games in store for you today, but that is it for Blay and I. We're going to see you tomorrow, but the analyst desk is coming up after this break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. But we are in the finals week, and it is off to an exhilarating start. I mean, it couldn't have gotten any better. In the third game, well, it certainly does take the cake, as Blay as well did mention. But dudes, what do you have to say for this game?
We predicted it. We gave you a spoiler.
And it has been attained.
High five. Ocean, high five.
A perfect comeback indeed. And high five to you as well. And with that, let's move on and have a look at the MVP, the most valuable player. You gotta go both ways, Ocean.
but still, coming down to this one, well, top with 5 kills, 802 damage, to almost 23 minutes of survival time, no assist and 109 healing done. All right, man, you can have your healing numbers at a lower level, but when we'll talk at the when we'll have a look at the match summary, there it's going to be a different story for sure in the healing department. But well, top,
exactly.
He enjoys this right now with the MVP stats.
I mean, it was definitely an interesting game from the side of Stalwart Esports as they were closing in from the north-western side towards the final closing moments of the circle. They encountered the squad of Raw, and that is where I think the beasts from the side of Stalwart Esports were awakened, and they ended up just squad wiping the entire team that was in front of them. But still, an incredible performance. Also, a lot of position points were secured by Pika as he went for a heal battle for his team, so that is going to add up with those kills.
Baron.
Oh, yes.
His healing. From the third circle, the lad was outside the backlines of cave area. He was in the blue, and he survived to be the second, the second surviving opponent for I8. Think about it. From the third circle, being outside the zone.
And not just that, he, as Ocean is saying, from third, he was in the blue zone, but then all of a sudden, he somehow walks inside the zone and picks off Jane from the side of T2K out of nowhere, and, well, goes on to secure an extra point for his team. But after that onwards, he was just pretty much keeping his head down and just trying to stay hidden for as long as possible.
Absolutely, and with that, we move on to the head-to-head coming in from these teams. I8 Esports getting that chicken dinner for themselves on the other front. We certainly do have Seed Esports, as we were just mentioning from the side of Baron, right? I mean, the dude, yes, definitely being in the blues and then jumping in to get the better half of that zone. And not only that, but then also, as perfectly mentioned by Varun, taking on kills as well. So a GG play coming in from Baron for the side of Seed Esports. But I8, I mean, they have stuck true to their gem play, and that is the kill department that they've been able to knock out.
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
I mean, it is I8, and as Ocean and I were saying, I mean, this team is definitely showing a lot of improvements since the league play days transitioning into the finals, and even this game was very clinical apart from that last fight where they went up against Wizzes Vibes. It got a little dicey, but still they were able to control the entire situation and come out on top.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on forth, let's have a look at the perfect stats that are being showcased, as Ocean was mentioning earlier as well. I mean, match summary is what is going to be coming up next, where we will see what sort of damage was being dished out, what sort of a kill department was it, because heals is the biggest thing that took place in this game. I mean, 12...
I want to see those heal numbers.
And I want to ask you guys, who do you think is going to be on top? Is it going to be Baron or Pika?
Because Pika was there for a long time, actually, from Sal. For a very long time, in fact.
Let's
find out.
Let's see. It's Pika 16-19. Then it's Baron 1255 on top 621, and Jane almost 500, just 4 damage points short, 4 heal points short. But it doesn't look like it. I thought it would be Baron because he was outside the zone for a long time. But still, I mean, it's Pika coming up out here on top, and that again is a really good thing.
I think it might be because of the fact that when the fight against Raw happened from there on out, Pika just took a step back and the decision was made, alright, Stalwart Esports, this man is going to be doing the heal battle. Whereas Baron did, in fact, as we talked about it, make it inside the circle, and then, well, he had no incentive to go for the heals until the very end.
I mean, so Seal was around the area of Paradise for a while, and then they started rotating with T2K, and that's why they were outside the circle. But still, whatever works, it works.
It does work. And talking about what works, it is going to be the hungry, nasty, aggressive play, dominating play from I8 Esports. That certainly works in the favor for this team. 27 points is what they're able to accumulate from the Sanhok game. And then you've got the other teams who, well, again, I mean, talk about the first 8 teams. All of them were part of some decent fights.
Yes,
Yeah.
they definitely were. First 8 teams, exactly. 7C Vibes. I'm happy for Wizzes with Vibes at this moment because of those placement points that they have for themselves. Huge kudos to the lads, just staying on the other island, not engaging in the fight. Still, the final moment, and well, they did take on I8, and that did become a bad fight for them. But I8, they were feeling themselves already, so they were meant to have like good game for themselves.
I mean, the lads from I8, while they were feeling themselves, I have to say, I expected a lot more from Vibes based on their initial position inside the circle. They were holding a really good position, but then they end up, being a part of a lot of action, and they end up getting wiped out. Although, 3 games, and who do we see at the bottom? It is ZEUS Esports on the 16th.
Not the kind of performance that we anticipated. But again, I'll still keep my fingers crossed and hopes alive that the team will be coming back stronger. Right now, it is time to move on and have a look at the rotations that were made from all of these teams. Ocean, it's over to you, mate. You can do the zone analysis.
You did say, right, the team will come back stronger. So let's just focus on this one first. Because if we just talk about it, look at where the lads are. And you see Godless, right? You see Godless, and he has a good area. He drops down. Okay, I get it. He is looking at this player. Obviously, will try to take out the damage, but Dante is ready for him at all costs. First things first. Now what happens is, Dante takes him down, but he has dished out the damage. Now look at ZEUS. Just explain me this. As soon as Godless is down, he would be giving up an information of enemies ahead that the lad is here. Alright? ZEUS gets out. He has an Uzi. You see this tiny little weapon, he has an Uzi, and he's firing the bullets just at this area. And as soon as he wants, look at him. As soon as he wants to take up the fight, he's changing his weapon. This is where you should have actually came up with the secondary weapon already, not this Uzi, because you should be knowing that there's going to be multiple people. The damage was being done though. BABLU goes down, and in the same spirit, Dante takes another one. UMP is a brilliant weapon, so please. Uzi and UMP, this time UMP gets it. Now, talking about the circles, right? We were having a look at this one. So this is where, ZEUS did bad. And this is the area where you see Seal at this moment. Obviously, each and every other team, they have just moved outside the area. Even Esports, even they just faltered down. And now Seal, they had their eyes on T2K. They were looking forward for T2K. T2K had a really good rotation where they just came to the back lines of Cave slowly and steadily. And so did Seal. So taking a lot of damage from the blue lines, that's where... things went messy for a few teams, but still, I mean, each and every team was trying to maintain a good area for themselves. And this shift, oh my god, Johnny, this was a disaster shift for a lot. Look at Zane, though.
Exactly, it was a disastrous shift, but we saw some some highlights from the side of T2K as well, because I remember, they were trying to jump the vehicle and just land into the water, then swam to the next side. And this is where things sort of changed, because as Ocean pointed out, look at the position of Seal Esports. They are still looking to close in towards the circle. T2K is going to move in along with the players of 7Cs and R3Ds, but Seal, they just stay there. And on the other side, Wizzes with Vibes, and also their counterpart, Vibes Esports. Now, this is why I said I expected a lot more from Vibes, because look how long they hold the center for.
Definitely. They did have the center for themselves, but then, taking a good house in the center, that's where they kind of just lagged this fight. I8 on the other side, they did dish out damage on DE side as well, on DRS's side as well. And I8, again, they were feeling themselves. Stalwart, it looked like they can have their gameplay if they play slow, because obviously they had no team in contestation right in front of them. Wizzes Vibes, again, they found a really good house, but then they had to move in the open, and after that they had to take up the fights. That's where things changed. But look at Baron right now. He comes here, he stays at this area, takes down one player, and still keeps on moving forward. He was actually like a silent assassin, just moving through the blue circle. Just think about it, right? Look at where Baron is. He takes the players down as well.
Yeah, he took down Jane over here, and then he moved forward, and I think... either Fear or Mr. Thapa was one of the lads that was the last one to go down to his hands, where I remember Ocean, we're just sitting and Ocean is screaming, look to your left, and Baron is just there doing his job, securing that extra kill for his team. But nonetheless, it was an impressive performance from all these lads and all these teams.
Most certainly was, because this is the moment that these teams need to be popping off heads, and that's exactly what they're doing, especially on this map right here, right off the bat as we jumped in from the starting moment itself. There were so many fights that were taking place, so let's combine all of those into the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
I mean, Johnny, you take this one now. I've done my part.
Ocean is mad. Ocean is he got offended at this
It's
point. He's like,
understandable. You're talking
Yeah.
about ZEUS Esports doing
Yeah.
something like a blunder big as that. It's just not possible.
and it was multiple mistakes, not just one. Communication gap as well. You could notice it quite clearly because as soon as Zoel, he went for a little bit of a pre-fire with the weapon as well, which is never advisable to do. He then went for a switch up while moving to his rights, and BABLU is the one closing it through the door. BABLU should have been providing suppressing fire so that Dante never repeats that position again until his teammate is going to be ready. So that little bit of a communication mishap right there ended up costing a lot to the team. And A1 Esports, even though they won that fight, they did not go on to survive long.
Yeah, that's true, and this is where they got taken down. So look at this brilliant usage of UMP against a player that was just using an M249. He takes one down. Now he'll have to switch his weapon. Does not have bullets, and the last player is just 1 HP, and that's where his weapon switch just comes in handy. And Stalwart, one last player was surviving from Stalwart. He takes this fight, revives his teammate. Oh, this was such a brilliant feat of strength.
Exactly. Stalwart Esports, I mean, they look incredible in those team fights, but sometimes the over-aggression that is there from the team, it backfires quite, well, very badly upon them. Although, as you pointed out, Ocean, the rotation from the side of Seal Esports, that early collision with D2K, it was quite interesting because, yes, they were following the same pathways, but Seal Esports, usually we see them just straight away move from point A to B, right? This time they were taking small stops in the middle, just rechecking their surroundings, being extremely cautious with where they were going.
Yeah, definitely. And this was actually such a brilliant fight when it came down to both the teams. I mean, they did give their 100%, but then after this one, it was like, well, let's just try and get out of the zone just to take the final play down or something. But again, we talked about this. For first game, it was a Nepali team. Second game, we see a Bangladeshi team. This time, it's a Pakistani team. Well, Mongolia, where are you at?
They're climbing. They're definitely climbing the ladder. Hopefully, as we move along with the show, they are going to be jumping in, and maybe, just fingers crossed, it'll be ZEUS, because Stalwart is doing pretty good for themselves.
Yeah. Stalwart is putting up a decent performance. They have been, somewhat consistent in the last 3 matches that we have seen. But again, this is Stalwart Esports we're talking about. We expect a lot more from this team. As I have said, I mean, the Mongolian teams, they used to be very aggressive when we first saw them, but this time it seems to be missing.
It is definitely missing. There's something missing from their gameplay. But overall, as we move on through, let's have a look at that storyboard that is going to be dictating after the 3 games are done. What is the overall standings looking like? We did previously see it was an incredible affair being showcased from the guys from the side of Deadeye's guys, but I8 are going to be jumping 7 positions up with 41 points.
Wow.
A chicken dinner.
Wow.
This is something that was missing from them, right? For the longest time during the league play and the weekends. But here they are on the first day itself of the finals.
Ocean, I mean, it's just a small switch from I8 Esports. For the first time we see them going with more placement points, but the impact.
Exactly.
The last time we saw something like a small switch, it was just a small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. That's what I8 has done right now for their region, to be honest. 41 points.
Indeed.
DE, they were at the top. They have been taken down, but look at DRS. I get it. The difference is not a lot, but coming down to the 5th position, they would want to come back. Even at the 8th position, if you see high voltage, if they have a chicken dinner, they can contest I8 as well. It's still so close.
I mean, this day just got a whole lot more interesting.
Exactly. Indeed, as we move on to the second page, though, this is where, Varun, you also mentioned, Ocean, you also mentioned ZEUS Esports. ZEUS Esports is just, they just knackered off. They are definitely not on their A-game performance.
They just, got 1 placement point and 0 kills, and that too happened in the first game. That's all.
Yep.
Then they have been, in the last 2 games, they have been the first teams, one of the first teams, if not the first team to get eliminated, which is bad. Wizzes with the vibes, it looks like they are picking up the pace for themselves. By the end of the day, they might just be in top 8 as well.
Oh, certainly. It can be anticipated. Because again, I mean, you talk about those points are still so very close. It's just 3 games that's taken place right now. There are still so many games remaining. I mean, in total, you're looking about 15 games that are still remaining. But overall, when it comes down to this day, I would say it is a brilliant start being showcased from all these 16 teams. But the journey will continue on as we move on along with the game and the day itself. But before we do so, before we start introducing match number 4, it is time for us to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
This is me Aladdin. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. हमारे पास टीम क्लैरिटी के कुछ प्लेयर्स मौजूद रहेंगे इस बार और इनसे कुछ एंटरटेनिंग सवाल पूछे जाएंगे और जानेंगे इनकी कितनी तैयारी हुई है इस PMPL के लिए। तो सबसे पहले तो वेलकम करेंगे क्लैरिटी के दानी और खान 420 हमारे पास मौजूद। पहला सवाल आपसे पूछेंगे हम दानी के टीम बबलू जो है वो क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाती लास्ट PMPL के अंदर सीज़न 3 के अंदर और काफ़ी स्ट्रगल करती हुई नजर आई थी हमें उस टाइम पीरियड में, तो क्या वजूहत रही थी?
इसी सीज़न 3 में जो था हमारी जो लाइनअप थी वो इतनी खास प्रिपेयर नहीं थी, जो हमारे प्लेयर्स थे वो इस तरह रेडी नहीं थे। तो अभी PMCO सीज़न 4 में जो थी हमारी सारी स्ट्रेटजी बिल्कुल सही थी।
चलें लेट्स होप कि इस सीज़न में जो है वो ये टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म करे और अपने फैंस को जो है वो काफ़ी खुश करती हुई नजर आए। लेकिन खान आपसे अब सवाल की जो है वो हम पूछने का सिलसिला शुरू करेंगे और आपसे मेरा सवाल ये होगा कि आप लोगों ने NC में जो है वो बहुत ही कमाल खेला, इनफैक्ट आप चैम्पियन भी रहे NC के, तो उसके बाद जब PMCO में आप आए तो क्या आपने अपना बेस्ट दिया या फिर नई चीज़ें जो है वो ट्राई करते हुए टीम क्लैरिटी नजर आई थी हमें?
नहीं, हम तो फुल चिलो के खेले थे, जैसे आपने देखा था वुल्फ टॉप ट्रैकर में था तो हम फुल चिलो के खेले थे, न्यू चीज़ें ट्राई कर रहे थे, जीतने के लिए खेल ही नहीं रहे थे।
चलें यही चीज़ है वो फैंस भी ऑब्वियसली एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे होंगे आपसे कि ये टीम जो है अपना जितना प्रेशर कम कर सकती है इन टीम के सामने,
थोड़ा स्ट्रेटजी चेंज करके खेल रहे थे।
लेट्स सी कि आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी जो है वो किस तरह से काम करती है इन PUBG मोबाइल प्रो लीग दोस्तों। लेकिन चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ जाएंगे। रदानी आपसे सवाल होगा कि PMPL साउथ एशिया सीजन 4 में स्टार्टिंग 4 क्या होगी आपकी टीम की?
स्टार्टिंग 4 जो होगी हम देखेंगे सिचुएशन के हिसाब से, कौन सा प्लेयर किस हिसाब से किस सिचुएशन में खेल रहे हैं, लाइक उसको देखते हुए सेलेक्ट करेंगे टीम को।
दोस्तों ये टीम जो है वो कोई भी 4 प्लेयर्स ओवर डिफाइन नहीं करने वाली हमारे सामने, ये तो आपको PMPL के पहले मैच में ही पता लगेगा कि टीम क्लैरिटी किस लाइनअप के साथ जा रही है। लेकिन चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं जो कि हम खान आपसे पूछेंगे और वो सवाल ये रहेगा कि किस तरह से ये टीम इतनी सक्सेसफुल होती है मिरामर में, वो कौन से ऐसे राज की बातें हैं जो टीम क्लैरिटी जो है वो अप्लाई करती हुई मिरामर में चिकन्स निकालती है?
मिरामर में मोस्टली यही कि रिजिस का पता है और कुछ ऐसी स्ट्रेटजी जो हम इधर नहीं बता सकते, रिवील नहीं करना चाहते और मैप नॉलेज रोटेशन में लैक नहीं करते, इस वजह से बस सक्सेसफुल जाता है हमारा मिरामर।
दोस्तों कुछ राज की बातें हैं जो ये टीम बिल्कुल भी नहीं बताना चाहती किसी को और नहीं चाहते कि मिरामर की जो ऑनरशिप है वो इनसे छीनी जाए। लेकिन चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं, कभी तो किसी को पता लग ही जाएगा। अगले सवाल की तरफ हम जाएंगे। दानी आपसे सवाल पूछा जाएगा कि ZEUS आपका मुकाबला करने के लिए आ रही है आपके साथ ऑन द मैप ऑफ सैनहॉक, तो किस तरह से उस टीम को काउंटर करेंगे आप, किस तरह से तैयारी की गई है टीम बबलू की तरफ से?
लाइक फर्स्ट डे जो हमारा स्टार्ट होगा, फर्स्ट डे तो हम देखेंगे अगर हमें फाइट में एडवांटेज मिलता है तो हम फाइट एंगेज करेंगे आगे की तरफ इस तरह, अगर नहीं मिलता तो फिर हम आगे की सोचेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
बिल्कुल ये चीज़ जो है वो ऑब्वियसली इस चीज़ पर जब वो सराहना इस टीम को बनेगा ज़रूर कि आप सिचुएशन के हिसाब से जो है ये टीम खेलती हुई नजर आ सकते हैं हमें। तो अगले सवाल की तरफ जाएंगे और खान आपसे ये सवाल होगा कि टीम क्लैरिटी के फ्यूचर प्लान्स क्या हैं?
इंशाल्लाह एक ही ड्रीम है PMGC जीतना, वो पाकिस्तानी स्पोर्ट्स को आगे ले जाना।
लेट्स होप कि टीम पाकिस्तानी स्पोर्ट्स को आगे लेकर जाए। आखिरी सवाल और दानिया आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा मैं कि आपका जो है वो फैंस को मैसेज क्या होने वाला है?
फैंस को लाइक ऑल टाइम यही मैसेज होगा मेरा कि उनके जो मैसेज होते हैं, उनके जो कमेंट्स होते हैं वो डाउनफॉल में मतलब लाइक टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है तो उनके कमेंट्स और उनके मैसेज से हमें बहुत मोटिवेशन मिलती है। लाइक अगर वो अच्छे कमेंट्स करते हैं और हमें बहुत ज़्यादा मोटिवेट करते हैं तो हमें अच्छा फील होता है।
लेट्स होप कि टीम जो है वो अपने फैंस को और अपनी जो व्यूवरशिप है उसको जो है बिल्कुल भी नाराज़ नहीं करेगी इस PMPL के अंदर और परफॉर्मेंस वो दिखा कर जाएगी दोस्तों। लेकिन ये थी टीम क्लैरिटी जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे, मजीद सवालों के साथ मजीद सेगमेंट्स के साथ आपकी खिदमत में आते रहेंगे। PMPL के साथ जुड़े रहिए।
And we are back with PUBG Mobile action right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4, where we are in the finals, day number 1 of this entire saga, where 3 games are done. Moving on to the 4th game, let's bring up the schedule, where once again, we're going to be taking a shift back towards the map of Erangel, I believe. Yep, that is correct. So, dudes, what are your expectations and anticipations from this map and these teams?
Mongolia, step up. It should be your map. It should be your map.
I completely agree with this, and one team in particular, and that is going to be ZEUS Esports. They need to step up really nicely, because Stalwart Esports and Seal Esports, they're pretty much doing their job.
So Johnny, if I have to say, I would say Stalwart should be the one getting chicken, because one thing, if ZEUS gets a chicken after their bad games, we would again just say, oh my god, they're just turning up the tides. But Stalwart is the one that is moving with the pace. So.
Well, let's find out. Let's definitely find out. I'm going to stick with DRS for this time around. I do want to see a comeback coming in from their side, but we'll find out if that will be the case or not. Let's move on. Let's get our Panda Bros introduced onto this virtual desk. It's going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through this game.
Well, DRS, few call them Stalwart. Well, what are you going for, Necro? I mean, because with the final starting off with such an unexpected turn of events that we are really witnessing, I'm really baffled at what's really happening around. Of course, we'll get back to what, or rather, which team you want to win. But now, let's just head inside the game itself.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, without wasting any time, just directly inside the game. The plane fly path starting from Primorsk, kind of between the Sanhok military base island as well, and then ending all the way towards Mansion. Now, this is quite an interesting one, right? I mean, teams, I feel like there shouldn't really have a lot of problems unless you're trying to go towards George's Pool, which few teams do like to. In this case, I would suggest ZEUS to go towards Shelter, considering the fact that they're having really questionable games so far. At least in the 3 games, they are having bad games. But we don't really know. Maybe the next 3, that's where ZEUS might just step up. What do you think, sir?
I mean, well, from what we're really witnessing from them so far, I mean, it's a long shot so that they can really step up over here. Well, a lot of questions are definitely arising, and yeah, even I do agree with Ocean and even the desk. What's wrong with Team ZEUS? Because if you remember the last Super Weekend, we did see some resurgence going in from their side. They seem to have fixed their mistakes, but heading back, finally coming to the day where it all matters, where you've got that hefty chunk of the money online up for grabs. That's where they're absolutely messing up. Now, this is not those league stages, right, where you've got 45 games to play, you can mess up a few games and then just get away with it. You've got a limited number of matches. I mean, it started with 18, now we've just got 15 and so on. After the day gets over, well, we'll just be remaining with 12. Now, taking a look at how the zone has really shifted, not really favoring Team ZEUS though, but we have seen the circle, right? It causes a lot of chaos because we know Hybrid Circle and Erangel, well, they definitely do go hand to hand.
Yeah, exactly. And Clan Flypath as well is going to be having a massive hand behind all the chaos that's going to be caused in the later game phases. But yeah, ZEUS, as you mentioned, we all do know the first day is really important, especially in the finals, to at least set the momentum in forward, at least for the second day. And then the first day, we do know it's quite important. A lot of teams have realized that, including IAT as well. I mean, they're sitting on the top with 41 points. What else do you need, right? You're looking good, you're feeling good. And with that kind of a chicken dinner, you're also going to be having a little bit more greater advantage in the upcoming games, because you're also going to be having that mental strength going in forward. But now, all these teams, take a look at now. The problem here, as I mentioned, the plane fly path. And all the teams, they will need to make it inside the circle. But again, most of the teams are on the bottom right side. This is where ZEUS is also located. And well, if they want to make it inside the zone, they would either have to take all the way the rotation from the right side, or if they just decide to go in straight, they will collide against the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's what really troublesome, right? But now, I mean, taking a look at how the teams have dropped, nothing surprising over here. It's the usual Erangel drops. We know we've got our 16 teams. They've all come prepared with their homeworks. But again, we're going to be anticipating that little skirmish around that Rozok area, as we've got Vibes, Deadeyes, and High Voltage all in really close vicinity to each other. Now the question arises, who's going to be the one rotating on really, really early? Right, because that is where fortune does favor the one who's really quickest to get the epicenter of circle, at least in Erangel.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, including DRS as well, inside these kind of zones, they've always had that kind of the northern rotation. They like to go all the way above Yasnaya and then inside the circle. So I'm considering they will have a free passage to make it inside, unless Raw somehow decides to cross their ways. For now, Reaper bot spotting TDK Suyog out. He was out in the open, took a few shots, but it's fine. That's not really anything critical. He's going to be making it back to safety just in the nick of time. With that being said, Wizzes Vibes also giving their position away. I mean, they have been locking horns since a long time, but we haven't really seen these two teams kind of getting into a skirmish. Like, even though they drop right next to each other, these two teams have done a good job avoiding each other. So maybe this is the time when Wizzes Vibes decide to go inside the zone. Maybe this is the time when they will clash against TDK.
No, I don't think they're going to be going for some early skirmishes, right? Because that has definitely not been one of their styles to play with. But, you know, there's always a beginning, right? And we're talking about finals. Maybe it might be possible because, you know, T2K have always been in safe haven, considering they know that Wizzes Vibes is right beside them. They do not engage with each other. But who they love to engage with is definitely one of those teams that's looting up at Nova Ripnoi and would want to rotate really early on. Yes, I'm talking about Stalwart.
Yeah, exactly. And consider the fact that fixes it inside these grand finals. Even PN Crew is not playing, so that means TDK is going to be having a massive sigh of relief.
Yeah, definitely, 100% sure. Because, well, that's something that they do not have to worry about because that was always, you know, there at some point at the back of their minds, right? Now with, well, PN Crew out of contention, they can play their free game. But, you know, so far, they haven't really stepped up on the pedal, you know, the kind of expectation that you would want from them. They have clearly not delivered. But, again, you know, if you talk about Erangel, yeah, ZEUS, they definitely are being really quick with the rotations. But one other thing that we are looking at them, and that has been consistent for quite some time, is they are loving to play around the center of the circle. But the distance maintained between the players, that is something that worries me. Because if they are going to lock horns with even one team, they're going to get sandwiched pretty bad.
I feel like with the rotation like this, without taking any kind of precautions, they might just lock horns because they're just straight up going through the center. They're crossing so many teams right in the center as well, including 7C, including Vibes, including High Voltage. They might be taking a few shots. Like, there's no way that teams haven't known their position. And with this kind of risky rotation, their position is also given away. Each and every single team should have their eyes locked on to ZEUS. Now, they need to do something inside these situations because the first thing teams know is that, okay, now ZEUS is going to be over here. That means that's taken. What they will try to do is try and do as much as damage as possible. Just try and overall, just try to not make sure that ZEUS is in like a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really been in a comfortable spot lately, right? They've been making a lot of bad choices, and I tend to miss the old ZEUS, right? The one who used to get inside the circle a little bit late, playing through, you know, the edges, the peripheries, and then, you know, taking fights. And now, I mean, from what we witnessed in that fight in Paradise Resort against A1 Esports, I mean, that is another department that they really need to, you know, step it up because what we have seen from them this season is certainly something what ZEUS isn't like because, you know, that explosiveness, that definitely is missing. But along with that, you know, the way they used to play, they were so clinical, so decisive. Now that is missing as well. And now that is a big thing of concern because, come on, let's be honest. How long have we been, you know, consoling ourselves with this? You know, this is a copium going on, right? You know, ZEUS will be back in the finals. Now, we are already in the finals. Now, if they do not step their game up, well, things might look really awry for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're right? Like, we've always been hoping that maybe ZEUS will be back now, maybe later we'll finally see them, you know, show themselves on the board, but that hasn't been the case so far. Instead, ZEUS are always on that struggling phase, and well, I feel like the main problem over here is that ZEUS, they are really, in this season, Season 4 especially, they're going for that more kind of like a tactical approach inside the game, and just because of that, I feel like they're really ignoring their own or their main playstyle, and I feel like ZEUS's main playstyle is sure aggression.
Well, it definitely is, right? That has been their forte, that's their panache, but it's been missing for quite some time, and I'm starting to ponder the reason why. I mean, is it inside the game or is it outside? But whatever the case may be, they really need to start fixing it pretty soon. And well, a chicken dinner can be a good answer, because we know that, you know, it's ZEUS at the end of the day. They can definitely perform better. But, you know, let's divert our attention from the Mongolians and head over to the Bangladeshis, especially Future Station. I mean, let's be honest, they did manage to get a chicken dinner. Now, heading in towards Erangel, we know that Future Station is quite popular for their survival instincts. Do you think they can pull off another good game over here? Maybe get themselves back at least inside the top 5?
I feel like Future Station is quite good at making... Okay, hold on. Skirmish breaking down, and this time it's going to be Seal heading against Raw. One man falls down, the rest of the players are kind of far away, so they can really make sure that their team was being saved in that situation. So unfortunately, he's going to be falling down. That leaves Raw in only a 3-man squad. That means 3-on-4 situation going on for now. And Raw, in this kind of a situation, I feel like you should just back off and try and go for that position, because you're still outside the zone, including Seal. And Seal is kind of a team, they have a man advantage, and they're going to be capitalizing on it hard. So Raw, I feel like leaving this fight and going inside the zone is probably the best thing they can do, and that's exactly what they're doing. Getting back to the conversation, I feel like Future Station is kind of a team that is really good at keeping their identity anonymous, and that's what has been kind of providing them those placement points a lot of the times. And when they also do kind of go for those gunfights, they're also really good with that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, they've been sort of avoiding those gunfights early on, but when it comes, they do not really shy away from it like they're doing right now. As Wale, he's going to be unloading that lead onto its Raw, who apparently are running for their lives. And Seal starting off again pretty well. They're looking pretty strong in the finals, right? This sort of started with them performing really well during the third Super Weekend, you know, climbing a lot of places. And, well, you know, this sort of looks like the Seal that dominated during the first week of Super Weekend of PMPL Season 3. Now, if they sort of continue this kind of a run, if they sort of continue being this consistent, we're looking at top 3 for them.
Exactly. Consistency always pays off.
Yeah.
And for now, Seal, I mean, yeah, again, they have been one of those teams, at least up till now, that are quite consistent, including Deadeye's guys. I mean, Deadeye's guys, we can also, you know, keep the conversation aside in the Super Weekend 3 that couldn't really make it. But up till now in the Grand Finals, at least in the first 3 games, they're looking quite good when it comes to that positioning points, or those placement points, as you'd like to call it. So they're looking quite good. Hopefully this keeps them going, because that inconsistent performance definitely hits in later on, and that's what the problem has been with Deadeye's guys. But again, all we're doing is hoping, and well, again, Ocean has said it, hope is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, a lot of opiums, indeed. And now, I mean, considering how the circle has really panned out, we're sort of looking at an probably open circle. Now, this is one of those circles where Stalwart really love to enjoy themselves. Now, they've been really close, you know, trying to get that chicken dinner. Even in Sanhok, the survival game was pretty strong. Now, Erangel is definitely one of those maps where they absolutely love to, you know, go all guns blazing. And, well, by all means, I mean, they've already started off with the rotation, and they're heading from Ruzok. So they've got to select one good point, but we've got a fight breaking down amidst us. It's the 2 Pakistani teams, R3D and Team BABLU. I was just trying to trade off a few bullets from quite afar.
Well, it doesn't really seem like any of them are going to be connecting. It's more kind of like to show your presence there.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, be aware, we're here. Did not try to take this compound. It's already been contested by R3D. And take a look at the circle shift. It's quite drastic. And well, DRs are going to be the one who has found themselves in luck this time, because all the teams that will either have to go through the water rotation, or also at the same time, if they try to go towards bridge, this is where fixes so many choke points are created, right? And those bridges are those choke points. And if they try to go through waters, I mean, they can't really do much, because they can't really shoot guns inside water.
Necro, I love the positioning from Seal this time. I mean, their positioning has been so on point. But like you said, you know, so many teams are going to dash inside the circle. It's going to be absolute pandemonium. And DRS, a lot of freebies for them. I just hope they've got some decent amount of loot, because they've already started shredding all those bullets. This time, I believe that the players of R3D and Anubis almost on the verge. And yes, does get knocked down by Nima. well, he's a little bit out of the open, Master Ninja. And he spotted out Joker. He's definitely peppering down those bullets and making sure that they can get a few good kills for themselves. And Joker has been taken down as well. Now, DRS, this is their cue where they can absolutely go and push and go for the kill. But are they going to do that? Because doing that is definitely meaning the fact that you're going to let off that good cover that you have. And Mafia Ninja, if he gets complacent about his surroundings, then he also might land up in a little bit of trouble.
That's what I was literally about to say. But yeah, he has his teammates in the back to watch his back as well. So he doesn't really have to worry much. But again, you never know when your teammates will be tunnel vision on a single team.
Yep.
And that's where your demise might just come through. But again, DRS, they're doing a great job pinning R3D down. They're making sure that R3D is staying on the other side of the island instead of coming on the other side. And DRS, they're being the guardian angels of the other half. But I also do like how Deadeye's guys made that quick rotation. But Wizzes Vibes and Stalwart Esports, they're also engaging in a fight because Wizzes Vibes try to make a rotation right next through them. And Stalwart Esports is kind of a team that's not going to let them go that easily. For now, again, Deadeye's guys taking a few shots onto R3D. Still trying to find some rotations from the back lines, but but DRS are looking quite safe.
Well, they certainly are. And now this lull in the lobby is sort of a signal for the storm that's brewing. And in a while, winter is going to arrive, and with it, a lot of enemies for DRS. They definitely have to hold the door. Now the question is how? As ZEUS, well, again, now they're engaging against 7C, I believe, and one of their players has already fallen down. Now, Future Station is also in close contention, as we do have Stalwart going up against Seal. Now, Stalwart, they really need to watch their backs. I believe that's, yes, they definitely do.
ZEUS, with that rotation, that was so harmful for them. But this circle shift, no one anticipated it because each and every single team was making that rotation on the northern side, but all of them are now screwed. PUBG gods are like, all right, screw you all. We're just going to be throwing a different curveball inside the zone, and it shifts down south, and each and every single team now, they're on a move instantly because they want to make sure they're being inside the circle as quick as possible. If they're not really able to do so, well, then we do know what happens when you take those late game rotations, especially in the late zones. You're pretty much just a gone case at that point.
You certainly are. I mean, well, they did manage to take one finish though over here, but that's just about it. As well, the zone is pretty much succumbing the players of T2K, and well, the woes continue. And now heading on, ZEUS needs to rotate in, but which route are they going to opt for? That's a big question over here, because R3D, they're going to enjoy themselves. As I8, well, they're also losing out on those numbers, as Killer, right out in the open, has been spotted by the boys of A1, who apparently are taking a few shots at him, but certainly have missed the mark. Now, A1 Esports does realize the gravity of the situation. They have to somehow get inside the circle as well, and on top of that, get a good spot. Now, talking about good spot, I really like the positioning from 7C. They're going to take up over the Everest area, and they're going to have so much high ground vision for themselves, as we have got fight breaking down, in fact, left, right, and center, absolutely everywhere. Everyone sort of contesting, or rather trying to get a good spot for themselves. Now, this is one of the circles, Necro, if you remember, we did see in the Super Weekends, I believe, where A1 Esports did manage to take a chicken dinner.
Yeah, the circle does seem kind of familiar, though, but this time the situations are way different. It's not the same how it looked like this time, but again, DRS, they're going to be racking up a lot of kills. They're right on the edge, I mentioned. They're holding the water lines at the same time. They're making sure teams are not really crossing over. But now, Wizzes Vibes, they have their eyes locked on the A1 Esports. Still, take a look at this. 9boy, just inside the water with his buggy.
Oh,
a little bit shoulder being exposed. And well, ReaperBot is not a man that's going to be letting these kind of mistakes just slide away like that. Sinister falls down, and that's an opening frag for Wizzes Vibes. That's what they were looking for. That's a go call for them, and that's what they exactly do. Malik takes his vehicle, marches inside, or at least a little bit closer to his teammates. He's making sure that he's giving him a little bit of backup. In the back lines, there is ReaperBot over there, so he can try and give at least as much as info as possible. And what's going on? What? Spider-Man?
I mean, that's not even Spider-Man. That's some
what was
kind
that?
of tilt, man. I do not know, but you know, we've got some fights breaking down, and this is exactly what we were anticipating as Wizzes with Vibes. They definitely have spotted out one of those players of high voltage inside that little shack, but it's going to be a free fiesta for Danny as so many fishes are inside the water. Just give this man his fishing rod as ZEUS. They've set their eyes on Wizzes with Vibes. They want to go ahead with this push. The Rules has been revived, but Malik is still fighting, and he does manage to secure a knock as he goes against ABLU, who's taking a lot of damage. He's managed to take down 2 players over there, Necro.
Oh, nice. He's the only man alive, but not anymore. He also falls down, but Malik is taking a lot of zone damage. He couldn't really tank it anymore. Rules is going to be the final man alive from that squad. At least he is the one who makes it in. Reaper's also there, but he's down quite low. He's taking a lot of damage from that water because he's suffocating to his death. He can't really peek outside as well because he's being camped by Clarity BABLU. If he peeks his head out, Clarity BABLU are going to make sure it's being cut off instantly. Pika scanning out the water lines at the same time. He's making it to the other side. And DRS, that's a quick rotation also from their side. They've realized the circle moves away. That means they will also need to move inside the zone. And that's what they're exactly doing. Mafia Ninja is the solo man who made sure this entire shoreline is being secured by DRS.
Yep, and DRS, they've been patient, they've been clinical in pursuit for the next chicken dinner, but looking at the circle, it's definitely going to favor the players of Vibes over here, as Dead Eyes might create some commotion, might contest them for that piece of land. But right now, what we do have is Wizzes with Vibes, after a really valiant effort, have finally fallen down, and well, at the 13th position.
Exactly, take a look at extreme spots at Clarity BABLU. Takes quite a bit of shots, doesn't really connect to any though, but now this is where he finds a few players out in the open, and he's not going to let them go like that. Subian though with a return fire, that's a good reply from his side. He takes him down instantly. Ozzy, he has so much info being revealed to himself, also at the same time to his teammates. But the problem is his teammate is knocked out, and there's no way he's going to be able to get the rest back up onto him, so that's going to be leaving high voltage with just that one last man alive. It's going to be Ozzy. Now DRS, spot out Clarity BABLU making that quick rotation inside the zone. The vehicle was almost about to blow up, but finally it happens. But Clarity BABLU with quite a decent amount of kills, 6 kills for themselves. They also take a leave inside the lobby, but the problem is they don't really get a lot of actually no placement points. Yeah.
Considering the fact that they've got that high ground advantage for themselves, you know, things might start looking really, really deadly for them. As Mr. Thapa, he's the latest addition. We've seen him for a while, and well, Joker, he's absolutely gonna nade down Ale. He's really low HP, and it might just blow any second.
Yeah, it does, but doesn't really find its mark. Ale left down quite low, 7C. Looking quite good. They have 3 players alive, at least for now. They're looking quite decent. On the other hand, Raw as well have 3 players alive, but blah 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 is knocked out. Still not sure if they're going to be able to get the rest back up on his feet, but Killer out in the open is not going to be spared. Smokey's the man who takes him down, but instead the return fire from the side of Vibes catches him off guard. He will be taken. Actually, that was Deadeye's guys who try to help him out, and well, that third party from their side is going to be putting 7C in such an uncomfortable position. Mr. Tapa now, he makes a quick rotation onto his teammate. Is he going to be able to do it successfully? That's the huge question. The circle shift out in the open. That means each and every single team inside the zone or inside this late game, they're quite unsettled.
They are quite unsettled. Now we've got DRS in a collision course against Raw. They've definitely spotted them out. However, Sada falls down to the play zone. And, well. He's gonna be lopped down with a few grenades, maybe? No, that's not happening. As DRS still have all the players alive. They're doing pretty well as the circle has shrink down. 7C still in good contention, but talk about Stalwart. Well, they definitely have their survival game on point.
Exactly. Same thing with Deadeyes, guys. Just looking so good. Take a look at how much control of the zone also they have at the same time. They're controlling the entire right side of the zone. That's huge. They're also kind of split up in the 2-2 split. They're looking quite good for now. But DRS, AJ, unleashing hell on the 7C. Takes one man down, looking to get the second one. The problem is he just doesn't have a clear line of sight onto him. DRS, they also have all 4 of their players alive, but again, another problem is that they are just accumulated in one single spot. Instead, they need to spread out, and that's how DRS usually likes to play. But the problem is they're just being surrounded from all the different sides by a lot of teams, and they're making sure they're not really giving DRS the amount of space they need.
Oh, there you go. The fight starts breaking down. Joker has managed to get 2 though, but fails to get 3rd. But still a really good effort as DRS, their dreams of getting the second chicken dinner, are looking a little bit shaky as they've got 2 players down, but still 12 kills to their name. They are absolutely popping off and going in for the resurrection. Can they get it though? That's a big question, because Deadeyes, the way they are playing, all right, they've got all their players alive, just waiting for all the fights to happen, and that is where they strike. But look at the circle, the way it has shifted into no man's land.
DRS won the first Erangel game. Maybe the second one as well is on the way, because the circle favoring DRS a bit. They still have to make it inside. It's the open ground, so we can't really say if they're going to be able to make it in open grounds just like that easily. But, I mean, they're DRS for a reason. They are here. They're one of the best out there. I don't really feel like they're going to be struggling anytime soon to get inside the zone. They are slowly and steadily marching forward. They have spotted out Mr. Smokey from the side of 7C. So now Mr. Smokey doing quite a great job repositioning himself, proning down in the grass, keeping his position anonymous. They still think he's behind that US, but he's already moved quite away. But look at this. Deadeyes guy is right next to Smokey. This might just where he go down, but DRS, one man being spotted out. This just gives entire intentions away of DRS, and now they're quite unsettled.
They certainly are, but still, you know, they really want to get this chicken dinner pretty bad. They've lost out on Mafia Ninja though, but have a good spot. You've got that high ground. This is where I think we can anticipate that duel happening between Deadeyes and DRS, as Mr. Smokey and Pika, they're just going to be spectators over here, as it's a 3-1 split. Shifu making sure that Pika does not cause any trouble. If he does, then he's there for the check. But DRS, they need to be wary of multiple angles, because all these players are closely looking at them, and there you have it. Jolson getting the final kill, and 7C go down.
7C goes down. That leaves us with 3 teams left inside this final situation. And we all do know Pika's probably going to be the sneaky man inside this one, because he knows he's the only one alive. So you might just let these 2 teams fight against each other, and then he will try to rack up the rest leftover kills. Or he can try and grief someone's game. But I feel like griefing wouldn't really secure him that many points as he wants. Instead, if he waits for these 2 teams to fight against each other, that's when things can be a little bit more difficult. But with that smoke, he also gives his position away. But he doesn't have any other choice. He also needs to make it inside the circle as quick as possible, because this one's going to be chunking quite a lot of damage out. And finally, the fight breaks out. It's going to be DRS versus Deadeyes, guys. They finally meet each other. Shifu Sir is going to be the man who falls down. AJ's left quite low, including Nima. Gelson's the only one who's looking healthy.
He certainly is, but DRS, they're against their backs. But can Deadeyes finish them off? That's the big question over here, as they've lost one man for themselves. As AJ's going to take a flurry of bullets, and there you go, on top, managing to secure that knock as Crack gets another, and it's the last player, Nima, surviving. And well, there comes the push, and Deadeyes, there you get it, the finish coming out. But Pika enjoys himself, having the better of the circle. Deadeyes have snuffed the chicken dinner, and they're going to get that final kill anytime soon and get it home.
Oh, they're looking for the final kill. They're searching for Pika. Pika well aware of their positioning. Deadeyes, guys, still do have one man knocked out, but no, Pika being spotted out, he can't really do much. He's out in the open, but it's fine. He's done his job, securing those placement points for his teammates, and that's all they needed. But Deadeye's guys, though, the consistent performance again paying off, and throughout the day, they have been consistent. I'm pretty sure with that win, they've also shifted themselves up in the overall rankings. That means #1 probably, and yes, exactly that is.
There you have it. I mean, consistency always mattering a lot. And we did see the signs of resurrection from Deadeyes, you know. This is one of those things that I did say in my analysis video for the teams that I was really looking out for, because they were wounded, right? They need to make a comeback. They needed, rather, to make a comeback. And here they are. They missed out on that chicken dinner in the first game, but now they have recovered it all and have managed to secure the top spot. Now, the biggest question is, now that they've broken the deadlock, Erangel still being one of those maps that is heavily dominated by the Nepali teams, question arises, can they maintain it throughout the course of the next 3 days?
Well, I feel like they definitely can. They definitely do have the caliber, but again, sometimes we have seen also Deadeye's guys, you know, in the previous times in league days, even in the super weekends, kind of inconsistency did hit them in the end, but hopefully this time they keep it going.
Hopefully. I mean, hope is pretty much a strong word. I mean, the desk has established that. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the desk to break the fights down.
Welcome to the virtual world of PMPL South Asia Season 4 right here in the finals week, is where we're at day number 1 of the finals. All thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making it all happen. But what a play this was. An amazing turn of affair. These two lads, we're talking about it. DE will make a comeback, and here they are on the top of that totem pole.
I mean, this is something that we were expecting, but I mean, Stalwart Esports is what Ocean picked, and they went on to do really well in this game, finishing off second. Although, I have to say, I was not expecting that. Pika was the solo survivor for his team for a very long time, and I have no idea how he made it.
I'll tell you a thing, right? In my mind, I was thinking if Pika could actually clutch this, because DE, the players were, you know, kind of charging on DRS. Well, I had this thing in my mind. What if both of the teams, you know, take down 1-1-1, they trade out, and the last player is surviving on low HP, and Pika jumps up, takes, but, well, DE had players for themselves. So it was a standard battle overall, if you talk about it.
Absolutely, it most certainly was. I mean, that same exact analogy that you were talking about, mate, I was anticipating that from the side of 7C Smokey, but overall, as you so perfectly said, it was a DE game. As we move on forth to the MVP, it is going to be DRS Gaming's Yalzen coming in with the stats. Ocean.
So if you talk about this this lad right here, right, Galzen, he has back and forth just showcased amazing gameplay for his team. 735 damage, 4 kills, 25-40 survival time, 3 assists as well. So that actually shows the way DRS played in its own entirety. And well, Erangel is kind of a lucky charm for this team, because they love to just rotate really early onto the center lines of the map. We have seen them doing this back and forth.
Absolutely, every single time, and that's the reason why I picked DRS, but sadly, they don't get that chicken. Nevertheless, they are here in the top players list. The 3 top players are from DRS, followed in with DE.
And look at Mafia Ninja, lucky number 7. That's his damage right there, 777. But still, as you said, it was a really good game from DRS. It was DE capitalizing at the right time and making sure that when the players of DRS were a little distracted, their aim was a little off, that DE was there to chime in and just take away the chicken dinner from them. But it is going to be really interesting to see as to what this result is going to convert to as far as the overall storyboard is considered, because these two teams, I believe, they're going to be neck and neck.
They most certainly will be. That is no denying it. I mean, from the start of the day itself, we've seen both of them just go so very fantastic. But on the other front, as we talk about the 2 teams that were first and second in this game, respectively, it was Deadeye's guys following in with Stalwart Esports.
Both the teams just tried to do really good. Stalwart, obviously, with one player surviving, could not do much in the department of kills. It just got 2 kills. One was obviously with the last lad surviving. 19 minutes and 27 seconds of average survival actually shows it. They did try to have a good fight, but then again, their early elimination shows that high damage received number for themselves.
And majority of it comes down to the fact that most of the teams thought the circle was going to shift towards the northern side of the river, because we saw Seal Esports join Stalwart as well. Both of them just taking the same decision. DRS made the same decision as well, but they were really quick in transitioning towards the other side, and that swiftness is something that helped them out quite a lot.
Pika healed up, Pika survived. He just was there, with his own self. And then Mr. Smokey as well. Like 7C, if we just talk about the team as well, but did really good. Longest distance come down on R3D, and that is a pretty fair amount, 257 meters. But alright, so I remember, but they did not, DE did not play the final Super Weekend. But out of 7 times that they were in top 3, 4 times they were at 2nd position, 1 time they got a chicken dinner, and well, the other times they were at the 3rd position. So this time getting a chicken dinner for this team, it looks really good. Obviously, previously you used to have $1,000 for themselves, but this time, well, they are getting the 1st position overall. That's a good thing.
That certainly is, because the points is what will matter when it comes down to the overall ranking. But before we can talk about the overall ranking, let's have a glance at the match ranking, where DRS Gaming are going to be on top based on those kill departments working in their favor, but the chicken dinner certainly has been grasped by Deadeye's guys.
Exactly, and as I said, it's going to be a neck-and-neck finish between these two teams. 23 points to both of them. Stalwart Esports, all thanks to Pika coming from this game with those 14 points. But again, one thing that we're going to notice again in this game: no ZEUS.
No ZEUS.
Yep.
No ZEUS. Again and again and again. Well, I mean, we can have a look at the 9 to 16 for that for sure, as of now. I mean, today's day overall. I don't know what is just going bad for this team. Alright, they do pop up in the kill department, but it's just a bit too late as of now, because this is a 3-day affair. They can do really good tomorrow, but they'll have to do it in the entirety of the day for sure. They can do really good in the upcoming games, but then again, they'll have to do it in the entirety. Back-to-back amazing games if they want to just know.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, bringing that conversation for ZEUS Esports in their favor as well, you do know, I mean, we've seen that team perform really well under pressure. So it is possible, it is still possible.
I mean, so, alright, you say this, but you remember when we had a look at their performance? When we were comparing them against Stalwart, under pressure, they had a constant performance. It was never going up this time. So this time, what I would say is other teams have evolved. Against ZEUS will have to use something, otherwise it's just Stalwart is doing so good. As in the previous season, right, in the South Asia Championship, as soon as Stalwart arrived, ZEUS has started faltering down here and there.
That is true. That is so very true indeed. It seems like their chemistry, their formula has kind of been figured out from the other teams in the lobby. But let's, of course, combine all of these fights that took place throughout the entirety of the game. It is time to move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And again, this was a very fun game to watch based on where the circle was. We saw a lot of mistimed rotation coming in from a lot of different teams, and that just made things a lot more exciting to watch and witness from our perspective. But as I was talking about, we did see the Seal and Stalwart situation arise as well, and ZEUS Esports, again, don't know what is really going on with this team at this point, because we expected, to be very honest, we expected when the finals were going to begin, we're going to see ZEUS firing on all cylinders, but we are still waiting.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I'm happy with DRS the way they just went inside the zone and held the circle for themselves back and forth, because this team had a lot on their shoulders in this situation, right? They were taking a lot of fights, but the best part about this game was it was dependent on the circle, but it was heavily decisive on the sidelines of the fights that you're taking, right?
Yeah.
Because there's an empty road in the middle. On the other side, you're seeing your opponents, but you cannot take a shot, because if you just stand up, you're getting shot at as well. So all these things, because just look at this, right? Someone shooting someone, but he's getting shot at from the other side as well. So this kind of an open circle, it's rare, but looking at these kind of zones, it's amazing.
And I agree with what Ocean said. Prioritizing your fights was key to walking away with points in this game. Perfect example of this is going to be what happened to A1 Esports. We saw them escape an engagement against Stalwart, and then what do we see? They stop again, just just because Wizzes Wise from the backline took a few shots on them and they wanted some cover for themselves. And after that, they didn't really make it to the end game stages.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
true. That's true. So this is all right. Obviously, from DRS side, it's a really high damage game, or it justifies it. They have 13 kills. From DE side, it's a decent amount of damage game. But the other teams, it just showcases the way that they were trying to take up the fights, but they were being shut down as well in those fights.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen multiple fights in this game specifically in which a team does emerge victorious, but they lose their 1 or 2 players. Every single fight, like not exactly every single fight, but it's like 90% of the fights showed us that thing.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, I do want to kind of talk a little bit about Clarity Esports as well. I mean, this team slowly but surely are climbing the ladder as well. As we can see from this game, they were able to accumulate 6 kill points for themselves, along with the 900 plus damage that they were able to dish out. So overall, when we move on to the storyboard, we'll see what sort of performance, or rather what sort of a leap has this performance led them towards. But in the entirety of the saga, yes, every single time we talk about that storyboard, it is the ZEUS plan and the side of ZEUS that is still lacking. So we've been talking about the overall. Let's bring up the storyboard and have a look at what are we to anticipate from the first page.
Oh, they get their position there. They get their first position for themselves. DRS, they were at the 5th. Now they're at the 2nd. That's really good. I8, a team that was at the 1st position, well, they are a chicken dinner behind from Deadeyes because that's 15-point difference. It's just there. But I'm happy for DE, to be honest. Personally, I'm really happy for DE. You remember a lot of times they were at that 2nd position when they were missing out on $1,000. Well, this is their chance to just accumulate a big chunk right now. Obviously, you don't. You're not getting any chicken dinner dollars for this one, but what you're getting is eventually when you get the first position, that's where you're getting a big prize.
Exactly. If you get the first position at the last day, at the last game, I mean, by then, if you're sitting on the first position, you will be walking away with $10,000. And that is something that I believe, I agree with Ocean, that is what this team, Deadeyes guys, is going to be aiming for. But I want Stalwart Esports to step up their game. I want them to contest DRS and Deadeyes guys. It's going to make the standings a lot more interesting.
They
and
will.
Yes, Ocean, you pointed this out earlier. Whichever team is holding the first position by the end of the day with at least a 15-point difference against the second position team, they usually end up winning the tournament.
And well, if I just take you back to the memory lane, right? In PMPL Season 2 League, obviously, DE won the league stage.
Yes.
I'm seeing the glimpses of the old DE. Obviously, players are not there exactly, but I'm seeing the old glimpses of DE as they are. But ZEUS, I'm not seeing the glimpses of that old ZEUS anymore. It will be harsh. I mean, this is a team that everyone had in their favorites when it comes down to the pockets, right? This is a team that everyone would be thinking that, this team will do good. I don't see them doing good.
I mean, the gods of Olympus have fallen finally.
Hey, don't say finally. The fans are still waiting. We're still waiting.
I mean, hey man, you remember the domination in Season 3, right?
Yeah, exactly. Remember, last day when ZEUS and DRS were neck to neck, they were taking fights. One game it was ZEUS at the top, the other game it was DRS, then ZEUS, then DRS. That's what was happening till the final game where it was a 2-point difference and you could never know, which team is just going to come out on top. And well, DRS, they did get a game for themselves, but... We will still hope, right? We'll still hope from ZEUS.
But then again, I mean, you guys are so perfectly honest about all of it, right? Because when you talk about the stats are clearly indicating. I mean, this team has played 4 games, and the team is not able to accumulate kill points, placement points. Nothing working in that team's favor. So hopefully, as we move on forth, things will change around from the side of ZEUS Esports. But along with that, as we change on the momentum, it is going to be Miramar. And this time around, when it comes to Miramar, what are your anticipations going to be? What team, what region would you want to pick?
I'm going to take a page out of XP and Blair's book, and I'm going to keep on believing no matter what. ZEUS Esports, they will come out on top.
Actually, exactly my same thing. I'm going to believe like Mongolian team will take this one.
All right, with that set in stone, let's move on forth. Let's cue in the Panda Bros who are going to be taking you through this game. It is going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Analyst Desk, I actually do feel you guys. The impression that ZEUS put in Season 3, it's just so remarkable, right? You just can't really get your eyes and hopes off of ZEUS. And it's pretty understandable. It's the same thing with me. Somehow, even though I know since the league stage, since the Super Weekends, ZEUS hasn't really been able to do that good. But still, I do kind of hope that maybe now, maybe later, maybe tomorrow, ZEUS will keep on doing better. That's all we were left with. Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like I said, hope. is what we are left with. But let's not make it about ZEUS, right? We'll have to. We really have to cover all the other teams that are really stepping up and impressing us. And amongst everybody, we talk about Stalwart, who apparently have been maintaining that consistent run. Now, this is where things start getting really interesting, right? We do know for sure that they're going to be qualifying for the MENA and S championships, so they do have that slot, considering they were the winners last time. But still, look at them; they're performing out of this world. I mean, every single game, even if they're not able to accrue a lot of kills, they're still doing that, or still somehow compensating for that amazing position points. Now, well, heading into Miramar, this is where things start getting really interesting. A lot of people start speculating, but we did have a different winner in the second game, right? That was Future Station. Now, that was quite unusual because we have not really seen them dominating in Miramar. So we're gonna be, exploring into the unexplored, right? We do not know what's gonna happen because it could possibly be anyone's game. But what I would really want over here is a Stalwart getting a chicken for themselves.
Yeah, I definitely want that as
yeah.
well. And I mean, that's what the analyst has said as well, right? Any of the Mongolian teams that will probably try to take this one. Because, yeah, as you mentioned, no matter what, Stalwart Esports throughout the day, they have been really consistent. And now only thing they want is that chicken dinner. And I'm pretty sure it's not really far away, right? They can try to get it easily, without a doubt. And with the kind of performance they have been showing, again, as I mentioned, it doesn't really look that it's that far away. But now again, the sure problem is that ZEUS from the side of Mongolia, they're really not able to perform. And what do you think to fix this? Is that the kind of new coach that they're not really able to adapt towards?
I do not know. And to be honest, I don't think it's going to pertain down to the coach, right? Because how much can he... Of course, your rotations are going to be impacted. But when you're losing those 1v1 skirmishes, when you're two-man strong and still falling down to just one player, and that to a team that has recently joined PMPL, then that's not the fault of the coach, right? You're having some serious trouble with your communication between each other. All they had to do in that fight, was push together. That's it, plain and simple. And the worst part, they were in the low grounds, right? That being said, of course, ZEUS is definitely going to be wanting to come back along with 15 other teams who have their eyes set on that chicken dinner as we head ourselves into the deserts of Miramar.
Here we go, Fixes. The map of Miramar, and this is where a lot of eyes are going to be stuck onto those Mongolian teams. And the plane flight path starting all the way from down south, ending towards Toria Muda. This is quite an interesting one. Teams are definitely not going to be having that much amount of trouble going towards their drop locations. Now, what do I exactly want to see is how TDK are going to be playing this one out. Now, we have seen them kind of going towards that graveyard kind of area because, I mean, back in the day, this is where P and Crew used to like to go, and we do know those two players are from P and Crew. So now they have kind of acquired that graveyard area. So this is where, this kind of also leaves the teams that used to like to go towards Los Leonos. Now, this is where only two teams go there. Now, recently, back in the time, we did see Seal joining them, but it doesn't really seem like they're doing the same thing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to figure out a rather safer drop location, and well, I mean, whatever is working goes really well with Team Seal, right? Because they're still sitting at 39 points, and again have been one of the most consistent teams, if not the most explosive, right? That is one thing where we can actually meet our minds at, and considering how the flight path trajectory has gone by. Now, this is something that we're again privy to, especially in the map of Miramar, is that the circuit is not going to give you any sort of curveball right off the start. And have I been proven wrong? Because today, the two Miramars that we did have that northern inclination. And, well, this time the tradition sort of continues. But considering this particular circle necro, do you think R3D, they have a chance?
No.
Oh.
Honestly saying, like, the problem with R3D is, like, they're just not really able to secure themselves that late game situation, Even if they do manage to do so, there's just some of the other way they find themselves to kind of screw it up. Yeah, there have been moments that they kind of, do a great job surviving, but so far we haven't really seen so. And each and every single team inside the Grand Finals, they're looking forward to at least get a decent amount of performance in the first day of the Grand Finals. Now, if you keep ZEUS aside, yeah, they're having a terrible day, but maybe again, as the analyst desk as well are hoping, maybe in the second day they can try and get themselves back up on their feet. But take a look at the positioning kind of near San Martin, right? There's Deadeye's guys, Stalwart Esports, and Wizzes' Vibes right next to each other. And if you talk about these kind of placements from these teams, I do anticipate a fight coming soon.
Well, we do. And you know, the last Miramar that Blay and XP were casting, the first blood did happen around that 14th or 13th-minute marker. So we're going to anticipate something like that, right? The early game would be sort of silent, where, you know, all these teams would be focusing a lot on the rotation. Now, Deadeyes, this is one of those teams that is enjoying themselves at the tippity top. And I did have a very decent game of Miramar as well, right? They played out of their minds. They survived for quite some time. Did gather quite some good number of kills. But this time also, it's sort of a similar circle in the form that it's kind of tilted towards the northern areas. Of course, it's got that eastern tilt. But I'm pretty sure that Deadeyes do know how to rotate around this particular map, considering the fact that the roster that they have, the experience that is oozing out of them. And Miramar is a map where, you know, it's more of a mind game than a brawl game.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, Miramar, it's kind of like a huge map. You do get as much as the personal space as you want to rotate inside the zone, and that's where, as you mentioned beautifully, the mind games are being played in those kind of situations or circumstances. But now you have Stalwart Esports in front of you. Now you have DRS Gaming. Well, this is a team that is right on the second place in the overall rankings with total points of 54 and total kills of 27 fixes and average damage of 980. They're looking quite good, and consider the fact that this is just the first day in the grand finals. They're doing fantastic. I mean, again, yeah, Ocean mentioned it, he's kind of seeing like the glimpses of season 2, but honestly, I feel like DRS, if they are being that consistent each and every single game, and consider the fact that we know Deadeye's guys as well, yeah, they're quite good, but the consistency factor, you know, in the past, we can't really put that much trust on them.
Well, I mean, we certainly can't, right? With the consistency being one of those biggest issues. Now, Team C, you know, let's talk a little bit about the other Mongolian teams. Let's, you know, not have every conversation around ZEUS anymore, because even I'm sort of done, right? At a point, I'm starting to ponder, what are we doing? I mean, we've got 16 teams, for Christ's sake, with us, and well, they're performing better than them right now. So let's make it about them. Now, Seal, I've been loving it, right? Every single movement that they've been making. Now, imagine, Necro, of course, they did miss out on that last chicken dinner. Had the circle rotated around that, rather collapsed towards the northern side, I mean, that chicken dinner was pretty much theirs to lose, right? Because we did see a lot of curveballs hitting the players, and they did have a lot of trouble sort of rotating inside the zone. But considering the fact that they've still managed to maintain decent amount of position points along with a few kill points, I'm really excited to see what are they going to put on the table even today with the number of games that we have, and tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is where I think that teams like Seal or maybe Stalwart, they're going to march their way into the top 3, maybe possibly to the first spot.
Yeah, definitely they can, right? I mean, Seal now is a perfect example of a team who is kind of tactical. At the same time, they have gunpowder as well, and they do it, or they pretty much present it perfectly sometimes. But that's the times where they also do tend to get caught off guard, and when they're trying to make it inside the circle, there's sometimes those unfortunate moments where they can't really make it. They get sandwiched between a few teams, and that's where their kind of like downfall starts. But it's fine, you know, up till now they have been doing quite a great job, and I'm pretty sure they can continue it in the future. Even right now, you can see that 2-2 split on the map feed coming in through. 2 players in Campo Militar, 2 players in Torre Muda. I mean, it's one thing we can say for sure, that they're gonna be coming out on top with a decent amount of loot. But this is the Future Station in front of us, and Future Station, again, we do know they're as I mentioned, they're one of those teams that do like to keep themselves anonymous in those early game phases, and then late game phases where they start racking up kills.
Well, considering how things are panning out, you know, again, a really slow start. DRS. However, having a good time rotating around La Cubraria, But look at T2K. Jane apparently has spotted out Chickle. He's of course going to be taking a few shots at him, and Chickle walks into a safe route. You know, he's managed to escape that fight, and he has nothing to do with that spot anymore. And well, T2K, they've got to hold on to the spot that they've been having, because it's one of those central spots, right? Could be the possible next circle's center.
Now, I don't like what exactly is going on the bottom right side over here. Fixes I8 and 7C. They're moving right behind each other. Now, I do want to know if that they're well aware of each other's position. If I do know that 7C is cruising right behind them, then they can maybe go inside the zone and just wait for them to come by or pass by, and that's where they can start taking a few shots onto them. If they're not really very well aware, then 7C can have a good flank onto them. But talking about things being well aware, B-Shaw now being caught off guard out in the open, and Extreme is going to be capitalizing onto that situation. He does have the high ground at the same time, a little rich to work with. But B-Shaw, he is not really interested in challenging the fight anymore. Instead, he wants to make it inside the zone, but it's taking quite a few shots onto himself. Vadu is the man who's in the close contestation. He's quite up close and personal, but B-Shaw is the man. He's not going to be shying away from this fight. He wants that smoke, and he's probably going to be getting it. He was well aware of BABLU's position, and that's quite a great positioning coming out from the side of Raw inside this fight, and they're charging him through against high voltage. Vadu is the only man who's in the close lines, and B-Shaw is not going to let Vadu slip by just like that.
All right. A lot of grenades being thrown over B-Shaw at really low HP as the cavalry has arrived. The support comes in, but B-Shaw almost whiffing on his shots, but barely finally managing to connect. He needs to patch himself up, and he needs to do that really quick.
I feel like he's probably going to get knocked. Is he able to? No, yep. As I mentioned, he was quite low. Couldn't really get the bandage off in the nick of time, so it's going to be knocked out. But it's nothing to worry about. He's probably going to be back up on his feet, and they should be traversing inside the zone in no time. That also leaves high voltage with just a two-man squad now. Airdrop once on the board is going to be the Groza. I don't really feel like any of the teams are probably going to go in for it. If anyone does go for it, it's probably going to be Wizzes Wipes because they're the closest one to it. But again, Deadeye's guys, a decent positioning inside the zone. But again, ZEUS, they're all the way in the center. And I feel like being in the center is probably the most problem. Or that's probably the thing that is really not panning out for them.
Well, right now, considering how the situations are, right? We've got Deadeyes. They did spot out Stadium Stalwart. Now, they have that little bit of a high ground advantage. Just, tapping a few bullets, making sure that the field threatened, at least, to not come into their territory. But R3D, well, now they've got definitely a circle that they can win the game with, as we've got a deal. Now he's going to take a few shots at Baron, but instead gets responded pretty heavily as he finds cover and hunts.
R3D, do you see a team really far away? They do have a great positioning inside the zone, but are they well aware of Seal? That's what I do want to know. They're taking a few shots onto them, but again, they're quite far away. So R3D, they don't really have anything to worry about. As I mentioned, ZEUS all the way in the center of the zone, exactly in the center. And that as well sometimes do lead into their demise, and that's what exactly has been happening throughout the day. The problem is, if you're in the center, a lot of eyes are going to be focused on you. And ZEUS is kind of a team that do attract a lot of eyes, especially when they're making those rotations happen. And with that being said, they're also taking a few shots on the I8. They do have a decent amount of info, and I also do like Reviews' position. He's kind of split out in the open. He does have kind of like the off angle going in through. BABLU is the man who spots him out, taking a few shots again onto him. That split is there from the ZEUS. They do have a decent kind of the cover over here. At the same time, they have decent land area occupied.
Well, now we've got Legend. I mean, I really hope he does know that entries around him, because if he does not, well, he's in for a treat. But Future Station, now they did manage to get a chicken dinner in the previous game of Miramar, and they certainly can get one today also. but well, the teammates are a bit far apart from each other. Now they certainly have a good idea of Legend's position, as a lot of shots have been taken at C1's direction. But what Legend is really trying over here is to destroy the vehicle that he has, sort of immobilizing his movement. But taking a look at the shift, it's pretty standard, right? The circle imploding on itself. The center, however, being taken over by ZEUS. They need to find themselves a safe haven. If they do, they have a chance at, shutting all the critics down.
Again, yeah. Now, ZEUS, they didn't really have any kind of compounds for themselves, being in the center. And that's what they realized. And now circle shifting right in the center as well. They have realized that they need to move inside a compound, or at least a house that they can call themselves like a safe kind of a place where they will at least have a decent amount of cover for themselves. But R3 is right next to them, where the place they have moved. And that's quite a good decision. But again, you can also get backstabbed by R3. And I'm pretty sure as the time moves on, there's going to be a few teams that are going to be occupying the position that ZEUS had for themselves a few minutes ago. Yep. High Voltage and Raw still outside the zone. Next to each other, they're still the neighbors. We did see in the past Raw taking a few players out of High Voltage. That just leaves them in a two-man squad. So Raw, they do have a man advantage inside this fight if it goes off. But High Voltage, they have no intentions of challenging a fight.
Oh, they certainly don't. Now, High Voltage, they've been one of those teams, that have been trying but haven't really been succeeding, because right off the bat, we can see they've already lost on 2 members. Now, this is where they cannot really afford to take those fights anymore. Now, they're completely handicapped over here. They will have to focus on getting a lot of position points for themselves. Now, Havoc, well, however, he's not going to stop keeping watch, right? He's going to still be checking around his surroundings, and he knows there's a team in front of them. But what he does not know is that the team is Stalwart.
Yeah, and just that name itself can be so, scary, right? Stalwart Esports, they have been really good when it comes to their placement points. At the same time, those kill points in the kill department. And they're definitely one of those teams in the lobby that you need to watch out from. And as we talk about that, they already find an opening onto High Voltage. Just like that, one man goes down. The rest should be there, but Stalwart Esports is kind of a team that's not gonna let the rest come in through that easily. And they're looking to capitalize onto it, but they just don't really have a clear line of sight onto them. Raw now from the back lines, trying to capitalize this entire situation, trying to third-party High Voltage. But Joker being caught off guard out in the open, blows the tire away. Make sure Joker is not going to be able to use that vehicle to reposition himself. That means Joker now is going to be stuck out in the open. His teammates will have to do something to make sure he's being safe and sound for now. But that shot was quite close. Wizzes right past through his ears.
Definitely. He must have felt it, right? And but still, did not move a flinch, as we've got the curveball finally hitting and the circle shifting towards the eastern side. Now, Vibes, they're really quick on that rotation. We've got Apex, unloading his mag, but the players of High Voltage, they're going to escape, but not at the best HP, though. Blah, blah, blah. He's got to get himself and his team inside the circle. Now, he's just scouring around the territory to find a perfect opening from where he can really get into, as we've got fights happening everywhere right now. We did witness a fight between the players of I8, I believe. They're in a collision course, and blah, blah, blah. Spotted off Malik. Any single moment, the head might just get popped off, but no.
Blah, blah, blah. It's just not really able to find some clear shots on enemies' heads. Realizing the same thing now, he's going to be repositioning himself. That's probably the best thing he's doing, because he's giving his position away with those shots and also doing a few stunts with the vehicle there. Okay, that's quite great to watch in between. But now Future Station, it seems like they're locking horns against Avon Esports. They're taking a few shots. We did see the kill feed pop through. Quite a lot of kills happening as the zone is going to be shifting in through as well. And Jane gets caught off guard out in the open. Stalwart Esports is the team that is taking him down. Suyog is the man who's left in the closed lines, but he's also down quite low, so unfortunately he can't really help him out as well. And take a look at this. Future Station is going to be the team that's backstabbing them.
Oh, so much is going to break out right now as DRS. They've spotted the players of Raw. Bishal, he's already bleeding. But Sada and Joker, what on earth are they doing? They're showing their backs. And, well, DRS is definitely one of those teams that does not forget to punish them. As, well, quite a lot of kills are being secured. And kills are getting stolen as well, Necro. As Ruthless aggressive warriors are out of this game.
Oh, they fall down. That's the 15th place right there. DRS spotting a few players out, but they're also taking quite a lot of damage. Havoc is the man. Okay, did quite a lot of damage, but now he himself is being left out in the blue zone. He's tanking a decent amount of damage on himself. Ozzy is the man who's in the front lines, but again, DRS, they have all 4 men alive, if I'm not wrong. Yes, they have all 4 men alive, and Ozzy is the only man who is pretty much in the close contestations. If Nima even sniffs him out, if he even smells his presence, that's not going to be good. But Ozzy unloads his mag against Nima, is not really able to find a knock, but the problem is now he's left down quite low, and he's not really going to be able to sustain the damage from the blue zone. So he goes down, and the kill will be confirmed by DRS. And just like that, high voltage now, I feel like they're going to be wiped out the game, and that's what exactly happens, Vixes. That's an unfortunate ending for them. R3D now in a fight against Clarity BABLU. They do have the clear high ground advantage. To be honest, the man in the close lines, Joker probably will find him, and yes, he does.
Oh, he certainly does. And now, you know, we've got R3D. We were talking about this lad, and rather this team, you know, having the potential to maybe get a chicken for themselves. Now, well, they've started off in a really good manner, but now they find themselves in a whole world of trouble as ZEUS, well, they seem to have struck at R3D as the players are getting knocked down one after the other, and they somehow need to heal up as A1 Esports is in contention with Wizzes with Vibes, with Dante already getting knocked out due to a grenade.
Oh, that's a great nade from the side of Wizzes with Vibes. Again, one of those teams that we have our eyes out for. They haven't really been that vigilant throughout the day, but it's fine. We do know what they're capable of. They're kind of like those slow and steady wins the race. They're kind of like that kind of a team. In the start, they start kind of slow, and then later on, slowly and steadily, the consistency factor hits in, and that's when Wizzes with Vibes is way much more noticeable. But for now, they're in such an uncomfortable spot. They're taking quite a lot of damage. One man being taken out completely from the game. That leaves them in a 3-man squad. And also now, Future Station is the one who goes down as well in this kind of a late game situation. So many fights breaking down. It's really hard to keep track of those. But the circle as well shifts out in the open. Deadeye's guys have found themselves in luck. But still, these two Mongolian teams, they might just go head-to-head against each other. And talking about Wizzes with Vibes, that's going to be it for them. They get wiped out by Vibes.
Yep, and that was really quick. But we've got another engagement as the Mongolians, ZEUS and Seal. Seal have been looking really promising. Now, the only question is nobody else going to join this fight? Because the way they're going to engage against each other, it's going to create a lot of commotion. Deadeyes find themselves in a really good spot, but we've got the players of Seal still lobbing grenades as ZEUS's direction as Icy does fall down courtesy to Mr. Smokey, and that might be a really good start. But are the players of Seal aware of him falling down over here? Because Killer, right now, I can see he's going in for the push, and Seal, they want this kill so bad.
They definitely do want Killer with a wicked push onto ZEUS. Ably's down so low. ZEUS are hurt. I can already feel them. I can already feel the fear that they have, that they're being pushed by Seal. They can't do much. Ably has went down. Icy's not really looking healthy, but Godless trying his best to fight back, but he goes down. He does manage to find one, though. The tradies there back and forth. Kills are happening. Seal, they do hear so much info. They do hear those footsteps that ZEUS are making. But again, Zake, he does have that cross. He's making sure no one's crossing through. But finally, Icy's going to be finding a little gaps to sneak inside. This leaves Icy, the only man alive, with just a sliver of health. Seal able to get their 4th man back up on his feet. This leaves the situation in a 1-on-3 situation. And well, Icy finally goes down with that nade. Such an unfortunate ending for ZEUS.
Yes, the Gods of Thunder definitely have fallen with a little bit of help from the players of 7C, the way they initiated. But, well, it's better because they've managed to finish off at the 7th position, a climb, right? And that's something that we can live with. But A1 Esports, really nice situation against I8. And they've got to get that rest back onto Dante because Jax, he's been wiped out. They need the numbers in the final few phases, and the circle has shifted again. Now, Deadeyes, they possibly can pull it off. And they've got a chicken dinner already, can get the second one of the day. And all they have to do is play their cards right. But that same thing goes for Reviews, as he just absolutely decimates two players of A1 Esports with just one grenade, and Blade escaping up on the gun will get punished by Sinister as he gets one more.
Oh, this is where huge mistakes are being made, and A1 Esports easily capitalizing onto it. And I8, they're not gonna be happy. They did find a good opening. They did find a good head start inside that previous fight, but still they managed to screw things up. And as I mentioned, they're not going to be spared. But DRS getting caught off guard out in the open. Vibes are the one who have clear line of sight onto them. The smokes are there to make sure at least try and shroud themselves up, but it's not going to be enough. Praveen is the man who's unleashing hell onto them, and that's so unfortunate. Mafia Ninja being caught off guard, being caught in that vehicle explosion. He falls down as well, and this leaves DRS with just a two-man squad. And Deadeye's guys, well, they're also showing themselves up on those kill feeds, and Vibes, they're having a hell of a game today, Fixes.
They certainly are, already 9 kills strong, and this is where the real test begins, right? They've got to contest it for the hills against the lads of Deadeyes, who are in such a delightful position, right? Nobody behind their backs. This is a dream circle for Deadeyes. Now, on top, he's certainly sure that a few players of Team Vibes have fallen down. However, he's also aware of Crypto's presence right beside him. Now, DRS, they've lobbed all those balls, giving away their position. But Deadeyes, who do they go after first? As Assassin is going to take quite some bullets, but he's going to still remain alive as Assassin responds with a grenade of his own, and I8 are eliminated.
Man, you see those kind of little mistakes, dude. It could have been one of those teams that were in these final 3 teams, but instead, they got a little too overconfident in the fight against A1 Esports, and that's what they will have to pay the price for, at least, or now they get taken down in the 4th position. That's an unfortunate ending for them.
Yeah, certainly. But look at the circle shift, favoring Assassin and the players of Team Vibes. We know if they get the blessings of the zone, they can pull this one off. Now, all they have to do is deal with the players of Deadeyes, who are going to be launching an attack from up above.
They definitely can. As you mentioned, they do have the high ground advantage. Vibes, they are in the lower ground, but again, they are right in the center of the zone. This late game, Vibes, they're taking a few little nades onto themselves. Probeen's down low. It's fine. It doesn't really seem like up till now they're going to get contested or just get pushed up on by Deadeye's guys. They're looking decent. DRS is still alive with Gelson and Nima on the field, but they don't really have to worry about them. They're quite far away. Vibes is the only team that will need to worry about DRS. As soon as the smoke fades away, this is where Vibes will start to sweat.
Well, they already are. Now, DRS also applying that pressure. Now, they have got to watch their backs, as On Top, however, has managed to cause some relief for Team Vibes, as he does take down Kjons and will, of course, secure the kill. And having that ghillie suit, well, would it matter at such a position, Necro? Because Nima, he's bleeding, but now I believe Deadeyes are ready for the fight.
Seems like Vibes as well. They're quite ready for this war that's about to begin anytime soon. Vibes, they're looking to charge in forward. Nima is going to be falling down to the play zone. That's going to be it for DRS in 3rd position. Again, being so consistent inside the game. Now this leaves Vibes and Deadeye's guys, the 2 teams alive. Both these teams trying to find a head start. They're trying to find that nade knock. As soon as they do find a knock, they're probably going to be moving in. That nade was quite detrimental. Did do a lot of damage on the Jiggle. But he retreats. He falls back. He's probably going to be healing himself back up. Stuns and nades. Each and every single piece of utility being utilized in the final fight. And hey, why not? This is the final stage of the moment. This is the final stage of the game. And you might as well use everything you have against your opponents. At this point, probably throw stones if possible. But now Assassin pushes in against Deadeye's guys. No one anticipated this flank coming through from his side. And look at this. Assassin with style finds 2, is looking to get the 3rd one. but Probeen and Assassin both fall down. This leaves Jiggle, the only man surviving with such less HP fixes.
And he's got to do entirety of the carrying OBS. He's been spotted over here. Jiggle still spraying down with his up. Does manage to steal the kill though. And there you have it. Team Vibes surprising everybody as they rule over Miramar.
They do definitely rule over Miramar. They also do find the chicken dinner, but I don't understand the final man from Deadeye's guys. He stopped shooting fixes. Maybe he ran out of bullets there, but if he definitely didn't stop shooting, I feel like he could have had a good hand inside the fight. But this is where the lad of Vibes capitalize onto it, and that's a chicken dinner for the side of Vibes. I do like the patience as well in the final moments of the game. They didn't really push or charge against each other. As soon as Assassin found himself a free flank angle, he pushed inside. He found those two knocks, those two crucial knocks. And well, that's just how Vibes secure that chicken dinner.
Well, they do that in style. And Deadeyes, you know, they were so close. They almost had it. You know, that morsel right in front of their mouth just being snatched away. And I do not know how things really went so awry for them. But that being said, you know, again, a beautiful chicken dinner coming out from the Nepalis. And we'll now be heading for a short little break, because right after this is the Des coming to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to the virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, where we are in the finals week. A huge thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag book up your fun. But boy, oh boy, this first day is off to a bonkers start, as from one game to the next. Things are looking pretty good for these teams. But with that, let's move the conversation forth with Ocean and Varun as we have a look at the MVP.
Yeah. I mean, this was such an amazing game. I thought almost like DE had it for themselves. I mean, just look at Prax's stats. They speak for it. 5 kills, 886 damage, 25-24 survival time, 4 assists. But, well, Vibes. 1 player surviving, 1 player just getting it up for himself. And almost, you know, when Vibes had that off angle where they were trying to put up the pressure, it was, even that was being shut down by DE's players. But at the final moment, I just don't know what happened.
I mean, that's just testament, man. You can't. Not anything is going to be for sure guaranteed in this game.
Look at the domination by only 2 teams.
Exactly. Vibes and DE just putting up really amazing numbers on the board, especially Deadeye's guys, because we do have Rated on top and a Frag present with a lot of kills between these 3 players, and then Assassin and Jiggle bringing in the 10 for the side of Vibes. But it was an incredible game nonetheless, and also DRS as well putting up a decent performance.
Yeah,
exactly. We did see Nima and Galzins trying to stand up and true for that side of team for the longest time, but of course they were only a 2-man army against these lads. But moving on forward to the head-to-head, it was Vibe who took that chicken dinner, but Deadeye's guys, they were only 4 points shy.
They were just, you know, just 4 points shy. I mean, any team that would have won, it would have been a 13-kill affair, right? Because obviously it was a 1v1 at the final moment. But coming down on Vibes, they were in a lot of fights. They did take a lot of damage on themselves, especially in the final fight when it was a 3v3 affair. 1 player did go down, then they did try to take a different angle, a different approach, in which their 1 player did go down, but Jiggle, well, he held himself. For both the teams, it's just, you know, 25 minutes of survival time versus 24 minutes. That shows how long did the players survive in this map of Miramar.
Yeah. And while, as Ocean said, Vibes were in a lot of fights, Deadeye's guys, it looks like they were in a lot of dominations where they were the ones dominating the other teams, because 2,400 damage dished out and just 800 taken. Those were some one-sided fights.
Exactly. But as we look on to the match summary, I mean, we do see FS tuning in a little bit of their own stats with the first entry with that longest distance, 317 meters, along with the first entry also being the one who was part of those fights, thus having himself 528 healing throughout.
Yes, his healing number is good, but Frax with the damage stats, as we have seen him being the MVP as well, he is doing really good. Jiggle, well, with that one final kill that he just put down onto the last player, he gets 6th for himself. This time, Mappa Ninja, Nima, I mean, this is where it gets down, right? Most utilities used. In fact, the players were surviving the damage of blue as well, so things were just not exactly working out for themselves, but they have had good points for themselves, but I still feel it's going to be DE getting that upper edge in the overalls. We'll see about that.
We definitely will as we move on to the match ranking, and the answer will be Vibes moving on with that 28 point, but overall we shall see Deadies guys moving into the storyboard as to what big of a lead have they created with this. Again, I mean, this is something that Fixers also mentioned during the cast, right? I mean, Deadies guys, this team is being so very consistent right now.
I agree. I mean, they have been very consistent, and as Ocean said, I agree with him. They're going to be sitting on the first position, but the difference, I believe, it's not going to be that much. It's going to be enough for DRS to catch up in the last game if DE sort of failed to show up big time. But also talk about showing up big time and being consistent. I8 and Seal Esports, let's talk about them. We see them in the top 5 with 11 and 10 points for themselves as well. And also ZEUS Esports. Now, they might be in the top 8, but with 4 points.
It's not exactly the points that we expect from ZEUS Esports. I8, I am really happy with this team, the way the team has just started off their day. I hope it stays. I hope it remains. I hope they deliver tomorrow and day after.
True. Same. Well, as we look onto the second page, we do have Wizzes with Vibes right here on that 10th position, and above them is going to be our 3D. So again, when it comes to the second page, the points are not really that big far apart from each other. So again, for the second page, the game itself did not really go as well as they probably would have planned.
I mean, it was majorly because of the teams in the top 3 just securing a lot of points for themselves with the kills that they were able to collect. And thus, I mean, we do see the differences because from 9 to straight away, the point difference dropping down to 4 and then 3s and 2s we see on the second page. So a few points here and there, it's not going to change much.
Well, along with this, now Ocean, you have to take the helm, mate, as you take us through the rotation that was made from the side of Vibe.
I mean, Vibes definitely just had really good game for themselves, but look at the way the players obviously have had the damage strats. Let's just discuss about that. I mean, this time Killer. We know this lad delivers, right? He likes to deliver, and this time when moving on from the sidelines of Picaro, obviously I would say this lad was really good with his roller squad, because you see that one lad moving really far away from his team as we were just seeing the rotation. That's where the lad was just trying to move forward slowly and steadily, and was well, again, he was delivering really good. Well, then they had a really good circle for themselves. This area around the zone, it's really good for these lads as we just talked about it. But as soon as the next circles were forming up, I believe they never had any difficulty to get inside the circle, more or less, for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, talk about getting into difficulties while entering the circles. Majority of the time, I thought actually ZEUS Esports would have a really good position for themselves, but even then, they weren't able to capitalize. And a team like Vibes that were always waiting for the right opportunity for themselves to actually shine in this game, they actually did, and very brightly, in fact, if I might add, because that last fight, I mean, with the 3 teams remaining, Vibe being there, DE being there, DRS also chiming in, things got really intense, and for a second it was really hard to predict who was going to come out on top.
Yeah, and the best part is, the way you see their movement straight up happening. They know they are obviously just around the zone, so what they have to do is just try to get inside the circle. First things first, they make one player just move forward. He just get in. You look at this, right? This is where the scouting work is happening. This entire area, just trying to find out good areas, maybe a few ridges here and there around the circle, because obviously they are inside the circle. So that's what he's going for. And after that, once they find a really good comfortable spot for themselves, well, they start delivering again, and that's what the team is obviously known for. So yeah, they were doing really good for themselves.
Indeed, they most certainly were. And again, I mean, going back to what Varun was talking about, I mean, it was a chaotic, intense moment right there when it came down to those final moments of this game, where 3 teams remaining, a 3v3 affair, and of course, as we push on along, the zones, the rotations that were certainly made from the side of Vibe made them being the champion.
I mean, they had most of the area for themselves in the circle, right? You look at this here and there, wherever they were getting that hold of the zone for themselves. That again just favored them. And well, when the circle gets smaller, if you have more number of players, you win most of the fights, and that's what was happening as the circle was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. If you have the numbers advantage, well, you have the game advantage as well, and you have those 15 points advantage, and it's Vibes. They were.
Exactly. But again, I mean, when it was that 3v3 situation where Vibes was there, So was DE. It almost, and again, I mean, there was a little bit of that incline as well. That definitely did seem a little bit of a two-way affair. It could have gone either way, and eventually, of course, it was a 1v1 where it all was brought down to. But along with that, there were so many other fights that did take place throughout the game. Let's cue in the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And again, I mean, so I was a bit surprised that we did not have to wait for like 15 minutes or 13 minutes on Miramar for the action to begin. And also the northern shifts of the circle were things that were making this game very interesting, because throughout the league stages we were seeing those circles towards either the western side or the southern side.
Yeah.
And I guess the teams got a little bit too used to that.
I mean, alongside this, all right, just like you said, last Miramar, we saw a lot of failed pushes, right? As we were just discussing about it. This time, it was quite the opposite. We saw a lot of pushes just, getting executed with the perfect ease for a lot of players. And I just don't know. See, you see smokes there, you see nades being thrown down. The utility number, it just does not increase somehow. the main reason that I feel for this one might be, so you see a lot of smokes here, right?
Yeah.
It's not just one person this time that just, carrying that role for themselves, because now the way the competition is moving forward, everyone needs to deliver on the gunfight. So everyone is carrying ammo, everyone needs to deliver onto the heals as well. So everyone's carrying that as well. So everyone's carrying bifurcated amount of smokes for themselves. So that's why I would say utility number has gone down, but still. There used to be a time when it used to be like the number used to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be, because Miramar required especially a lot of smokes, because especially in situations like these that we just witnessed, having the utility was so important to survive. But this time, I guess, we just see players going YOLO. And I'm a little upset with Assassin, because that was a kill that he could have secured quite easily.
Yeah.
Oof, well, again, I mean, you can pinpoint, but when you are part of that heated moment and discussion against your opponent, it is a tough affair to deal with. But along with that, when you move on along to the damage graph, this time around, we are looking at an interesting play being showcased from the first few, or rather, I should say, top 6 teams. But as we move on down through the entire list, it seems like all the teams, as Ocean was mentioning as well, were part of some decent fights and were able to deliver.
But it's look at this. BABLU Clarity is the only team that did not get any kill for themselves. However, they do get a placement point for themselves. That's like a consolation prize in this map, because this team is known to perform really strongly. That's what we have said so far. But well, this time I would say tables are turning, especially the map of Miramar, which used to be their strong map. It's kind of just putting this map is putting pressure on them, and it shows.
Talking about pressure, I want R3D to actually start pushing themselves a little bit more. It feels like they're still sticking to the same playstyle, and while it does get them a few points every single match, R3D, they can do a lot more. There's a lot of potential with this team, and if they start just pushing themselves a little bit, just like I8, like take a few pages from their book, I think this team is going to be, doing really well in the overall leaderboard.
True. That is so very true indeed, because again, it's all about that story. And that storyboard, as of now, when we talk about that overall standing, is going to be dictating, as was mentioned by Varun as well as Ocean, the team at the top is going to be maintaining their position. But what a lead. 13-point lead from Deadeyes, guys, in the first day.
That's good, right? That's good.
Yeah.
83 points for themselves. DRS just coming down on 70 points. So yeah, this is the 13-point lead, and well, they'll have to get a few more for themselves so that they just get a really good position. Now, out of 5 games, we see 4 chicken dinner teams here in top 4, which is good. True. But I mean, for a few teams, it's just not looking good.
And according to the patterns that were noticed by Ocean for the last year or so, if this lead that DE has, it crosses the 20-point marker, they're going to be in a really comfortable position in the next upcoming days. Although I want to see I8, Vibes, and DRS closing in the distance with the last game of the day that we are about to step into.
So the only team with a single-digit point for themselves.
Yeah, is the biggest name that was in the tournament.
Definitely. We've seen this team perform really good in international stages. Top 3 finishes, back and forth, against one of the most dominating names they have performed. And this time,
it's not looking good. It's not looking good, but what is going to be looking good is going to be the entertainment that is being showcased from these teams as you move on forth from one game to the next. It is going to be time for a final game, and that will be held on Erangel. Now, Ocean, I want to come back to you, mate, with your spoiler alert conversations, right? Is there a spoiler waiting for us, dude? Please tell us. From ZEUS Esports, is there a spoiler waiting? Do you expect or anticipate day number 2 and 3, or maybe even this game could be a different affair from this?
Top 3 finish. I hope so. I hope
okay.
so. I hope so. I hope
Right.
so. I
I'm gonna
hope
sing
so.
the same song. Don't stop believing.
Absolutely.
ZEUS
Well,
Esports.
well. With that, enough said from our side. It is time to move on to our casters, the Panda Bros. Let's ask them the same question. What do they anticipate from the side of ZEUS Esports?
Man, at this point, look, as Fix has even mentioned, that ZEUS, yeah, they are quite a big name, but they up till now they haven't really been able to deliver up to the mark. Even Ocean wasn't really able to give the spoiler, right? He was also like, all right, maybe I hope, maybe top 3.
Well, hope and spoiler definitely do not go hand in hand. So I'm not going to believe Ocean, at least for this matchup, because, well, to be honest, we've been making this about ZEUS all along, right? Now we've got to bring it back down to the Nepalis again. You know, they've been dominating. You know, it's the first day,
especially
it's
Erangel.
so crucial. Erangel back-to-back Erangels. We did see the Nepalis getting the chicken dinner. Now Dead Eyes, they've been in a sublime form, and they're looking stronger than ever. And now it all makes sense, right, Necro? We're gonna carry on with this discussion as we head along inside the game and back in the map, where I would really see a very interesting flight path trajectory. All right, from the western side towards Novo Repnoi, and this sort of lingers the belief that we might have a certain circle might just be real. But what we were really talking about was the Nepalis. They've gone so big. They've managed to get the majority of the chicken dinners even today, and it's so important. Now, Dead Eyes, they did miss out on the third Super Weekend. Now, they did take that loss in a really positive manner, and well, they've bounced back pretty hard.
Yeah, definitely they have. I mean, looking quite good on the first place of the overall rankings. Dead Eyes guys are looking absolutely incredible. At least for now, they're looking untouched. But yeah, DRS is only the team that can pretty much, or at least they have the caliber to take him down. And hey, who doesn't want to end the day on a good note, right? Each and every single team inside the lobby, they want to make sure that at least they're getting themselves a top 5 finish. That's probably when they can have a good night's sleep. But with that being said, we also do know ZEUS is probably going to be dropping near Georgiopol, because yeah, the plane fly path didn't really favor shelter, so that's where their secondary drop comes into play. They go towards Georgiopol, and that's where they're going to be going. This means Raw is going to be the team that they're going to be locking horns against. I expected this circle because remember in the previous Erangel, the plane fly path started from bottom left and then ended on the top right, and the circle was on the left side. And now this time it's kind of on the left side, so the circle is going to be on the right side.
All right, you're getting the read over the patterns. I like it because, yeah, Erangel circles are sort of predictable, right? After you cast a lot of games, a few hundred or maybe a few thousand games, where the circle is going to form around. And this is one of the circles. If DRS do manage to get a vehicle for themselves, or maybe a set of vehicles, then they're good to go, right? Even for Dead Eyes, they've been looking really good. Now, what's going to be important is, or rather, I'm going to be someone who's going to hope that the circle kind of shifts towards prison, right? That's going to be such a good way to end the day. And we've witnessed a lot of curveballs and a prison circle. I mean, when was the last time we did cast one, Necro?
I think so. It was in the league days, if I'm not wrong.
Hardcore. It was a mansion circle, bro. I mean,
yeah, it was. We have seen a military circle, though. I do clearly remember. It was kind of like shifting all the way down south, if you remember.
No, not the military. I'm talking about a prison circle.
Oh, prison. Okay, my bad. I heard military. I was like, the thing is, I just love military way too much, Fixes, okay? And I want each and every single circle to end there, but that's not the possibility. That cannot happen. But yeah, prison circle is, I don't even know at this point. I don't even think so I've casted a prison circle so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been ages, and I'm pretty sure the viewers will also love it. I mean, this is one of those areas, right, that did go through a drastic change in Erangel 2.0, and ever since, we've not witnessed a lot of circles. I mean, we did witness a few circles in some different tournaments, and that's like quite a long time ago, but it was still not a hardcore prison circle. But we do have a very interesting fight, which possibly coming through in front of us. As for Bean, he's going to be shredded down with bullets by Wadu.
Oh
who
my!
Apparently manages to connect the head at the last nick of moment.
Yeah.
Securing that beautiful knock.
Connected the headshot in the final, but it's so unlucky for Praveen there. Oh man, he's left out in the open, crawling for hope, crawling for help. He wants his teammates to come over, but I don't even think so that's going to be the case. I mean, High Voltage is like, alright Vibes, you guys got the chicken dinner in the previous game. This time, we're not going to let you get another one. So we're probably going to be trying to handicap you off the bat. They do it successfully, and they also do confirm the kill. So now Vibes is down to a 3-man squad, left handicapped. But hey, I mean, we have seen in the past as well, you know, even a 3-man squad can make a lot of things happen.
Yeah, they certainly can. And the best part over here, Necro, that I really loved from Wadu was he hit those shots on an AK with his aim assist switched off. Now, a lot of people might think that, yeah, that was an easy shot. But no, at that range, when you do not have your attachments on, it's pretty difficult to connect your shots. Now, I mean, had he had a compensator, it would have been really quick, right? But had the aim assist been switched on, it would have directly, the shots would have just, managed to connect. But that was not the case. You know, he was so precise, so clinical. That is one thing that I've really loved about the Nepalis, right? That their aim is precise on the point. And even if sometimes they can mess up with the positionings, but their aim, you are not going to find a better one, at least in the South Asian region.
And considering the fact that even the vertical recoil on the AK is quite a lot, and also the horizontal recoil is quite a lot. So yeah, it does get quite hard. So yeah, props should be given with that knockout. Maybe it was just maybe a little luck was also being involved. What do you think so? I mean, it was the final bullet as well.
Yeah, it was, right? But he did not give up on the spray, right? He went on. He hoped and he believed, and well, he connected. And well, you did work hard on those training grounds, and it's finally starting to pay off. But what's also looking really good is 7C's rotation inside the circle. Now, this is pretty unusual, right? 7C being one of those teams, majority of the times we see the circle going towards the western side. But this time, an eastern shift, and boy oh boy, they want to take the epicenter rather, as Deadeyes. They're also scouring around the land. Look at the boys, you know, they've already selected a good position for themselves. And, well, it has been working out for them so far.
It has been working out for them, and you talk about a prison circle. I mean, there are teams quite close, and this might just be one of those prison circles, but we have seen circles getting quite close to it and then moving away in the nick of time. But hold on to my words, because the fight's breaking down, and it's going to be DRS pretty much breaking 7C down this time. They have found one kill. And this leaves 7C down to a 3-man squad. A little bit of early hurts coming in through for a decent amount of teams. It's going to be Vibes in 7C already down to a 3-man squad. But it's fine. Again, as I've mentioned, a little bit of fights happening here and there. 3-man squad, I feel like that's not really a bad place. That's not the worst place you can be in. It's still a place where you can try and make a lot of things happen. You can still go ahead and play for those positioning points. But with that being said, we do see a lot of teams moving inside the zone. And this is where a fight might just start breaking out more.
I mean, right now, well, with the 3-man squad, it's sort of you sort of start to second guess yourself, right? Are we good enough to commit? Because let's be honest, you know, it's the pressure that's also there, right? These are the finals. You have limited number of games. It's not a longer league where you can make mistakes and get away with them, right? So you've got to second guess your options, and you've got to wait. You've got to make sure you got that numbers advantage over you. Then is where you can decide to take those fights. So going on the aggressive fronts, that's, you know, going to be really tough for all these teams. But, you know, well, Deadeyes did manage to secure that same compound, which really helped ZEUS' purpose in getting a chicken dinner. But now we've got the boys from Raw, who apparently have the players of ZEUS pinned down, as they have managed to get a knock. But the question still remains, can they get a few more, Necro?
Oh, they definitely can, but now ZEUS are taking little shots onto themselves as well. I like the spread coming in through from the side of Raw. They're being unpredictable. But again, if they start getting predictable, this is where, if they're not really able to make those little rotations happen as quick as possible, then maybe ZEUS can try and capitalize onto them. And take a look at this heroic entry from blah blah blah, with also a little bit of barrel roll on top of it. But now, blah blah blah, he has found himself in quite a good position as he's on the back lines of ZEUS. They need to be careful of these compounds as well. Now, this is not a safe place anymore for ZEUS. They need to start anticipating that. They need backup as quick as possible. They need to start accumulating with each other.
Yeah, I mean, Godless, he's in a really good position, and he can cause a lot of trouble as IC's kill does get confirmed over here. As blah 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 does want to get into some quick engagement, as one more grenade is being lobbed inside that thick smoke cover that we have, and as things are getting really murky, blah 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 does have the support of Bishal. Now ZEUS, he's still trying to cook his grenades, but none of them are contested, and there you have it. Oh, ZEUS digging his own grave over there, opening the door as blah 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 will go into the push and will find BABLU as he goes down, as well as Godless falls down to Sada, and ZEUS Esports, they've been eliminated at the 16th position.
I literally have my hand on my forehead. What? This is not the ZEUS we know, man. These are some rookie mistakes that ZEUS making, and they need to get over it as quick as possible. Oh man, this is the final game as well, and you don't have any more chance to at least end the day on a good note anymore. This is it. This is the final game fixes, and they screw it up just like that. And teams like Raw are not going to let that go. Raw as well, they're one of those teams that are quite desperate for points, and if you make mistakes like those, well, Raw are easily going to be able to get those points for themselves.
Well, it's a nightmare, isn't it? The way they've been playing, and today is one of those evenings that they would permanently want to delete from their lives. Not throw inside the trash can, but shift delete it. Because what just happened with them, that definitely did not feel like ZEUS, you know. The moment Raw would have wiped them out, you know, they get those cues, right? ZEUS just wiped out ZEUS. Even they must be surprised it was that easy. Because, well, I mean, I do not know why on earth would he just open that door. Yeah, understandable that he wanted to throw the grenade. But when you know you are pinned down, you do not have those numbers, can you afford to make those risky plays? That's the bigger question, as the circle will, of course, collapsing down onto those shelter areas. Now, high voltage, I really like the rotation, just holding on towards the center. And this is the knock. Ale being very precise, very clinical, getting the better out of Sinister over there.
That was a clean knock, but on that entire ZEUS situation, all I can say is F's in the chat for them. But with that being said, the airdrop 2 is on board. It's going to be the MG3. It's quite out in the open. I don't really feel like any teams are probably going to be risking it for the biscuit because, well, this zone is already quite harmful. Now, you do want to see a prison circle, but honestly saying, I don't really feel like it's going to be one because there's a lot of open grounds, and usually circle do tend to shift out in the open ground unless it's kind of like an off day and it goes towards the cities.
All right. I mean, yeah, agreed with you. We've been witnessing. I mean, I would not really be surprised if it shifts just down below to where the ERS are. I mean, that has been the go-to circle, right? But if it makes a switch around the G9, I mean, we're going to get to know that in 5 seconds where the circle is going to head. And Clarity BABLU, they haven't really been having quite a good day either, as well.
Mansion.
The circle shifting towards the eastern side. Now, we did touch upon it, right? We did mention that, you know, Deadeye is holding down the position, which did manage to secure one of their few chicken dinners that they've got throughout the league stages so far.
Yeah, definitely. But this is where the circle shift kind of coming in through. I feel like this might just be that jungle circle behind Mansion. Those are also one kind of like those areas which I would like to see because there's so much cover to lay around. You can prone down in those high grasses as well. But hold on, that's a great knock But what? Danny moved out. He ejected out of a moving vehicle and he falls down like that? No, that's not how you do it, Danny.
You know, his
Clarity
vehicle was
BABLU.
burning. I mean, that was pretty much the case. But I believe we've got another fight. A1 Esports going up against R3D. They're being butchered.
Oh, they are. Dante has been taken down, but again, it's a 3-on-2 situation. Again, now, scratch that. It's a 3-on-1 situation. Joker's the only man left alive, but he's getting bombarded down by the nades, and he falls down as well. He can't do much. He was left with, like, just 1 HP. R3D is going to be the one to get wiped out. A1 Esports, I got to say, they have been putting a pedal to the metal. They have realized these are the grand finals. They're putting on a show up till now. High voltage, realizing Clarity BABLU being in the front lines. A big man has been knocked out. This leaves Clarity BABLU with the 3-man squad. If that rookie mistake wasn't being made by Danny, I feel like he could have been the one to at least be with the teammates, but he ejected out of a moving vehicle, and he got knocked out. And DRS, well, they confirmed the kill. Easy.
I mean, he definitely had no other choice, right? Either that or just get blown into smithereens, right? Or maybe keep going, where I believe a player like Yalzin's caliber, he barely tends to miss out on those shots, you know. And, well, that McLaren was pretty much visible, really had a wide space to take those shots, and it's a delicate darling as well. But now, getting back to the fight we have in hand, High Voltage going up against Clarity BABLU, who apparently have taken a loss lately. And they're in no point of contestation, right? Unless and until they find maybe 2 or 3 knocks. But reviews, well, he was trying to traverse around the terrain, but 6ix9ine does find him with his pants down and make sure that he goes down for good.
Got taken down. This is how the replay as well, you saw it. Yeah, the McLaren was smoking. And that's how he went down. But with that being said, 14 teams alive. That's quite a lot of teams alive still here inside the game. And I also do see on the map feed, there's a few fights breaking down. It's going to be between Stalwart Esports and I8. I do want to get my eyes onto it because these are 2 big teams, right? I mean, I8, they're having a fantastic day. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, going head-to-head against I8. That's quite cool, but hold on. Circle shifting out in the open. It's not even behind Mansion. It's just like out in the open on the right side, and A1 Esports are smack center of it.
They certainly are. They're going to be enjoying themselves, but we still have a few more curveballs to be hit, and you know, the circle can go absolutely anywhere, and that makes the final so interesting as Clarity BABLU, they're on a mission of their own and have not really been having quite an eventful day as they march in, and Otzi has taken quite some damage, and if they can somehow manage to isolate him and get a knock on towards him, High Voltage will start feeling the heat.
They definitely will start feeling the heat, considering the fact that Ozzy is being pinned down behind this compound. Oh, they don't exactly know that Ozzy's on the other side of the wall, so he's being safe for now with those nades, but there's another nade that is sailing through right next to him. Might just catch him, but no is going to be the answer instead. We do know there is a little disadvantage, but that Uzi in those close ranges, yeah, it's going to be shredding Ozzy down to pieces. He goes down, and now High Voltage, they're also left with a 3-man squad. Now, this is where the man advantage has been equalized and perfectly played by Clarity BABLU in that situation. I feel like High Voltage should stay together.
Yeah, they certainly have to. Yeah.
Yep.
Considering the situation, considering the engagement that they're in. Zipion, that was a beautiful grenade coming out of him, and Clarity BABLU have been playing this picture perfect, as they will manage to tend to confirm those kills, but that goes not in their direction, as Teen Wolf also charges in, but Wadu says not today. He is in sublime form. Now in a 1v1 situation against Pika that we have in front of us, who apparently has spotted out, well, Wadu's position. Now he's going to close in on him, but is he going to get the final kill?
He definitely can try and get the final blow. He's wrapping around the house, and finally he does realize Wadu moves in the nick of time. He also had to res probably quite done as well, but Pika, no! Because he prone down in front of a bush. He couldn't really have a clear line of sight on Pika, and that's where he capitalizes onto it. And Pika is the one who comes out on top in that fight. That drop shot didn't really working out for him, but now Raw spotting out DRS in that distance. They do know where exactly or what exactly is DRS trying to do, but that's a quick spray, or that's a quick retaliation fire coming through from the side of blah, blah, blah. He catches AJ off guard. This leaves DRS in such an uncomfortable situation because Nemo's down low, and they also need to get the res on the AJ.
After taking down the Gods of Thunder, Team Raw, they're absolutely feeling themselves as they feel all that electricity surging through their bodies. As Joker, well, he definitely will want to get the rest back up, but right now, Sada just pushes on towards Mafia Ninja, and we do have a scuffle, and Yalzin manages to confirm a few kills at a sliver of HP. Now, the big question does arrive: how do Joker respond to this situation? How do Raw retaliate back after the disaster that has occurred? But there you go, finally just blowing down the vehicle, and DRS, one after the other, they are done.
They are done, and Raw, man, I absolutely love, even Raw, they're doing quite a great job, considering the fact this is just the first day. They can try and rack up a few more points even on the later days, but now Circle again shifting on the Avon Esports fixes. And take a look at this. Seems like, well, the stars have aligned for them. They're again in the smack center. They're the only team that has the compound inside the zone. That means each and every single team is probably going to be trying to move in while they just rack up those kills. And Stalwart Esports, wow, that's a great spray on to Sandesh. Top is the man. I mean, of course, he was one of those kill leaders. He was, I think so, on the second place in the kill leaderboard. And, I mean, with that kind of a skill, why not?
Yeah, why not? As, you know, we were certainly expecting when are the Mongolians going to strike, and maybe this possibly might just be their game. But I really loved how Deadeyes are making their way inside the circle, right? How they're avoiding, you know, careless fights. They're taking the fights very objectively if it suits their purpose. But now we've got to focus our attention onto its Stalwart, who are a bit away from the zone. Who do have the intention of it, but showed it. But there you have it, Pika. He's hungry and he's going for a lot of kills.
All right, well, in that situation, Raw just gifted them kills, but hold on. I8's taking quite a lot of damage from 7C. They have got a few knocks onto themselves at the same time. Trades did happen. 7C, one man's fallen down, but I8 has a lot of damage dealt onto themselves on the other side. There's another fight panning out. It's going to be Stalwart Esports and Raw. We did notice Joker went down. This leaves blah, 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 the only man surviving on the side of Raw. He does realize challenging this fight is not really going to be the wiser option. Instead, he sits in his buggy, and he's going for a crucial rotation right next to I8. Again, this is not really a good choice because I8 now, they're going to be having their eyes locked on Raw, blah, blah, blah. But again, he should have a better chance to win this fight, and yes, he does. He takes both of them down.
This man, the moment he's gone after ZEUS, he is definitely feeling himself, but now he's got to patch himself up, and that too really quick because the zone is definitely shrinking on towards him. He's absolutely, you know, clobbering down his enemies one after the other, and he has no fear. And in that situation, he was all by his lonesome. I mean, Vishal was not even nearby him, but now we've got the other fights as Stalwart. They are deciding to play from the peripheries of the edges, and action, the Danger Man has been knocked out. So many smokes being deployed, and well, they will have to commit for it because he's definitely one of those hard hitters, and you would want him to be alive in those wild circles.
He definitely will stay alive if he does get those kind of a covering fire from his teammates, but now blah, blah, blah. He's being spotted out in the open. Can't really do much. Doesn't really have a lot of space to move around, and well, legs were exposed and toes being shot out. That's going to be it for RAW being eliminated in the 8th position. Right next to them. Future Station also gets eliminated in 7th position. So many teams are falling apart, but it's fine. These are quite decent positions that you can at least go down safely at this point in time. Wizzes Wipes, though, we didn't really have a lot of eyes onto them. They are still intact with all 4 players alive, and that's good news for their side because we do know what happens with Wizzes Wipes. We have all their players alive in the late game situation. Pretty much the chances are they've all wrapped this chicken dinner over.
Yeah, they tend to pull off the surprises. Now talking about surprises, Zibion, he certainly can pull one off as Deadeyes. They're getting on the kill boards over here as they're racking up kills one after the other. And same can be said for top. And so many teams are not really shying away from the fights. The hunger is clearly visible from all of these teams because they know they've got to end the day on a good note. But look at Raw. They've managed to secure 14 kills, Necro.
Yeah.
That's ludicrous. That's insane. That's mental.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane. And that's what happens when you take down a team like ZEUS. But hold on. Wizzes Vibes now is challenging a head-on-head fight against Stalwart Esports, and that's not a team you want to challenge a fight like that. They do have a massive firepower, and this is why Stalwart Esports just easily rolled them over. They come out on top in that fight. This leaves Wizzes Vibes in such an uncomfortable spot because Reaper Bot is now... man is under close contestation.
Oh,
And that nade is going to be sealing the deal on Reaper Bot. As I mentioned, they do have a massive firepower, and you can't just challenge a fight against Stalwart Esports like that.
They definitely are the Yellow Assassins. The way they're just going to be absolutely decimating their opponents. They're going to stop at nothing, but maybe Malik puts a stop at their endeavors as he's got to go up against Pika as well. Now Stalwart, they've taken quite some heavy chunk of damage, and Pika being behind the hills, he's out of harm's way, but right now he's going to do a lot more than that. He's got to get his teammates back up as Delta, he's taking a fight in a whole different direction against Deadeyes.
Now Pika does find knock on Wizzes Vibes again. Malik is the man who goes down this time. Delta is the only man left alive, and people are talking about Wizzes Vibes having all of their players alive. And well, in the end, they decided to challenge a fight against Stalwart Esports, and well, the outcomes is in front of you guys. This leaves us with final 5 teams alive. Avon Esports, again, they have been blessed by the zone throughout the game. But this is the moment where they finally need to move out. This is the gamer life pretty much. You need all gamers do is just stay inside the house.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, if the circle is favoring you, just stay inside of that and let the chaos, the anarchy happen throughout the map and respond when you need it. Right now, with this sort of circle shift, A1 Esports, they're feeling comfortable than ever. Right, Deadeyes, they're in a whole world of trouble. They've definitely lost out on those numbers, and now Jax is just spraying all that bullet onto its Stalwart's direction. Any single moment.
Circle.
Yeah, they have it in the favor, right? Just as we said, A1 Esports, this is their game to lose.
A1 Esports, yeah. If they somehow still manage to screw things over, then I don't really know what to say. Because they do have a little kind of compound inside the circle, even this late in the game.
And also
now,
the
the Vibes, Delta, Delta and Malik, the 2 final men charging against Stalwart Esports. The tables have turned. Top 2A is the only man alive in this late game of situation. This nade comes in through, is taking a lot of damage from the back lines. And well, top falls down from Sinister. Avon Esports kind of helping Wizzes Vibes out unknowingly. And Malik and Delta, well, they have found themselves quite a lot of free passes to move in, and that's where they make a safe rotation inside the zone. But Avon Esports are taking a lot of shots onto them.
Yeah, they definitely are, as a frag indeed from Deadeyes has managed to spot Malik down, and Sinister, I believe, will be putting the final nail in the coffin. And no, it's going to be Rated who does that. But A1 Esports, well, they pay back. And there you have it, right? A1 Esports really inching close in a 3v1 situation, and Rated all by himself, exposed, vulnerable, but still manages to put quite some fight up.
Yeah, he has managed to take one player out of Avon Esports. This leaves him in a 1-on-2 situation. This should give him also a little bit more comfort level inside this fight. He does have a decent amount of cover for himself. But again, he is also quite vulnerable. It's a 1-on-3 situation. I'm expecting them to at least go and stick the res onto Sinister, and that's what they're exactly doing. 9boy sticking the res onto Sinister. The nade was there in the closed lines, but wasn't really up to the mark, so they should be safe for now. Raid's position completely being exposed. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He cannot move his wall. He is being choked into that one single position. And Avon Esports trying to throttle him down.
They certainly are, but Rated, he's a happy man in it. Again, maybe a possible second position finish. That's quite likely, unless and until A1 Esports mess it up. But I barely doubt that, because the players that we have in front of Rated, they're all experienced bunch, right? They know what to do in certain situations. Now, they're not going to be taking any chances. They're going to build up those smoke walls. They're going to do whatever it takes to take down Rated over here. Is still fearless and is going for those shots, but that's just about it. As A1 Esports again end the day on a really good note as they get another chicken dinner. And well, that's a good start for them, at least in the chicken dinner department, which is going to propel them up to the 7th position on the overall rankings.
Hey, that's not a bad position to end the day, right?
Absolutely.
Pretty much looking good. Yep. And even in their face cams, right? You saw that sigh of relief coming in through on the first day. Getting yourself a chicken dinner, it's kind of like those bragging rights as well, right? You got the chicken dinner on the final game of the Erangel, especially where the Nepali domination was going throughout the day on the Erangel map. But this is where Avon Esports break the streak and they show that, okay, this is where Bangladeshi as well are going to be getting their flag on through and on the map of Erangel. They're looking quite good, but I do want to see again. I mean, there have been a lot of teams that we expected that they're probably going to be performing, but that didn't really happen.
I mean, one thing for sure, Dead Eyes did have the best day in this tournament so far. You know, they've been so consistent every single game. And again, having a second spot with a decent number of kills is really good. Certainly something that they've been eyeing out for, because they did not have any other chances, right? They did lose out on a lot of numbers. Well, they just were reduced to a one-man team, and yet they managed to secure that second spot and did get the better out of the players of Wizzes with vibes. Now, this is so good, right? Considering, you know, the backline story that we did have built up. They were wounded as the Tigers that they are. They were one of the most experienced team. They still are one of the most experienced team heading into the finals, and did have a lot of burden on their shoulders, right? A lot of angry fans who doubted them that, you know, you missed out on the Super Weekend, you're not going to do any better, but they shut them all down. And they've been so precise, they've been so clinical, they've been so objective oriented, and it has yielded them really good results.
Yeah, exactly. I do like all the fingers that were being pointed on the side of Dead Eyes, guys. They finally shut them down. The same thing goes with Avon Esports as well, right? I mean, the performance that they showed in league days, even in Super Weekends, wasn't really as expected. But yeah, they finally did make it in the grand finals. And I feel like they have been doing a great job in the grand finals, at least in the day one. But hopefully, again, we're hoping that maybe they're able to get the consistency flow going in through even in the future as well. But this also leads us to the conversation that in the final game, yeah, they were being blessed quite a lot by the zone, and they were the only team who had a compound inside it. Man, this also leads over to the push that came in from the side of Vibes on the Stalwart Esports, and that was quite a questionable way to challenge a fight against them.
Yeah, and more on that, you know, I would really add on to the fact that well, I mean, of course, the circle did end up towards them, but that was a really ballsy rotation, right? I mean, imagine had they been in any other place inside the circle, and this chicken dinner could not have been theirs, and they still held on, right? And did manage to get 12 kills. Now, 10 plus kills and having the zone to yourself, this is exactly what you would want. And considering the fact that lately, let's be honest, you know, this is the reality check that has been going on, that they've been overshadowed by their Bangladeshi brothers, Future Station. And this is such a good way to recover, right? At least at the end of the evening, they still have managed to secure one chicken dinner for themselves. So both the Bangladeshi teams are one up each.
And I'm pretty sure even the fans are going to be, you know, having like a sigh of relief on their faces as well, because Avon Esports has been one of those kind of teams. As you mentioned, they were overshadowed by 1952 because Future Station, even in the map chances we were seeing, right, in league plays and even in Super Weekend, they just had like such a high rate that they were just so consistent on the map of Erangel. But now with that being said, just, you know, kind of like Avon Esports showing themselves up as well. And we do know how well known Avon Esports are in that Bangladesh region. I don't really need to, you know, elaborate much more onto that. And as I mentioned, with a banger of a win with 12 kills and 27 total points and overall rankings of hashtag 7. And this was the final game, but they ended the day on a good note, Fixes.
But Necro, you know, of course, A1 Esports did manage to get the chicken dinner, but there's one more team that we will have to talk about, and that has to be Team Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. Boy, oh boy, the way these lads displayed. I mean, I'm getting so excited from the performance that we're going to witness from these lads tomorrow. I mean, they've already gone big, you know, considering how they did play in the league stages. We can see that improvement. We can see that hunger. You know, they're not backing off from kills. Now, if you remember down the memory lane, when the league started, Raw was showing a lot of promises, right? But as the league progressed, that's where we did see them fizzle out, and we started you know, disregarding them. Team Raw, I started feeling that this team has the potential, if not the top 3, at least top 5. Now this is how they're playing. 12 kills, eliminating a team like ZEUS. Imagine the amount of confidence that has been instilled in these lads. And the man of the hour, the man of the evening, I must say, for the final game, blah, blah, blah. He was terrific.
I mean, look, now the recent additions inside the squad of RAW is like Joker from Scala Gaming. I mean, he's absolute insane player. We do know what Scala Gaming was capable of, and an experienced player like Joker moved in over to the side of Raw, and then you also have blah blah blah, which was a former teammate of TDK. So I mean, these are two well-known players joining inside the squad of Raw, and we do know. I mean, Bishal and Sada, these are the two OG players of the Raw squad. We also saw them play in the NC, and they were doing quite a great job. So in general, Raw, they did have quite a great lineup, but as you mentioned, yeah, in the first week of the league plays, they did look quite promising, but later on, it did seem like a little bit of communication issues were coming in through. Team synergy did seem like it was lacking. But now, I feel like they have gone enough time to at least get over it, and they're doing a great job together.
They certainly are. And, with the first day finally ending for the finals, I think we can give it to the Nepalis, right? Especially Dead Eyes for being the best team for the evening. Stalwart, Team Seal, they did try. DRS did manage to get that chicken dinner. I8 also started off pretty well. But I8 has been, after that chicken, they sort of have been having the same issues, right? Again, the majority being with the rotation. And that sort of hurts me, right? Because heading into the finals, this is one of those teams that I was looking forward to, because Crypto, believe me, he was in such a good form in that final Super Weekend. I really thought that we're going to witness more out of him. But again, this particular tournament, it's not just about Crypto, right? It's about all of his other teammates also stepping up and having a really good synergy, which was lacking on a few occasions. But I'm pretty sure the position that they are in, they are bound to recover.
Exactly. I mean, considering the fact that these are the grand finals, everything has changed in the teams, right? Including the tempo, including like how the teams play, or over like in general how they're approaching the circles as well. A lot of things have changed, and this is what the effects we have been seeing, right? Like Raw as well performing really good, including Dead Eyes guys. And as you mentioned, I8's really, I mean, kind of like on those struggling phases, I would say. They're also like kind of looking for that kind of a good win in the end of the day. I mean, they were kind of like on the struggling phases for a win or for a chicken dinner, even in the league stages and even in the super weekends. But yeah, kind of the consistency made it for them. They didn't really needed that win because they always had like those positioning points and great overall ending. But with that being said, it seems like this is our time to take a leave. And after this break, there's going to be analyst desk to break things down.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. All thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. But dudes, I mean, what a ruthless day this has turned out to be today.
Yeah, I mean, ruthless is the right word over there.
I mean, kind of same. I mean, because Ruthless, yeah, it was. Jedi's, they had a really good day for themselves, if we talk about it. DRS, well, they were picking up the pace slowly and steadily. But A1 Esports, I mean, Future Station did this first in a few games back. But so for Nepali teams, for Bangladeshi teams, it has been really good.
It most certainly has been. With that, let's move on along with our conversations and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game. And this is going to be A1 Esports' Jax. A1 Esports, also a team that was waiting to deliver, and here they are in style for the first day final game.
I mean, one of the best teams, one of the very well-renowned teams from Bangladesh. They are always set to deliver one way or the other, and in the last game of the first day, they have done so. Now, being in the top 8 after this match makes things really interesting for tomorrow for A1 Esports, because if they manage to bring in a consistent performance, the top
5, the top 4 is not too far away.
True that. But it's not just one player that just had his its impact overall. I believe there were many more that were just trying to have amazing gameplays for themselves, and well, a lot of them did succeed. In which we see Deadeye's 2 players rated, and on top, oh my god, rated, the last one surviving, still trying to keep the fight alive.
Yeah.
The lad was doing really good. Wizzes with vibes. Malik is the lad because of its Stalwart had to just bow down, because this lad did put that team into a lot of pressure. I mean, Wizzes with vibes overall did put Stalwart in a lot of pressure though.
I thought that fight was done after Reaperbot was taken out, but Malik and A1 Esports also sort of in the middle, chiming in little by little, just chipping away on Stalwart Esports, as you said, forcing them to bow down. But I think, Ocean, you're going to agree with me on this. Deadeye's guys making it to the top 2 with a decent number of kills in this game is definitely going to give them a massive advantage on the first position.
Yes, it will. Definitely it will. But again, we'll see about that. We'll talk about that for sure. Again. But right now, A1 Esports and DE, all right, good kill points coming in from A1 Esports side. Obviously, they had numbers advantage as well, but that does not reflect in their average survival, because they did lose on one player a bit early though. DE, on the other hand, they did lose their players on a bit of a later side, if we just talk about it. Well, A1 Esports still, even after losing one player, look at how clinical they have been with their approach. Less damage received and more damage dealt. That's just brilliant.
Exactly. A wonderful performance coming in from A1 Esports, as you talked about the damage numbers. Look at them converting every single kill that was out for them to secure. 12 kills, 27 points, a good survival time from the players that were there for the team, and it is definitely something that I would love to see from this team more when they step into the matches tomorrow.
Well.
Definitely.
With that, we move on to the match summary, where indeed, as we start things off with, of course, high skill, we did see Jax from A1 Esports bringing in some perfect plays, but right below him is going to be BABLU.
Yeah, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, again, they have done really good. If we compare their Super Weekends versus these finals as they are moving forward, right from the get-go of the map of Miramar, I mean, the team has just picked up an amazing pace.
Indeed, they did. With that, as we move on to the match rank and coming in from this game, we do know who got that chicken dinner, and that too in style. It was A1 Esports. And along with that, the consistent play that was being showcased from the side of Deadeye's guys, definitely, as Varun also mentioned, is most certainly going to be giving them a very comfortable position in that overall storyboard. But in all of this, as the day started off, we were talking about Wizzes with vibes. Where are they missing? Where is the action lacking? And they have been able to deliver.
And well, as you were talking about action and as you opened up the desk, Blotter, it was a ruthless match, because look at that, 14 kills. Just one placement point. Yeah, wow. 15 points. But overall, very good performance delivered from a Raw. And I think this sort of match, this sort of performance is what we want, what we wanted from the beginning from this team. But hey, the finals are here and this team is finally delivering.
That's actually amazing overall. Just think about it. But this is where, again and again and again, you know what I'm talking about.
Yep, that 16th position.
Hey, it's... Yeah,
I mean, again, you don't even want to have that thought in your head, because you want to remember that team on that pristine position that they had showcased themselves as.
This team is made for podium finishers.
Yep. It's like Hamilton not being able to, get his Grand Slam and getting the 100th win. But nevertheless, as we move on in with these games, ZEUS Esports, hopefully today they will start popping off heads, because tomorrow is going to be a critical day. Tomorrow is going to be that precise moment where they can either change their story all around, or it is going to be a faltering down mistake from one game to the next from this team. But we'll see. We shall see if that is going to be the case or not. But along with all of that, when it comes down to the teams and the rotations that were made, Ocean, the helm is over to you, mate, as you take us through the team's rotations.
So have a look at the players and have a look at the stats overall, right?
Yeah.
You see 2 kills, 612 damage. You see 1 kill, 397 damage. You see 0 kills, 69 damage. You see 0 kills, 249 damage. That just shows, obviously, you know how these players like to just drop down. You just saw everyone just dropping up to different areas. This is where we see one player finds up a vehicle, they start moving with it. This is where one player drops down, just loots down to this area, and the other players, well, they have their own bifurcations around this one, which is good, which is decent, like nothing taken away from this one. But given the fact that the zone was just slowly moving,
with its own pace. I mean, Johnny, this team had really good rotation for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, A1 Esports, they had an amazing rotation, and that is not surprising to me, because I mean that was the signature playstyle of this team for a long time. And yes, at this point it was pretty much
look at the zone.
Yeah, it was pretty much their game, right? As we say, the gods of PUBG Mobile favoring A1 Esports, the circle constantly on top of them. But I remember Fixes saying this once, and it has always stuck with me. Even when the situation like this arises, it's up to you to make sure that you capitalize. It's up to you to make sure that you come out on top. And A1 Esports did it really well.
Johnny, just a simple example, right? A1 Esports, they had what? Like the third circle was favoring them, then the fourth one, then fifth one. They were at the center of the third circle, right?
Yep.
If we talk about their performance versus ZEUS' performance today, ZEUS, right from the get-go, in the first circle, they have the zone favoring themselves because they always try to go to the center of the zone. But, well, it's all about taking the fights. If you're at the center, you're at the center of attraction as well.
I was just going to say I didn't see them make it to the fifth circle, but yeah.
Well, you lose some, you win some. For today, ZEUS Esports
this time they had the fight outside the circle. So
exactly, even though the circle was theirs, it did not end up favoring them. And with that, as we move on across, it is time to cue in the Oppo F19 Pro moments, because it was Raw's play through and through, where they were able to get a lot of kills. But this right here. Perfect.
This is where it all started. But after this, we'll see that ZEUS fight outside the circle, which we were talking about, definitely, right? Because Raw just started moving forward, and the mistake was actually made by ZEUS' player. He actually saw the grenade being lobbed onto himself. Still, he went out. He moved out, but then this one, Picka's clutch. So many amazing moments from this match, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this match itself was a game changer for a lot of things. I mean, talking about A1 Esports, talk about DE getting the lead, DRS, well, just making a small mistake and taking a slight early exit, the domination from the side of Raw, a lot of action in this matchup, and I believe that is what we expect when the circle is moving towards the eastern side, because especially towards this mansion position, it becomes really important for the teams to just stay inside that cover. If you are going to step out in the open, you're going to be ready for those fights. And this was something very interesting. I thought Wizzes with Vibes at that point were pretty much done, but still they managed to survive.
They did, and then A1 Esports just, they had their own area, they had their own comfort zone in those houses for themselves, from which obviously they were being a headache for a lot of teams, and at the end they just got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves, and the happy faces. It was just so good.
That was needed for the side. That was definitely needed for the region of Bangladesh as well. And this is how they prove themselves to their fans, of course. But along with that, let's also have a look at the damage graph and find out, yes, A1 Esports had a good game. Yes, Raw had a really, really good game in terms of the damage. What teams did not? Well, there are a lot.
Oh, yeah. There were quite a few of them. Yep. And a lot of surprising names, to be very honest. I mean, talk about IA being there, DRS. Yeah.
Raw took so smart fights.
Exactly.
The precision. 15 kills, 1593 damage. That's the smartest way, because most of the times if a team is having just, those kind of kill numbers, you might just see their damage rack up to like 3,000 or something.
That is like the most efficient conversion rate I've ever seen. I mean, apart from the one time when we had more kills than the damage they were like dishing out for, but still.
If you're talking about that, we have Future Station with 1 kill and 95 damage points, right? Not even 100, so.
Yeah, situations like that do arise, but still an amazing performance from like a lot of these teams. I mean, Raw is something we're going to remember. Stalwart Esports, they put up a decent fight, but like getting stuck out in the open is something you never want to be. And A1 Esports, like the perfect conversion from them as well.
Always. They always do try and bring their best to the table, and they have delivered in style for the final game of the day. With that, as we move on through the story, let's have a look at that storyboard. That's going to be dictating what team is up on top. Well, we already know, but we need to find out what bigger lead has been created. Wow. Okay, Ocean.
Exactly.
Is there I just hope that spoiler that you were talking about earlier does not come true, dude. We need a lot more masala for Fixes to be able to take us through.
I mean, so all right, Johnny, you take over.
I was just going to say, I mean, I agree with Lotta. We do not want Fixes on our backs. Where is the masala you guys promised me in the finals? But yes, Deadeye's guys have done really well for themselves. That 30-point advantage that they have, it is going to create a lot of pressure on DRS, on Vibes, on Stalwart, on I8, and it is going to be really interesting. But apart from that, Deadeye's guys and DRS, they might be on a different level, but vibes to Raw. Now, things can change with just one game between these teams.
True. Definitely. I mean, Seal and Raw and Stalwart, these are the teams, they don't have any chicken dinner for themselves. They might just want to get a few here and there tomorrow, because Stalwart, we know there were times, like obviously, you remember, right? Pika was the last one surviving, just trying to take up a really good fight for himself, but did not get much. He was at the second position in one Erangel match. So yeah, Stalwart have had their jump right now in the 4th position, in the top 5 though. But it's just, they need more and more if they want to contest. As we were talking about it, because right now 60 and 104, it's quite a difference.
Yep, it's a leap. It is a leap indeed. 44 points, that is not an easy task. But again, when it comes down to consistency, we can say one thing. For ZEUS Esports, they've been around that 4th, 5th position holder. And they've been stuck to that like a glue. So that consistency is definitely helping them. But of course, as Ocean said, we need a little bit of that boost. And for that, as we move on to the second page, the Masala as we talk about, right? The X Factor will always be there from that 16th position team.
Yeah, I mean, we are still waiting. We are still hopeful, but...
It's not their day.
Yeah, it just wasn't their day. Maybe tomorrow.
Exactly. It has to be
tomorrow because exactly, it has to be tomorrow. Otherwise, it's a lot too late.
Yeah. Also, it's not just them, because look who is on the 14th position.
T2K. Yeah.
Indeed. Boy, oh boy, what a day. Again, like we said, I mean, it has been a ruthless day indeed. And this is what makes the finals that much more incredible, right? But along with that, let's move on and have a look at the MVP ranking based on the games that have been played just for today.
Alright, if we just, look at this one, On Top has done really good with almost around 3,000 damage, 21 kills and 23-25 survival time. Now if we talk about survival time, it's rated who is at the top in the overall. It's just a minute difference though. But look at the kill difference. Look at the kill difference that just comes on.
Exactly. I mean, there is a difference between these players, and also I love the fact that we have all the players of Dead Eyes guys present in this list.
Exactly.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen,
that's true. That's
just a reminder: these lads are going to be fighting for $1,000 that is there for the MVP of the finals. So there's a lot on the lines for individual performance as well.
And literally on top is on top of that $1,000, dude.
Oh yeah.
Because again, I mean, look at that 21 kill, and then second position holder, his teammate rated is at 12.
This was a running joke between me and Ocean for last.
Actually,
the name is so perfect.
Since the first season that these lads have been just competing. All right, so the best part is DE is performing because all 4 players are in top 10, and that's the reason, because all 4 players are in top 10, they are feeling themselves. Because they are feeling themselves, DE is performing. It's just a loop that's really good for these lads. It's such a brilliant loop for these lads.
The synergy is so very crucial when it comes to the battleground. But along with that, as you move on forth, let's have a look at the day summary. Now, we started things off on Erangel, where the real soldiers did step in, did take a really, really good game for themselves. And as we were predicting Future Station to be somewhere there on that Erangel map, that did not happen. But as we moved on to Miramar, that is where Future Station popped off with that chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, overall, Future Station, they did really do quite. They put up a decent performance on the board, not just on Miramar, but on a few other maps as well. The surprise of the day was definitely I8 bringing in that chicken dinner on Sanhok, because I mean, I8 they were trying, they were struggling in the first 2 games. Then all of a sudden we see the pop off, and by the end of the day, also they're sitting in the top 5. So tomorrow, I believe, if they can capitalize on the very first angle, the top 3 is going to get really, really interesting.
You know what?
The best part about
Ocean, Warren, sorry to cut you off, Ocean. I just want to say one thing, dude. We should take the praise for this one. We all predicted I8 is going to get the chicken dinner. All 3 of us were on that.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
The only one point that we agreed for that one game.
I'm telling you, if we guys just have the same synergy in our predictions, the team will do good, because it's just even the team feels like it.
Exactly.
If all of us do predict it, so yeah.
What a day this has been. But with that, we do reach the end of our day number 1 games. We still have 2 more days remaining for the finals of PMPL South Asia Season 4. As you get moving on along from one stream to the next, do not forget to subscribe to all of our social media links, from Facebook to YouTube to, of course, Instagram. And of course, as you do that, do not forget that when it comes to those giveaways, that is going to be taking place on the PUBG Mobile South Asia Esports channel. So do not forget to go out there and subscribe to that channel. Click that bell icon, because that is where you will be getting all of those lovely goodies for you in game. Along with that, like I said, it's the day end. Thanks to our sponsor for making this all happen. Hashtag Book up your fun. Oppo F19 Pro, a big thank you to them for making this all so very grandiose. With that, dudes, any final words for you lads for today, number one?
Well, I would want to see more chaos tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
That's all. That's
exactly. Same.
All right, with that, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.